Get ready for football with the Garrigan Golden Bear pregame show. Brought to you by your Edward Jones representatives Bruce Keith, Jerry Soka, Brady Ross, and Mackenzie Jorgensen. We've got interviews with coaches, the starting lineups, Kimna Auto Center's keys to the game, the Grassmasters field conditions report, Algona Plumbing and Heating's game time temperature, Eyes on Thornton's coin toss, and more as we preview tonight's matchup. The pregame is also brought to you by Kasuth Regional Health Center, your home for healthcare, JDR Seeds of Wesley, Tom IHSAA Sales, your store in the country, Banwork Trucking of Odison, Coops Scrap Iron and Metal, family owned since 1913, and Algona Feed Store, livestock, dog, and cat food. Here's Tyler Lance on the Golden Bear Edward Jones pregame show.
Every high school football season is one long and winding story. It's a collection of games, of practices, of moments, of drives, of individual plays, and overall of memories. Today, one final chapter left in the story for the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears, and I'll try to make it the best one as we have state championship football action. The number 1 ranked 12-0 Golden Bears taking on the number 2 ranked 11-0 Woodbine Tigers. And what a story it's been so far for Bishop Garrigan. They entered the season ranked number 1 in the polls, and they kept that number 1 spot all throughout the season, dominating win after dominating win, all culminating in a semifinal 60-36 win over fellow undefeated team Audubon in the semifinal round last week at the Unidome. But today, the Golden Bears face their toughest task yet, a Woodbine Tiger team that's hungry for the first state title in program history. They've got a 4-star wide receiver of Landon Bloom, a couple other guys drawing college interests, and they're a program that has a lot of legacy. You'll hear us say the name Pryor a whole lot, both on offense and defense. Several of the Pryor family members, they'll be playing here in the field today and on the same program that their fathers played on previously. So it's a Woodbine team with a lot of tradition, a lot of family history in it, and a team that's trying to win their first state title today as they take on the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears. For the Golden Bears, they're trying to take it back. Last year ended in the semifinal round like we've talked about time and time again. A close, heartbreaking loss to eventual state champion Remsen St. Mary's. The prior year in 2023, it was an underdog Golden Bear team breaking through to win their first 8-man title. It's a different story this year, but Bishop Garrigan trying to offer the same ending as they did in that 2023 season by standing tall here on the Unidome turf. It's a big day of football action here on KLGA and KLGZ. We appreciate everyone tuning in wherever you're at as we've got a full pregame show here ahead. We'll talk of course, Bishop Garrigan head coach Marty Wadley. We'll take a look at the Woodbine Tigers as well. We'll get into the Kimna Auto Center keys to the game, the Grassmasters field condition report, the Eyes on Thornton coin toss, and the Algona Plumbing and Heating game time temperature, all coming up here live from the Unidome. Again, it's bright and early. We hope everyone got their morning coffee in, drove safely through the fog if you're getting to the Unidome because it's a very hazy and foggy morning out there, but ultimately the destination ends here in Cedar Falls one way or the other. One of these two teams is going to finish undefeated and cap off one of the greatest seasons in Iowa 8-man football history, and it'll happen live beginning at 9:30. We'll break here on the pregame show and get to a little feature. We talked to a few of the Garrigan players after the semifinal win against Audubon. That 60-36 Golden Bear win. We got a couple of the players' thoughts in that game. So before we look ahead to this matchup against Woodbine, we'll go back to those thoughts from those players and recap the win over Audubon in the state semifinal round right now on KLGA and KLGZ. The Edward Jones pregame show continues here on Hometown and Home Country Radio. Before we look ahead to today's state championship game between the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears and Woodbine Tigers, we are going to take a quick look back to the semifinal round when Bishop Garrigan defeated Audubon 60-36 and improved their record to 12-0. We'll get a few thoughts from the Bishop Garrigan players and relive that game through their eyes. Well, going back to the very start of the game between Bishop Garrigan and Audubon, it was a punt on Bishop Garrigan's first possession, but the defense really stepped up and gave Bishop Garrigan the first key scoring opportunity of the game. On Audubon's first play from scrimmage, quarterback Aiden Kiergaard fumbled the football as Ethan Marshall was able to dislodge the ball. It was recovered by Carter Schwab, setting up a 1st and goal from the Audubon 3-yard line. After that, a couple of plays later, Ethan Marshall would punch in the first touchdown of the game for Bishop Garrigan. Quarterback Tate Furch called that a big early swing of momentum.
Huge momentum flip with I threw it to Dean for a first down, I thought, and I just didn't know where I was at on the field, I guess, and I got past the line of scrimmage, so they called it back. We had to punt, and Mike had just a beautiful punt, and in the dome it flies well and it rolls well on the turf, and Carter made a heck of a play getting the ball out, and I mean, just going from there, we just got to punch in. You can't not punch him from the 5-yard line in the dome.
Defensive lineman Carter Schwab described that first play fumble.
They pulled, and I think me and Ethan got it out of there, and I mean, it's unpredictable on the turf, and it just happened to bounce in our favor, and I knew we had to punch it in and make a statement early.
The game began to settle in after that as the teams traded touchdowns with the score tied 14-14 late in the second quarter. After that point, Bishop Garrigan had one of the key momentum-changing plays in this semifinal round as Audubon appeared to be driving for the go-ahead score, but on a fourth down play, a screen pass was intercepted by linebacker Madden Miller. He would run the ball back into Audubon territory, and Bishop Garrigan would score a couple of plays later to take the lead of a couple minutes to go until halftime. That's when the turnover part of this game really started to kick in. With under 20 seconds left to go until halftime, Audubon had an errant snap that went over their quarterback's head, and Bishop Garrigan's Matt Besh recovered the ball inside the 10-yard line with less than 20 seconds to go until halftime. On the very next play, Tate Furch found Madden Miller for a 6-yard touchdown pass, and all of a sudden the Golden Bears were ahead 30-14 at halftime. Audubon would have the football coming out of halftime, and on their first possession, they were moving once again, but Weston Rosenmeyer ripped the ball out of quarterback Aiden Kiergaard's hands on a run play to the right and recovered the fumble for Bishop Garrigan, a turnover on Audubon's fourth consecutive possession. After that, the Golden Bears took a deep shot to Michael Joyce. Tate Furch threw that 38-yard touchdown pass to Joyce, and the Golden Bears are up 38-14. Furch says the credit belongs to Bishop Garrigan's defensive line first and foremost.
I mean, I've always loved to hit people, and if they're going to run at me, I ain't going to shy away. And the defensive line just creates perfect alleys for me to fill. I'm always filling perfect alleys because you got a triple team Marshall. You can't not block the kid. And then that usually ends up leaving me unblocked. And so I just do my best not to miss a tackle and go out there and hit somebody hard.
Then throughout the second half, it was that classic Bishop Garrigan ground and pound, wear down the opponent's style of game. Ethan Marceau finished with a career-high 29 carries as he went for over 100 yards on the ground. And it was a workmanlike yardage total for Marceau. His longest carry of the game was less than 10 yards, but he consistently got those 4- and 5-yard pickups to keep Bishop Garrigan ahead of the sticks. Marceau also credited the guys up front with doing their job.
I give credit to all my O-line and D-line. I mean, I couldn't do without them. It all starts up front. And when things go our way, and you got to keep pounding and stay focused on what the job needs to be.
Bishop Garrigan lineman Carter Schwab says it was a physical game all the way through.
We're very physical. I mean, we hang our hat on that every week, and we're in great condition. I mean, I think it obviously takes a tear on everybody how physical we are up front. Like, they can be just as conditioned as us. But, I mean, we're going to play that hard for 4 quarters on every given night.
Bishop Garrigan really put the dagger in early in the fourth quarter. After one of the Audubon upbacks muffed a Gagemeyer kickoff that Bishop Garrigan recovered, Tate Furch took a deep shot 33 yards to Weston Rosenmeyer on the next play for a touchdown to remove all doubt.
Well, the one to the Rosenmeyer at the end there, I mean, they're selling out on the run. We knew they're selling out on the run, and it's like, this is probably a good time to set a dagger into them.
The Golden Bears would go on to win by a final score of 60-36. Tate Furch finished an efficient 4 of 5 through the air for 80 yards and 3 touchdowns on his 4 completions. Bishop Garrigan's defense finished by forcing 5 turnovers, and besides one 44-yard touchdown run early in the game, were able to limit the big plays of Audubon quarterback Aiden Kiergaard. Furch credited the tackling all around the defense.
We work a lot on our defense, and I know our offense is high-powered, but we don't go anywhere without how good our defense is, and I put that on all the other guys on the field. It's not just me. It's all other 7. We get 8 hats to the football, and we're just tackling hard.
Schwab says the game featured nonstop hitting.
They hit. We hit. I mean, it was a back-and-forth game. I don't think you can get much better a semifinal game than that.
So the stage is now set. It's time for the state championship game coming up here at 9:30 as Bishop Garrigan takes on Woodbine in the battle between the number 1 and number 2 ranked teams in the state. That's a little look back at Bishop Garrigan's semifinal win over the Audubon Wheelers as we now get ready for the state championship game coming up here in just a little bit. We'll take another time out on our Edward Jones pregame show, and we'll come back with the pregame interview with Bishop Garrigan head coach Marty Wadley and more next on KLGA and KLGZ.
Pay for one. Hi, I'm Brady Ross, your Algona Edward Jones financial advisor, and I want to help you understand all the options you have when paying for an education. Whether you're the first in your family to attend college or planning for a grandchild to build on a legacy that goes back generations, let's work together to take care of your unique financial needs. Call me at 515-295-7763 to get started today. Together with Bruce Keith, Jerry Sokup, and Mackenzie Jorgensen, we are your local Edward Jones financial advisors. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Cook Scrap Iron and Metal in Algona. Think Cooks for all your new steel and welding supplies. Do you have any leftover material you don't need anymore? Cooks will take your scrap iron and scrap metal too. A family-owned business since 1913. Cooks Scrap Iron and Metal in Algona. Call them today at 515-295-2512 or stop in at 900 East McGregor Street, Algona.
Is your student athlete on the injured list? We can help. This is Wendy Wagner, Physical Therapy Assistant at Kasuth Regional Health Center. As a former student athlete and coach, I want to help you get back in the game feeling healthy and injury-free. Our staff works closely with local healthcare providers and specialists throughout the area for a recovery plan that works for you. Best of luck to all our area athletes this season. We will be cheering for you.
Kasuth Regional Health Center, your home for healthcare.
Your Edward Jones pregame show continues right now on Hometown and Home Country Radio as we get ready for the 8-man football 2025 state championship game between the 12-0 Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears and the 11-0 Woodbine Tigers, the number 1 and number 2 ranked teams in the state. Normally at this time, we do a quick interview with the opposing coach who's going up against Bishop Garrigan, but unfortunately, we emailed Coach Crook this week for Woodbine, and he did not get back to us, so we are going to instead just talk a bit about Woodbine here together and preview the Tigers and what they'll be bringing into this matchup against Bishop Garrigan. Like we said, Woodbine comes into this one with a record of 11 wins and no losses on the season, and they really had not played a close game prior to the state semifinals. Their closest game this season was a 50-12 win in the quarterfinals over Fremont Mills, prior to Wednesday's semifinal game when they battled against Gladbrook-Rhinebeck and picked up a 38-30 win over the number 3 ranked Rebels. That was a game where Woodbine got the early advantage. In fact, they built a 30-14 lead at one point. Gladbrook-Rhinebeck battled back. They tied the game late, but Woodbine scored the go-ahead touchdown with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left, and the defense held for one final stop to pick up that win and move to the state championship game. Now, Woodbine takes on Bishop Garrigan in search of the program's first state championship win in football history. Looking at Woodbine's path to the Unidome, they defeated Exira Elkhorn Kimballton 78-6 in the first round of the postseason. It was a 68-0 win over Southeast Warren in round 2. They defeated Fremont Mills 50-12 in the quarterfinals, and then that aforementioned 38-30 win over Gladbrook-Rhinebeck in the state semifinals last Wednesday at the Unidome. And looking at what Woodbine brings to this game, they certainly have the kind of team that is capable of doing it. They have 5 games of 70-plus points this season. Their scoring average, 64.4 points per game, number 2 in the state behind Audubon. Defensively, they had not allowed more than 12 points in a game prior to that 38-30 win over Gladbrook-Rhinebeck. The opposing teams are only scoring 8.5 points per game against Woodbine this season, the lowest scoring average allowed in 8-man football. Average margin of victory for Woodbine is nearly 56 points so far this season. A few of the key players for the Tigers, it starts out wide with their excellent receiver Landon Bloom. The junior on the season has 52 catches for 933 yards and 22 touchdowns, averaging nearly 18 yards per catch. As you'll hear us talk about later on in the broadcast, he has numerous Division I offers, so that 6'4" wide receiver is where it all starts on offense for the Woodbine Tigers. But they also have a very capable quarterback who can get him the ball. Brody Pryor, a senior who's tossed 35 touchdown passes, only 3 picks this season with over 1,800 passing yards. He's been feeding Bloom quite a bit so far this season. It's also a multi-dimensional run game for Woodbine. Their quarterback Pryor has 672 yards on the ground this season of 14 scores. And then Micah Moores, the junior running back, 96 carries for 576 yards and 13 more touchdowns. He had a 100-yard rushing game in that win over Gladbrook-Rhinebeck, so a couple different options in that game. But they have a couple tall wide receivers around him. Aiden Keenan at 6'5". They've got a couple guys with some good size there on the outside, so Bishop Garrigan secondary certainly going to be tested here in this morning's matchup. Like we said, defensively for Woodbine, they are an opportunistic team and one that's had an excellent defense so far this season. In total, they have forced 27 turnovers as their defense has intercepted 15 passes, led by 3 from Cal Pryor, and they've recovered 12 fumbles on the year as well. Overall, if you look at it, Woodbine, they're on a similar path to Bishop Garrigan. We talk about the Golden Bears, their first 2 years of playing 8-man football, only won 3 games apiece prior to winning that state championship in 2023, their first of 3 straight dome appearances. For Woodbine, kind of a similar story. They had back-to-back 3-6 seasons in the 2021 and 2022 campaigns. They went 5-4 in 2023 and 8-2 last year, and now that builds up to an 11-0 season this year for Woodbine. That's a quick look at the Woodbine Tigers, this week's opponent for the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears, as we'll break right now for a quick timeout. Bishop Garrigan head coach Marty Wadley is coming up next on your Edward Jones pregame show.
Do you see yourself traveling, working part-time, or moving somewhere warmer when you retire? Hi, I'm Bruce Keith, your Edward Jones financial advisor, and I want to help make your retirement goals a reality. Let's talk about where you are, where you want to be, and how we get you there. Together, we can plan for the expected and make sure you're ready for the unexpected. Contact me, Bruce Keith, at 515-295-5173. Together with Jerry Sokup, Mackenzie Jorgensen, and Brady Ross, we are your local Edward Jones financial advisors. Edward Jones, members SIPC.
At Wiffles Hybrids, they're completely focused on developing and producing the very best seed corn on the planet. It's an act they've been polishing for more than 70 years, right here in the heart of the Corn Belt. Wiffles Hybrid, one thing done right. For more information, contact Rich Rosenmeyer, Dale Lappy, or Mitchell Carroll at JDR Seed of Wesley, 515-341-2452, or visit wiffles.com.
What you feed your animals makes a difference. Hi, this is Philip Dietrich from the Algona Feed Store. We are driven to provide you with products and answers that will improve the health and well-being of your animals. We proudly offer products from Hubbard Feeds, so whether you produce meat, milk, and eggs, or just want to give your family pet the proper nutrition it deserves, you can count on the very best with the Algona Feed Store. Visit our location at 525 South Phillips Street and see the difference proper nutrition can make.
And we get ready for the 8-man football state championship here on Hometown and Home Country Radio as the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears take on the Woodbine Tigers. And joining us on your Edward Jones pregame show right now is Bishop Garrigan head coach Marty Wadley. Coach, it couldn't be a more exciting time right now for the Golden Bears. All the players and coaches getting ready for the state championship game coming up here against Woodbine. As always, we appreciate your time today on the pregame show.
Thanks a lot, Tyler. Appreciate it and all your coverage. And yes, this is a very exciting time for anybody who follows high school football and who's involved in high school football, because everybody's goal in August is to be here in November. And, you know, there are only 2 teams in every class that are left. I think 96% of the teams are set out of the state of Iowa, and all classes are setting home, and 4% are playing in the state championships.
Well, Coach, it's a ton of anticipation going into this game, and I'm sure after the game wrapped up against Audubon, guys are maybe a little bit beaten up and bruised with the physicality of that one, and the fortunate thing is you've got an extra day to get ready for this one, for being an 8-day stretch in between games. So how did this final week of prep go, and how did the guys put that time to good use to get ready for this championship game?
Well, you know, I thought we did a really good job. We gave the kids 2 days off with nothing, and then had a very light workout on Saturday, and you know, scaled things way back, which we had to. Their bodies have to recover. They have to rest. They have to eat. They have to drink. They have to get sleep. And, you know, those are all things that are of probably as much importance right now at this stage of the game of anything. We have to be prepared. I think our coaches have, you know, really good defensive game plan from Coach Patterson, good offensive game plan from Coach Kesselring, and the kids just will execute it and be ready to go and, you know, just play football. And that's kind of what we talk about all year. And after this many games this year and this many games that this group of seniors have played, you know, there's not a lot changes. You just still have to do the basic things and just play and play hard.
And, Coach, when you think about games in the Unidome, any team needs a guy who's just going to refuse to let their team lose. And the first guy who comes to mind for Bishop Garrigan when I think about that is Ethan Marceau and his 29-carry game against Audubon. And it seemed like, too, if Marceau, the way he runs, he looks pretty similar on carry number 29 as he did on carry number 1, and just really kind of set the tone for this Garrigan team of how hard he ran in that game. Can you talk a little bit about Marceau and just the sort of way that he sets the tone, both with the way he played against Audubon, but just also for the way he practices as well?
You know, he's a kid who's always been like that, even since he was a freshman. He practices very hard. He plays very hard. He's very intense. He's a good leader. He tries to pull everybody else along with him, and that's something that I dictate to our seniors, that, you know, sometimes those kids, you have to just grab them by the hand and say, hey, we're going this way, and you're coming with me. And he does a good job. And you know, Ethan's very intense, and he plays very hard, as do all of our kids. And, you know, he ran the ball really well for us last week, and he ran the ball really well for us all season and has played great defense too. So, you know, we ask a lot out of him, and we expect a lot, as we do all these kids. And, you know, there's a quote in the Bible that says, to those who are given much, much is expected. And we kind of used that with our kids this year, especially now that we've gotten into the playoffs. People expect a lot out of you, and you should expect a lot out of yourselves, and that everybody on this team expects a lot out of you, and not putting pressure on them. But it's Luke 12:48. Actually, it's from everyone who much has been given, much will be required, and that's something that I think that says a lot and very significant of who this group of young men are.
And, Coach, when you talk about expectations, part of that is having guys who know what it's like to deal with expectations. And, of course, you've got a very experienced team, multiple guys who were playing in that last state championship run back in 2023 and even were starting in that game. So when you look at this senior class and some of the guys who know what it's like to play in a state championship game and win in a state championship game, how have those guys shown the way for the younger guys and helped them get ready for this one?
No, I think confidence is a lot of it. And, even though their nerves are there and they're nervous and that, they don't really tend to be shaken a lot. And, we tell the kids adversity is going to happen. There's no way it's not going to happen. We're going to have some adversity in situations. You just have to take it. You have to flush it down and forget about it and go with it. And I think this group has done that, and they've matured a lot, and they've really helped our juniors too. I think we've had a tremendous amount of juniors who have really matured this year as players and as young men, and that's something that you really want to see.
We're talking right now with Bishop Garrigan head coach Marty Wadley here on the Edward Jones pregame show. Coach, the attention now turns to the 11-0 Woodbine Tigers, who were able to defeat Gladbrook-Rhinebeck 38-30 last week. Let's start for the Woodbine defense, a unit that's been really solid all throughout the course of the season. What's stood out to you looking at the Woodbine defense on film, and what are some keys for the Garrigan offense to be able to attack them?
They do a good job. They tackle very well. They play a little bit different concept than a lot of teams play. They'll play their corners down like linebackers, so they're really kind of running a version of a 34 with a free safety, even though they're playing a lot of zone behind it. They tackle well. I think the Morse kid's a very good football player. I think he does a really good job on the defensive side. I also think that the Sullivan kid, he's not real big, but he does a really good job, and the Wagner kid, along with obviously Jax Pryor. You hear about him because of all the looks he's getting. So, and then the Friend kid also. So they've got a good group defensively. They do a good job. They've held people to very low points. They gave up 30 the other day, and I think that might be the most points that they've given up all season. But they also gave them up to a very good football team in Gladbrook-Rhinebeck. So we'll have our work cut out for us moving the football against their defense.
And, Coach, on the other side of the football, when Woodbine's on offense, we talked about their D1 recruit at wide receiver, Landon Bloom, and they have a very capable quarterback of Brody Pryor, who's gotten him the ball plenty throughout the course of this season. Looking specifically at Bloom and trying to limit his impact, what do your guys need to be able to do defensively to slow him down on this one?
Well, we try and limit, as many big plays as you can. He has 20 touchdowns and 47 receptions. So every 2 times he's catching the ball, it's almost in the end zone. Or in the end zone. So, that's something that we have to focus on. We can't, just worry about one thing because they run the ball very well. But, we have to be aware where he's at. Their next receiver, I think, is the Morse kid out of the backfield. They try and get him the ball a lot. I think he's got 14 or 16 catches. And then the Wagner and the Sullivan kid, the other receiver. So, they do a good job. They're definitely looking for the Bloom kid when they get it to him. And, I think the Pryor kid throws the ball pretty well. He can scramble and run and do that very well, too. So, we're going to have some things that we're going to have to work on and take one play at a time and just see where we're at and win as many plays as we can.
And, Coach, you mentioned their running back, Micah Morris, who I thought had a really impressive game against Gladbrook-Rhinebeck and was a big key to the Woodbine victory in that game. And, again, it's a team that's able to pass the ball but balance it out with that good rushing attack as well. So what stands out to you about what Woodbine's trying to do in the ground game?
Well, they run some of the same concepts that we run. They run the trap game, and then they'll run the fold game, and then they'll every once in a while they'll surprise you and try and get on the edge with a little speed option and try and get to him and a little bit of jet and a little bit of zone read too. So, a lot of the same concepts that we run, actually, they don't run them a lot different than we run them, but they are a little bit different. So have to be aware of what we're doing, have to be aware of our responsibilities when we're seeing the zone read, and making sure we're fitting gaps and the cutback's not there on the backside. So, and also make sure that, we're not chasing the tailback and leaving the quarterback unattended like happened a couple times in a couple of games that we saw them play. I think the Fremont Mills game, they gave up a really Fremont Mills gave up a really big one and just crashed and bit down on the running back off of the fake, and the quarterback ran 30, 40 yards untouched to score.
Coach, wrapping up the interview for today, when things are getting ready to kick off at the Unidome and the guys are about to go out onto the field, what's the final message to your team before kickoff?
Remember who you are. Remember what got you here. Remember why you're here. You're here for a reason. Enjoy it. Take it all in. Have a lot of fun. Play as hard as you can. And, do everything you can in your power to bring everybody along and win the game.
Coach, I don't think we could be more excited. I don't think the community could be more excited. I don't think the players could be more excited either as Garrigan gets ready to play in the state championship game against Woodbine. As always, we appreciate your time today on the pregame show and wish you best of luck in this matchup.
Thanks a lot, Tyler. Appreciate it, and all your coverage all season long, getting out there and covering our games and the state championship now. Thank you so much, and go Bears.
That's Bishop Garrigan Golden Bear head coach Marty Wadley joining us on your Edward Jones pregame show. We'll take a quick timeout and come back with more pregame coverage next on Home Country Radio KLGZ and Hometown Radio KLGA.
What does it mean to be rich? Maybe it's less about reaching a magic number and more about discovering the magic in life. Hi, I'm Edward Jones financial advisor Jerry Sokup. Count on me for financial strategies that can help support a life you love, because the key to being rich is knowing what counts. Contact me at 515-295-7766 and let's find your rich. Along with Bruce Keith, Brady Ross, and Mackenzie Jorgensen, we are your local Edward Jones financial advisors. Member SIPC.
Kasuth Regional Health Center is your home for recovery care. I'm occupational therapist Ben Krause, ready to help you with recovery care. We work with a wide range of patients, helping them get back to the task of daily living and doing the things they want to do. Come home to recover with Kasuth Regional Health Center. Find us online at krhc.com or call 295-2451.
Kasuth Regional Health Center, your home for health care.
Cook Scrap Iron and Metal in Algona. Think Cooks for all your new steel and welding supplies. Do you have any leftover material you don't need anymore? Cooks will take your scrap iron and scrap metal too. A family-owned business since 1913. Cooks Scrap Iron and Metal in Algona. Call them today at 515-295-2512 or stop in at 900 East McGregor Street, Algona.
We welcome you back inside the Unidome here on the Edward Jones pregame show, heard live on Hometown Radio KLGA Algona and Home Country Radio KLGZ Algona, as right now it's time to take a look at the starting lineups for this morning's game. First, when Bishop Garrigan's on offense and Woodbine's on defense, the Golden Bears will start things off up front for their line. Left guard, 6'2", 245-pound senior Carter Schwab. The center, 6'tall", 215-pound senior Caden Graves. And the right guard, 6'3", 265-pound junior Nate Lear. The starting tight end is your junior Weston Rosenmeyer, wearing jersey number 5, as Rosenmeyer has caught 7 touchdown passes so far this season, including one 33-yard touchdown in the semifinal game against the Audubon Wheelers. Starting quarterback is Tate Furch, just became the first quarterback in Golden Bear history to both rush for 1,000 and pass for 1,000 yards in the same season. Furch has thrown 25 touchdown passes and only 1 pick. He's also gone for 19 touchdowns on the ground as well so far this season. Starting tailback is the 6'2", 230-pound sledgehammer Ethan Marceau, with 54 career rushing touchdowns heading into the final game of his high school career. Marceau has compiled over 1,300 yards on the ground this season. Starting wideout is Michael Joyce, caught a 38-yard touchdown pass last week, his 8th touchdown catch of his career. The 6'2", 175-pound junior Joyce starts out wide for the Golden Bears. The starting fullback, the 5'11", 175-pound senior Carter McGregor, one of the multiple two-way players for Bishop Garrigan. Defensively for the Woodbine Tigers, up front, their line includes the 6'1", 225-pound senior Matthew Tremmel, the 6'3", 260-pound senior Jax Pryor, wearing number 94, 13 tackles for loss so far this season for Pryor, and the 6'5", 215-pound end Lucas Olson, a junior who wears jersey number 80. Really good linebacking core as well for Woodbine. They have the junior Cal Pryor with 52 tackles and 3 picks so far this season. The senior Brenner Sullivan, who's compiled 63.5 tackles to lead Woodbine. They have a senior Brendan Wagner and a junior, actually check that, a senior Joe Friend. Friend also have 62 tackles so far this season. And starting in the secondary, the junior Landon Bloom. Meanwhile, for the Woodbine offense and Bishop Garrigan defense, first for the Woodbine Tiger offense, their starting quarterback is a 4-year starter. He's been starting since the freshman season. It's the 6'1", 180-pound senior Brody Pryor, who's thrown 124 career touchdown passes. His starting wideout, a guy who will say a lot so far, or a lot throughout the broadcast today, the 6'4", 205-pound junior Landon Bloom, who's caught 22 touchdown passes this year. He is a 4-star prospect with some big interest at the next level. The starting running back for Woodbine, Micah Moores, a 6'2", 200-pound junior who's rushed for 13 touchdowns, had a 100-yard game in the semifinal round against Gladbrook-Rhinebeck for the Woodbine Tigers. Also starting today for Woodbine, their offensive line includes the guard, 6'3", 260-pound senior Jax Pryor, his other guard, 6'1", 225-pound senior Matthew Tremmel, and the center, 6'5", 200-pound senior Connor Murdoch. The starting tight end, the 5'8", 176-pound senior Brenner Sullivan, who has 5 touchdown catches this season. For the Garrigan defense, same defensive format as the previous game as well. The nose guard, Carson Kramer, 6'4", 260-pound sophomore. At the end positions, you've got Carter McGregor and Carter Schwab, a pair of seniors. Linebackers for Bishop Garrigan, Ethan Marceau and Matt Miller. Marceau, the leading tackler this season with 53 stops. And in the secondary, you have Michael Joyce, a junior, Tate Furch, a senior, and Titan Troyer, a sophomore. Joyce, by the way, 5 interceptions. Furch, 10 interceptions this year for an opportunistic Bishop Garrigan secondary. Those are the starting lineups as the 12-0 Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears take on the 11-0 Woodbine Tigers coming up just past 9:30 here on Hometown and Home Country Radio. We'll take another timeout, come back with more of your Edward Jones pregame show coming up next.
Life changes, then it changes again. At Edward Jones, we believe that when it comes to your financial goals, you can't predict the unexpected, but you can prepare. Challenges such as job loss, change in health, or loss of a loved one can have a big impact on your family's financial security. Hi, I'm Mackenzie Jorgensen, an Edward Jones financial advisor. Let's work together to help make sure you're ready for life's ups and downs. Call us at 515-395-4021 to get started. Together with Brady Ross, Jerry Sokup, and Bruce Keith, we are local Edward Jones financial advisors. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Get ready for a powerful outdoor experience with products from Tom Eisen Sales. They stock and service steel products and Toro mowers and snow blowers. Hitch up and go with their awesome selection of trailers. They carry a variety of trailers to fit your needs, like flatbed, enclosed, utility, gooseneck, and more. Turn pro in your own backyard with a Green Mountain pellet grill. Whatever the job, get it done like a pro with products from Tom Eisen Sales. Your store in the country, Highway 18, just west of Algona.
At Wiffles Hybrids, they're completely focused on developing and producing the very best seed corn on the planet. A snack they've been polishing for more than 70 years, right here in the heart of the Corn Belt. Wiffles Hybrid, one thing done right. For more information, contact Rich Rosenmeyer, Dale Lappy, or Mitchell Carroll at JDR Seed of Wesley, 515-341-2452, or visit wiffles.com.
At Kemna Auto Center, they understand that you have no shortage of options when it comes to purchasing or servicing your car. They're your hometown dealer for new GM, Ford, and Chrysler makes and models. Plus, they also offer an extensive selection of pre-owned vehicles. Serving you with a dedicated sales and finance team, along with world-class service technicians that are passionate about keeping your ride in top shape. Visit their showrooms today for an experience you deserve. Kemna Auto Center in Algona.
The Edward Jones pregame show continues live at the Unidome in Cedar Falls and on Hometown at Home Country Radio. I'm Tyler Lance, joined by Beanie Bodie for our Kemna Auto Center Keys to the Game, brought to you by Kemna's, an experience you deserve. Key number 1, Beanie was getting here safely. A very foggy morning, but plenty of Golden Bear fans and Woodbine fans making the drive here for this fog to get to the Unidome in Cedar Falls for this final game of the high school football season.
Well, let me tell you, it didn't slow anybody down on Highway 20. Traffic was cruising, and half the license plates had Kossuth County on them. So I'm sure the crowd is trickling in now, and it looks like it's going to be a big crowd on both sides, of course, championship game. But I think a lot of people had to choose. Are they going to go to the semifinals or are they going to go to the championship game? And if you lose in the semis, so I think we had a great crowd at the semis. I hope people can still get off work and come to the championship game.
Well, certainly, and we'll see how this crowd fills out as we're about 30 minutes away from kickoff between Bishop Garrigan and Woodbine. Woodbine making a long trek from the western part of the state. I'd have to imagine their team and probably a lot of their fans stayed over in a hotel last night. We know the Golden Bear team, they got up bright and early before the crack of dawn, got that pregame meal in, got on the bus, and trucked it over here to Cedar Falls. Well, Beanie, let's get into what happens in between the sidelines there on the field for our Chemna Auto Center keys to the game. I'm going to start things off with this. We are looking at a big-time matchup. Landon Bloom out wide for the Woodbine Tigers. Their excellent wide receiver, a 4-star prospect, multiple schools. We're talking about 12 or 13 different Division I schools. Power conferences have already offered him, so he's going to be a big part of the passing game. But when I watched Woodbine's last game against Gladbrook-Rhinebeck, I think you agreed with this. I don't think Bloom had enough touches in that game. He only caught 5 passes. I think Woodbine's going to try to force feed it to him a little bit more than this game, get him involved early. So what Garrigan does in the secondary to counter Bloom will be a big key to the game.
You're totally right, and I think they are going to try to target him more often. But he did have the quintessential winning touchdown of the game last week. He made such an incredible play. He was running a drag route across the end zone, and it was 4th and 15 at the end of the game, tie game. And I think he stole the ball from his other receiver because I don't think the ball was even thrown to him. But with his athletic ability, he jumped about 12 feet up in the air and just snagged the ball. So he is clearly a specimen. Understandably, he's getting all these offers from the next level. I mean, he's fast, he's tall, incredible athlete. But I think Garrigan has a plan to defend him. Coaches, of course, for Garrigan put a lot of time into designing these defenses. I think we're going to see a lot of different defensive looks that are going to try to confuse Woodbine in the secondary. And Garrigan does have some good athletes in the secondary. Michael Joyce just made an incredible catch in warm-ups in front of our eyes just now. I think he's going to have a big game on Landon Bloom. He might not be 6'4", but he's got incredible speed, and boy, he can get up off the floor if you've watched him dunk the basketball. And I think he's got the skills it takes to cover Landon Bloom. You never know what kind of game he's going to play or how people are going to do, but I got a lot of faith in Michael Joyce on the Landon Bloom coverage.
Well, Beanie, I go back to the opening game of the season for Bishop Garrigan when the Golden Bears took on Kingsley Pearson. And Kingsley Pearson had the 6'4" wide receiver, Easton Nissen. And guess who's matched up on him? Michael Joyce. Now, Nissen did win a couple of jump balls against Joyce, but Joyce also had an interception in that game. He has 5 picks so far this season. And this Garrigan secondary, so opportunistic. 23 picks this season, the most in the 8-man class. Now, this is a quarterback of Brody Pryor, who does not give the ball away a whole lot. Only 3 interceptions this year compared to 35 touchdowns. But just like we talked about against the Audubon Wheelers, turnovers could be such a big key to the game. Garrigan forced 5 of them against Audubon, and I really think if Woodbine wants to beat Bishop Garrigan, they're going to have to win the turnover battle and probably force at least 2 turnovers because, frankly, there have not been many, if any, teams who have stopped Garrigan in the second half of a game this season.
Yes, Garrigan has really been opportunistic on the turnovers. They've got the interceptions, like you mentioned. But they also have things like Weston Rosemeyer ripping the ball out of the ball carrier's hands last week and just creating a turnover for them. Those guys are really getting hungry on defense, and I think turnovers, as always, are a key to the game. They were, of course, last week in the semifinals. But if these teams are both going to try to throw the ball around, I think interceptions are going to be key tonight. Like, they're going to happen. Someone's going to get interceptions on either side of the team, and like Coach Wiley said in the pregame, what are you going to do after that kind of stuff happens, whether it's in your favor or against you, how you're going to respond to it. And we're looking at 2 quarterbacks with just the more experience than most high school quarterbacks are ever going to get. Woodbine, this guy's been playing for 4 years. Tate Furch has been starting for 3. So not only do these quarterbacks have the massive experience of success, they've got the experience of not throwing the ball when they shouldn't. And so that makes all these interceptions even more rare, I think, in this game. So, yeah, a couple big picks might be key.
Well, Beanie, as I'm watching this Woodbine team warm up and looking at their roster, I can see why they're so good at basketball because they've got a ton of height out there. We talked about the 6'4" wide receiver, Landon Bloom. They've also got a 6'5" wide receiver with Aiden Kanan, who's a sophomore for Woodbine and wears jersey number 1. So they've got a ton of height out wide, and then their linemen are really tall as well. You've got the 6'5" Lucas Olson on the defensive line, the 6'3" Jax Pryor also on the defensive line. Their offensive line includes a 6'5" Connor Murdoch at center as well as a 6'3" Jax Pryor. So this is a team that's got a lot of height, and specifically when it comes to the line, I'm watching how Garrigan handles that up front because these Garrigan offensive linemen, they're road graders. They get down low. They win the leverage game if you want to talk about it. But
yes,
it's going to be hard to get a clean shot on these Woodbine guys because not only are they tall, but they have long arms that can keep the O-linemen away from them and prevent them from getting a clean shot. So how that plays out down to the trenches could be very, very interesting today.
And those linemen have the height, and they've got their wingspan. They've got reach. So Garrigan, known for their running attack, they can open up some big holes. But if you've got a lineman with a huge wingspan, he can get an arm in that hole and slow people down and disrupt the running game. as well. Boy, but yeah, that height is incredible. Watching warm-ups right now, both these teams. You know, when you got the athletes, you got the athletes. You know, especially in small school sports, if you've got if you got that talent, you can get to places like this. And you know, when you got it, you got it. I wouldn't be surprised if these two teams see each other in the basketball playoffs at some point. You know, when you're loaded with talent, you're loaded with talent. And man, these guys, you know, rosters well over 30 people on each roster for an 8-player school, full of talent. Both teams have tons of depth, but Garrigan's depth on the offensive and defensive fronts played out well against Audubon, who had the same depth. I think that's also going to play out well. I look to the Bishop Garrigan running game to be what really carries them to the finish line this game.
Yeah, the running game was a key last week, as it's really always been throughout the season for Bishop Garrigan. You look at the rushing totals, 51 carries for 209 yards last week, a 4.1 yard per carry average. It wasn't your normal game necessarily for Garrigan when they're ripping off 8 yards per carry and gashing for big plays, but it was just a constant punch after punch that really ground Audubon down and let Garrigan win that game in the second half. So I like that point there that the run game is going to be a similar factor today. The other thing I got to mention as well, you look at how similar these two teams are as far as the journey they went on. And I referenced this a bit earlier, but you look back a few years for Garrigan, first 2 years playing 8-man, they only won 3 games. Then all of a sudden, it's a surprising state championship win in year 3. Last year, it was a state championship caliber team that lost to just a team in Remsen St. Mary's that was one play better. This year, Garrigan once again is on the doorstep of a state title. You look at the things for Woodbine, they went on almost a similar sequence to Garrigan. They had back-to-back 3-win seasons, the same years that Garrigan was winning 3 games. Then they improved to 5-4 in 2023, and then they went 8-2 last year. So for them, it wasn't quite the rapid jump to a state championship team, but it's just, you look back a few years ago, they were winning 3 games too, and all of a sudden they're playing Garrigan here in the state title game. So it is fascinating to see how quickly these two programs have gone from mediocre records to the Unidome.
Yeah, it's kind of a fever of football in certain areas. You know, last couple of years, the Algona Bulldogs, the Bishop Garrigan, Emmitsburg, Clear Lake, like everyone on Highway 18, West Hancock, of course, always dominant. Like, you just get this football area, and you look at the state of Iowa. Down in that Woodbine area, you've got, like, Audubon's within the vicinity. There's a lot of good football schools in that area. And I think, you know, these young kids, they all know each other. The social media thing has an impact in the sports world, too. And once everyone starts talking football and getting good at football, it seems to be a groundswell. And then you end up at places like this. You know, there's kind of a dearth in some places in the state where kind of it's a popular term right now to say things like sports deserts, where there's never any titles coming out of that area. Well, both these teams are in an area where sports are kind of a hot topic.
That's a look at our Chemna Auto Center keys to the game, brought to you by Chemna's, an experience you deserve. We'll take another timeout and come back to the Unidome with more of your Edward Jones pregame show coming up next on KLGA and KLGZ.
What you feed your animals makes a difference. Hi, this is Philip Dietrich from the Algona Feed Store. We are driven to provide you with products and answers that will improve the health and well-being of your animals. We proudly offer products from Hubbard Feeds, so whether you produce meat, milk, and eggs, or just want to give your family pet the proper nutrition it deserves, you can count on the very best with the Algona Feed Store. Visit our location at 525 South Phillips Street and see the difference proper nutrition can make.
Get ready for a powerful outdoor experience with products from Tom Eisen Sales. They stock and service still products and Toro mowers and snow blowers. Hitch up and go with their awesome selection of trailers. They carry a variety of trailers to fit your needs, like flatbed, enclosed, utility, gooseneck, and more. Turn pro in your own backyard with a Green Mountain pellet grill. Whatever the job, get it done like a pro with products from Tom Eisen Sales. Your store in the country, Highway 18, just west of Algona.
At Grassmasters, we believe the secret to a successful season is hard work and dedication, the same qualities that make up a winning team. Preparation, perseverance, and teamwork have enabled us to rise above the competition and bring you a championship team. So as this year kicks off, we at Grassmasters would like to wish all of the local athletes the very best and a successful season on and off the field. Grassmasters, growing satisfied customers.
And we are back at the Uni Dome in Cedar Falls. I'm Tyler Lance alongside Beanie Bodie for your Edward Jones pregame show on KLGA and KLGZ. As right now, we get to our Grassmasters Field Condition Report, brought to you by Grassmasters, the area's premier lawn care and tree care provider. Beanie, we talked plenty about the turf last week, but I actually want to talk about the lighting here inside of the Uni Dome because, of course, it is a dome stadium. We're playing inside, but at the top of this Uni Dome, there's a part of the ceiling that's lighter in color, so it lets in some natural light. And on a day where it's very bright outside, you can kind of see that coming in from the dome, but outside, it's very dreary today, so not as much natural light coming in. And you think about that just in terms of the punt returners looking up into the ceiling, the receivers looking up into the ceiling when they're catching a pass. That's the kind of thing that you're not dealing with, obviously, in the regular season playing in an outdoor stadium, but you have to adjust to here when you play inside the Uni Dome.
Well, that's true, but if we were outdoors, I think it would all be obvious that it's only 9:15 in the morning. Because of the artificial lighting in here, I think these players can maybe mess with their circadian clocks here and get into the rhythm of a football game, because once it all starts, this interior atmosphere, it makes you forget that it's only 9:30 in the morning. I mean, it does feel strange to get up at 6 a.m. and get in the car to go to a football game. Football can happen in the morning, but these kids forgot about it last week when they played at 10. And I think it'll be the same as true today. Along with the field conditions, of course, the turf is there. Both these teams now have one game this year under their belts on this turf, and that makes a big difference. I think last week the Bears were used to the turf because they've been here before. The last 2 years they've been on this turf, and I don't think Audubon was as used to it as the Bears, and I think that played a little bit into the game as far as the running attack and some of those turnovers. The Bears are used to this, and so is Woodbine, of course. In fact, we're used to it too. Like when we first look at this field, since the 40-yard line is midfield, sometimes it takes a little bit for our eyes to adjust to it, especially when Garrigan went from 11-player to 8-player. It took me a while to get used to this 80-yard field, but now a few years under our belt, now I can look at it, and it just looks like a regular football field to me, even here in the Unidome.
And I made the comment last week, too, of the way the field's laid out format-wise. It's similar to how they mark up the field in Fort Dodge when St. Edmund's playing there, so that helps us get used to it as well. But if you look down to our left, that's where there's a purple UNI Panther end zone, and the yard lines there are correct, 10, 20, 30. That's accurate for us. But once you get to the 40, that's when we start to have some little eye tricks, because the 50-yard line here at the UNI field is actually the 30-yard line in the 8-man game, and the 20-yard line on the right side is actually the 40-yard line for UNI. So, that way is kind of how they have the field marked. So you've got to look at the side there, those yard markings, and then between the 20 and 10-yard line, that's where they have a bunch of yellow tape to mark the end zone down on the right side. So to our left, the yard lines are normal, but once you get to the right, past that 40-yard line, that's when you start to count down 30, 20, 10, even though you're looking at a field that has the 11-man and college markings on it.
Yes, and then since the sidelines are just marked in tape, that does play into a game once in a while, because a receiver might accidentally run out of bounds, and of course they can't be the first one to touch the ball once they come back in, and we saw that happen last week in the semifinals game. A player went out of bounds. I don't think he realized he was out of bounds, came back in and caught a pass, and the officials quick said, hey, no, you can't do that. You stepped out of bounds. Of course, on the regular home field, the sideline would be very clearly marked with a big white line. So it takes some adjustment, but like I said, both these teams are used to it. Heck, the fans are used to it, both sides, as they know where to sit now when they come to the Dome.
Yeah, it's fortunate for Garrigan. They've got the same seating assignment, #1 seeds. That means they sit on the near side right beneath us here in the press box. Should be some great natural sound if Bishop Garrigan scores any touchdowns. Woodbine's going to be across from us. They're the #2 seed, and that's the way it's been all season, Beanie. Sometimes you get these surprising state championship matchups. You look back to 2023, I don't think anyone would have said, oh, Garrigan's going to go in there and win a state championship, but they did. This year, not so much of a surprise. Bishop Garrigan was ranked #1. Woodbine was ranked #2, and that's the way it stayed throughout the season. Woodbine really did not play a close game until the semifinal round last week. Even if you look at their postseason this year, Woodbine, they really got some blowout wins, 78-6 in the first round over Exira Elkhorn Kimballton. They beat Southeast Warren 68-0, then beat Fremont Mills 50-12 in the quarterfinal before that 38-30 win over Gladbrook Rhinebeck. So much like Bishop Garrigan, Woodbine really hadn't played a whole lot of close games prior to entering the Uni Dome, and like we said, it's kind of force on force, unstoppable force, immovable object type of game. These two teams have been two of the favorites all throughout the season.
Yes, and these guys are loving it, because I can't speak for Woodbine, but I know that the Garrigan kids, they never got to play a full football game. Once they got up by 30 points or so, usually the second team would come in and not lose much there, because Garrigan's got a lot of depth. So a lot of these starters they've been loving these playoff games. Like, they've been waiting for this competition. They love the excitement. Tate Furch, the quarterback, is a gamer. He wants the level of competition. He thrives in these exciting games, and they're loving it. They love to play the whole 4 quarters, and they look at this as their season.
That's absolutely right, Beanie. And this is where I like to give credit to the practice squad guys, the guys running that scout team. It's good that Bishop Garrigan has 30-plus guys on the team because even in blowouts, the starters don't have to play the whole game. They're a little fresher going to the Unidome. That's how you get Marceau with games of 29 carries, and he's still feeling good by carry number 29 against Audubon because, you know, in the regular season, I mean, he might get 10 carries in a game, and then it's a running clock, and Bishop Garrigan is off and running. But, again, to those depth guys, you know, the guys running the scout team, they get to play in the second half of these games, get that varsity experience, and then each week they've got a new team, a new game plan to try to simulate. And I'm sure it was maybe a load to try to simulate Landon Bloom this week, but those scout team guys just deserve so much credit for Bishop Garrigan this year.
They do. Garrigan has that luxury. They can go to those scout team guys and say, all right, the team we're playing this weekend has this kind of running back, this kind of receiver, and they usually have guys on the bench that can fulfill that role on scout team all week. That's a huge advantage in 8-player football. But yeah, I don't know that they have anyone that can replicate Landon Bloom on the other side of the ball. So that will be interesting. And Garrigan has stayed healthy all year. You know, I credit a lot to the offseason program, Tim Berkey, the trainer, and everybody involved in that program, hitting the weight room and hitting the running. You know, they've been able to stay healthy, save for, unfortunately, Kyle Borman, the senior. There's 7 seniors down to 6 because Kyle Borman, he suited up down there, but he blew out his ACL about midway through the season, and it's sad. I mean, Garrigan would have even more depth with that guy. He's got incredible speed as well. But hopefully we'll see him back for the track season. But other than Kyle, everyone came back from their little nicks and bruises, and I think Garrigan's pretty much full strength here. And that's another thing that's very important going into these playoffs.
Yeah, as close as you can be at this point in the season. Of course, Tyson Troyer and Mad Miller both mistimed earlier in the year, but they're back in the starting lineup. They're back playing a full snap count, and Bishop Garrigan is about as close as you can be at full strength heading into the 13th game of the season. Well, that'll wind things down for our field conditions report, brought to you by Grassmasters, the area's premier lawn care and tree care provider. More of your Edward Jones pregame show coming up next on KLGA and KLGZ.
With fall starting, so is seasonal allergies. This is Dr. John C. Kortenberg at Eyes on Thorrington. Do your eyes itch? Are they irritated or watering? If you answered yes to any of those questions, you may benefit from a prescription for your ocular allergies. Why not feel better today? Call to schedule an appointment at Eyes on Thorrington at 395-EYES. That's 395-3937.
Living in Iowa sure means we rely on our furnaces and air conditioners to keep us comfortable all year round. That's why Algona Plumbing and Heating is proud to be your local trusted Armstrong dealer. They're committed to bringing you the highest quality products in heating and cooling, and it doesn't get any better than Armstrong furnaces and air conditioners. For all your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, give them a call at 295-5240 or stop by their Dodge Street location. Live comfortably with Algona Plumbing and Heating.
Home Country Radio presents Golden Bear Football. Brought to you by Iowa State Bank, Northwest Iowa Phone, Joint and Sports Surgeons, Security State Bank, Murphy Farm Services, and the many hometown and home country sports club members you'll hear throughout the game. Now we go live to Home Country Radio Sports Director Tyler Lance with the call.
Winding things down for your Edward Jones pregame show. We're just under 15 minutes away from kickoff between the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears and Woodbine Tigers. Of course, it's really more like a 9:36 kickoff time, Beanie. Like we don't normally deal with in the regular season, of course, in the early part of the playoffs. You've got some TV time to deal with today, so we've got a little extra time here on the pregame show. But again, a nice Garrigan crowd's filing in. We've seen some football alumni stop by here, and they're getting ready to see their team play. Some guys who played in the previous state championship game for Garrigan. It's kind of like a reunion once you get here to the Unidome.
For sure. I love sitting up here in the broadcasting perch because, number one, I get to watch the game without any distractions. And two, you get to see all these people you haven't seen for a long time. I get to see all these people filing in through the exits. I see a lot of former students, 20 years of teaching at the school. I know a lot of these kids, and it's fun to see them all grown up. A lot of them are losing their hair, Tyler. You can see that from this broadcast perch up here. You see the chrome domes down there really well. But it's so great to see all these people coming in, and I hope a lot of people are listening to us back in Algona. Thanks for listening to us, especially if you're at work. If you're putting in the 9 to 5, your day just started, and not usually you get to start off with a football game. So thanks so much for listening and part of the big Bishop Garrigan community and all the Algona community. Pretty fun to be able to do this. Not many schools get to be playing football in mid-November in Iowa.
Yeah, that's an exciting thing. 3 years in a row. They made it look easy at times this year, but it really is not easy to get back to the Unidome. We talked about health. I mean, you're one key injury, one bad break away from this all coming to an end, as some teams learned the hard way this season. But I use the word focus a lot to talk about this Bishop Garrigan team because they seem to put the same product out on the field week after week. The guys are focused. I talked about this a lot last week, too. They didn't have that one slip-up that can kill you, and that's why they're 12-0 so far this season, and they've won 12 games in very convincing fashion. Obviously, the past two have been a little bit closer with tight games at halftime where Garrigan opened it up in the second half, but this has been a team that's been on a mission. They're focused, they're locked in, and I don't think they've ever lost sight of the main goal.
No, and you know, this might be a characteristic of just the modern student athlete, is that they are so clued into the sports scene. They have watched so much film, they've been to so many events. They don't seem to be as nerve-wracked as maybe the athletes. I mean, Tyler, you're so much younger than me, but believe it or not, I only had 3 channels growing up, and if there was a high school football game on television, it meant it was the state championship, and like it was such a big deal. And then when you found yourself in a situation like that, like the nerves were incredible. But as I talked to some of the kids yesterday at the pep rally, like they didn't seem nervous at all. They said they might get a little nervous on the bus ride down, but they just seem more like they're just doing what they do. Like they actually don't get nervous as much as excited for this moments. And I think that's just maybe a characteristic of the modern kid, because I tell you what, I would be just sweating bullets down there in the locker room right now, but I don't think any of these kids are. I think they just, as you watch the big screen here, they love it. They love this being on the screen. They like the attention. They like the excitement. So it's like Coach Wiley said in his interview, it's a big celebration. Like, enjoy it. You got down here. And, of course, it would be great to win the game. But just all the pageantry as everyone starts to file up to the field. They give out awards, the cheerleaders, everybody down here from the community. Everyone's got their T-shirts. I mean, thank goodness for the T-shirts. We're keeping the Iowa T-shirt economy going with these playoff runs. It's just a big, great, fun event.
No doubt about that, Beanie, and do your job is something the coaches like to say a lot, and it's really a business trip. You get used to, this is what we need to do to get into routine. We've been to the Unidome before, so we know what the Unidome morning game routine is like, so that's a big part of the experience, too, is that these guys have done it before, and they know what it's like to play in a state championship game and get ready for it both mentally and physically. Well, let's talk a bit more about Woodbine, Beanie, because unfortunately Coach Pryor, or Coach Cook that is, we didn't hear back from him this week, so didn't get to do our pregame interview that we like to do normally, but you and I both watched that semifinal game when Woodbine took on Gladbrook-Rhinebeck, and there was a lot of takeaway from that game. I think one of the underlooked players on this Woodbine offense is Micah Moores, their junior running back. We talk a lot about Bloom, that stellar wide receiver. We talk about their 4-year starting quarterback, Brody Pryor, but Moores was a really elusive running back. Garrigan is going to have to devote a lot of attention to getting him on the ground, especially because you're already probably double covering Bloom, so that takes a guy away from the box. Then you've got a very slippery runner who's also 200 pounds like Micah Moores. You can see why this Woodbine offense is so balanced.
Yes, their running back, Michael Morris, well, if you're a Garrigan fan and have been watching us all year, he's Ethan Marceau. He runs hard. He is very tough to bring down. Garrigan's going to have to gang tackle that guy, and that's what makes him so balanced. As soon as you start keying on him at the running position, then they can open up their passing game to Landon Bloom, and that makes them just a multi-pronged offense. Very similar to Garrigan. They can do the same thing, and so that is going to be a challenge. You know, you get into these championship games, you never know how they're going to go, and as soon as it's over, everyone starts asking, wow, well, that was interesting, or wasn't that a great play? You never know what's going to happen during the game. But one thing that I can speak for Garrigan that they have is all those boys that are out there on the field, whether they're on the bench or on the field, they really don't get shaken. Like, when people make mistakes, they don't get after each other. When something good happens, they don't get too up. And when something bad happens, they don't get too low. And they really do play for each other. Been around these kids now for years. Like Ethan Marceau, just a fantastic leader by example, and Tate Furch, all these guys. I could name them all, but all of them have the same thing in common, in that they really play for each other and they really want to be good as a team. Of course, they all want to play, and not everyone can play at the same time. But man, do they support each other, whether they're on the sidelines. And we saw that in the season. When the starters would come out, they got so excited when those backups would do something great. Like, they really are a team that you have to get here. You got to have that camaraderie. You've got to have that unity. They had it 2 years ago when they won the state championship. They had it last year but fell short. But that unity that brings Garrigan to this pinnacle is still there more than ever. They've got it. Does Woodbine have that? I don't know. We only saw them play one game, and in that game that they played against Gladbrook-Rhinebeck, you know, I put a lot on body language. And then when Gladbrook-Rhinebeck was up a couple scores, or when Gladbrook-Rhinebeck was doing the big comeback, you saw some of the Woodbine guys kind of show the body language like there are some chinks in the armor. And maybe Garrigan can expose some of those chinks in the armor. I don't know what their team unity is like, but sometimes those kind of nothing to do with the speed, the size, all the stuff that us announcers talk about. There's always something that comes out in these title games that you didn't see. And sometimes that's more of a spirit, more of a team unity type of thing, and we'll see how that plays out as well. That's a whole nother side of the game than the stats.
There's a saying in any sport, never let them see you sweat. And I think that's something that Woodbine's got to focus on a bit, because I agree with you. There were some body language tells for Woodbine when Gladbrook-Rhinebeck was down 30-14, and all of a sudden they rallied back to tie it at 30. Bishop Garrigan's a team that's going to smell blood in the water if you've got bad body language or you're slumping a little bit after the opposing team scores a touchdown. So I do think Woodbine will probably look to tighten that up a little bit here against Bishop Garrigan today. But you get to the state championship game, we're nitpicking, folks, obviously, because, you could talk about some big weaknesses for some teams that Garrigan faces. Woodbine's a team, they don't really have a whole lot of weaknesses, so you're looking towards the minute details, and that's exactly what the coaches are doing on film as well. You're looking for just the smallest details you can exploit, because when you've got an 11-0 team that's number 2 ranked against a 12-0 team that's number 1 ranked, there's not going to be many glaring weaknesses out there on the field.
That's right, and Garrigan will find it, especially those offensive linemen for Garrigan. They're good and they're experienced. They will come out in the team huddle and say, hey, this player number X for them, we can get him, and then they will go after him. That offensive line for Garrigan is very good at finding the weak spots and exploiting it.
Well, Beanie, the other thing that Woodbine does that could make things very tough today for Bishop Garrigan, we talked about Micah Moores, their excellent running back. We talked about Landon Bloom, their great wide receiver. It's the fact that they can do both. They can get big, they can play inside the box football with Moores running up the middle and breaking tackles, but they can also spread you out wide. They can do 4 wide receiver sets. If you want to double cover Landon Bloom, they'll put 3 other wide receivers on the field. Someone like Aiden Kanan, their tight end Brenner Sullivan can go out wide. Dylan Reed's another good wide receiver. Micah Morris catches a lot of passes out of the backfield, so they really have 5 different guys who are legitimate receiving threats. So if Garrigan starts devoting a ton of attention to Bloom, Woodbine could spread out the entire field, say, we're going empty formation, all wide receivers, and we dare you to leave these other guys in one-on-one coverage.
Yeah, that is going to be a fantastic thing for us to track. We'll try to keep the listeners in tune, but Garrigan will sometimes go one-on-one coverage with these guys, which puts a lot of pressure. But we'll see a lot of zone coverage tonight when Garrigan's going to drop 5 guys back into zone coverage when they think it's a passing down, and 5 guys in their zone are going to have to try to cover everyone. That'll be really interesting matchups, but again, that's the kind of thing that leads interception, to have Tate Furch having the most interceptions in the state in any classes, and Michael Joyce to have a bunch himself. And teams are coming out. They just played a big video on the big screen, a big highlight video of both teams with the music. Boy, if that doesn't get these crowds pumped up, well done video there. As here the Bears take the field here at Sheriff Field and at UNI. It's going to be a pumped up team on both sides.
Yeah, Woodbine entering the field out of that garage from across the way from us. Woodbine's uniforms actually look a lot like Bishop Garrigan's road uniforms. Black jersey pants, white jersey tops with the black numerals front and back. Woodbine has a black helmet with a black W on it that's outlined in orange, and they've got the black trim along the sleeves of the jerseys. Bishop Garrigan going with the all-black uniforms, the gold numerals front and back, and the black helmet with the BG and cross logo intertwined. As Garrigan entered right down beneath us, that roar of the crowd you just heard, that crowd pop. We are right on top of the Garrigan crowd here at the Unidome, as they're excited to see their Golden Bears come out of that near side tunnel, getting ready to take on the Woodbine Tigers. That will wind things down for our pregame show. We'll take another timeout. Kickoff is coming up next. The Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears and the Woodbine Tigers playing for it all here at the Unidome on KLGA and KLGZ.
High school sports on Hometown Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports boosters.
Greg Penny and Company, certified public accountants, where everyone counts.
Albert Electric, flip the switch to Neil Albert Electric.
Dump It, Kasuth County's local and reliable waste service provider for commercial and residential customers in our area.
Glenn's Green Thumb, paint your outdoor space with inspiration from Glenn's Green Thumb, North Main Street, Algona.
Weichert Realtors, the 515 Agency, a fresh approach to real estate.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country, carrying steel and Toro products and Green Mountain pellet grills.
All sponsors of this broadcast.
Thank you to these sports boosters bringing you this game on Hometown Home Country Radio.
J&J Custom Meats located in Whittemore, continuing the tradition.
West Bend Ford, meeting your service, new car sales, and used car sales needs.
Tangle Salon for all your cuts, colors, hair extensions, and massage therapy needs.
Fairway Meat and Grocery. Everything's easier, fresher, and faster with Algona Fairway.
Lusher Family Dentistry, serving your family since 1965 on Call Street in Algona.
Ulrich Construction, let them do the work.
Trend Salon, your complete family hair salon. It's all about you.
Bringing you this game on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Mike, it's time for one final hype intro for Bishop Garrigan's state title run.
Okay, but we have to make it quick before Bernie.
Before Bernie what?
Bernie!
You guys went over my head to do another hype intro, and now I have no choice but to suspend you from doing hype intros for the remainder of 2025.
But Bernie...
No buts!
But Tyler, if we can't do the hype intro for Garrigan, who will?
Hello, one and all. Welcome to the Bishop Garrigan hype intro. And there's another handoff to Marceau. Garrigan is here to win today. What do you know? Another handoff. The question is, will they?
Beat it, Brian. Nobody wants to hear that. They want to hear this. All season long, they played with one purpose.
Furch fakes the cleanse, rolls right, he's going to run it. Furch to the 5, Furch will go in! It's a touchdown!
Dreaming of this moment.
Furch is rolling, Furch is looking, reversing field, he's got a man open! It's Madden Miller! Touchdown Tate Furch to Madden Miller!
Now, under the bright lights of the Unidome, Bishop Garrigan is ready to take it back.
And Furch takes a knee one final time. The Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears are heading back to the state championship game. After a heartbreaking semifinal loss last year, it's a different story this season. Ethan Marceau firing up the crowd down beneath us, and it's over. 60-36 is your final score.
And now, live on KLGA and KLGZ, it's time for Bishop Garrigan State Football.
I bet you folks didn't expect that. Al Luke for the big voiceover here on the hype intro as Bishop Garrigan gets ready to take on Woodbine. Well, Beanie, if you weren't ready for the game yet, now you're ready.
You got the legend Al Luke to get on the football hype broadcast. That's fantastic, Tyler. Yeah, well done. Thanks to all those at KLGA, and thanks for letting me be on board here, Tyler. The best thing about it, I haven't paid admission for one of these football games.
That's the number one reason to be on this broadcast, Beanie. We get you in everywhere for free. As we get ready for today's game, it's time for the Algona Plumbing and Heating game time temperature. As you know, it's kind of a dreary day outside, 45 degrees, but not a problem here inside the dome. About 20 degrees warmer in here, Beanie. What do you say, about 65, give or take?
Oh, yeah, it's a beautiful 65 in here. That's my my thermometer at work. But, you know, Tyler, the big bonus of coming to these football games is typically there's an inch of snow out there, and sometimes it's 20 degrees or colder on these Unidome games. We could be playing this outside, but I don't think they'd even want to. In fact, Garrigan, they didn't practice outside last night. They just did kind of a walkthrough in the gym. They pumped in some crowd noise into the gym to get used to that. You know, they're trying to think of every possible detail they could cover. Hopefully that plays off well. And it's basketball season already, so some of these guys are missing basketball practice that was going on in the other gym.
Yeah, hopefully Amari Thomas and the rest of the Golden Bear basketball players are holding it down until all the football players who also play basketball are able to return, as right now they're doing our Eyes on Forrington coin toss at the 8-man midfield of the 40-yard line. Again, Bishop Garrigan wearing the black uniforms today, Woodbine in the right, as both crowds are getting fired up here. Big Garrigan crowd down beneath us wearing black and gold. The Woodbine crowd across from us mostly wearing black with a little bit of orange as well, as we get ready for the opening kickoff of today's game.
Oh, they're getting pumped. Ethan Marceau heads out of the captain's coin toss. He's getting his teammate pumped up. He headbutts Nathan Lear. Gives him a headbutt. Nathan Lear is one of those linemen. Is going to be key tonight. It's always good to see those running backs give a pump up and give a credit to those linemen before the game, knowing that Nate Lear's blocking is going to pay off for Ethan Marceau's big runs.
Woodbine has won the opening coin toss, and the Tigers defer their choice to the second half, so we'll see the Bishop Garrigan offense that's averaging over 57 points per game on the field first. The Golden Bears are the number 4 ranked scoring offense in the 8-player class, going up against the number 1 ranked Woodbine defense, only allowing 8.5 points per game. Kicking things off for Woodbine, it'll be number 22, Brenner Sullivan, their senior tight end and kicker. As actually they're going to now run in late another player, Aiden Kanan. He and Sullivan share kickoff duties, and the 6'5" Kanan will now kick things away as Michael Joyce is back deep to receive, standing inside the 5-yard line, down to our right for Bishop Garrigan. Crowd is just starting to rise down beneath us. The anticipation crackling through the air here at the Unidome as there's one final chapter left in this high school football season. The 8-man championship is on the line as Kanan will kick it away and get us underway tonight. Joyce, 2 return touchdowns this year. Not a lot of chances to receive as he's back deep right now. Kanan boots it away, and this is returnable. Far side of the field, Joyce fields at the 5-yard line, stays in bounds, tiptoes the sideline across the 20, and he stepped out of bounds along the 25. Had a chance for a big return there, but he tried to tiptoe that yellow tape, and they'll mark him out actually back at the 20-yard line.
That was a fantastic kick. A lot of teams try to do that. It doesn't work out. He tried to kick that ball to the very corner of the field, so Joyce had to go all the way to the sideline to get it. Joyce had to tiptoe the sidelines to keep it in, but it would have landed in bounds. That was a great kick.
Here comes quarterback Tate Furch and the Bishop Garrigan offense. Furch, 63 career touchdown passes, only 4 picks, and he's completing 66.6% of his passes this season. Starts off on the shotgun and gives to Marceau. Marceau probing, trying to drive the legs forward, and he runs into a brick wall. Met at the line of scrimmage as the tackle is made by Joe Friend. Maybe got 1 yard on that play out to the 21.
So the Woodbine defensive ends did a nice job of corralling Marceau, but they brought up their defensive back and put him on the outside of the line, just like another defensive end, knowing that Garrigan wasn't going to pass on that first one, and he's the one that ended up coming in close and making that tackle.
Coach Wadley in the pregame really highlighted the Woodbine linebacker play as a key to their defense. Shotgun formation again as Joyce motions out of the slot. It's a read. Joyce takes it. He's got a crease to the 25. He twists his way forward out to about the 28-yard line, 2 yards shy of the line to gain. A good tackle the whole that time for Woodbine, though, by Cal Pryor, preventing a big play.
You know, it's really fun in these end-of-season playoff games, championship games, to see how the speed is neutralized, because when you get to this point, everybody's fast. And you can see Joyce, even with his elite speed, is not going to get out too often.
I formation for Bishop Garrigan, 3rd down and 1. Furch sneaks it off the right side, churning the legs forward. He got it, not by much, but he got it. He picked up 2, moving the ball across the 30-yard line.
Great blocking up front as always. That is Caden Graves, the center for Bishop Garrigan. He usually gives up some poundage to the guys across from him because he's not the biggest lineman in the world, but he hits low and he hits hard.
Yeah, he's going up against the 6'3", 260-pound senior Jax Pryor, who's gotten some college looks as well for this Woodbine Tiger defensive line. Furch back in the shotgun. Marceau on his right hip. Marceau fakes right, now runs to the left, runs in the back of Matt Miller, and crawls his way forward for 1 yard. Not much doing there as Woodbine gummed that up at the line of scrimmage. Tackle made by Lucas Olson.
Garrigan usually has such smooth motion in the backfield, but that time Madden Miller was the pulling tight end. He came across the line from right to left, clear from the right side, and he didn't quite get there in time for Marceau, and they kind of had a little bump in the backfield.
2nd down and 9 for Bishop Garrigan. Ball's at their own 31-yard line as we are underway here in the first quarter. 10 minutes on the clock. Furch from the shotgun, runs right side, gets a block by Marceau. He is bumped. He tumbles forward out to the 35. Furch picks up 4 yards, but some good job with the end play by Woodbine, sort of running Marceau into the quarterback Furch and causing him to stumble a bit there.
Tyler, you're seeing what you predicted. Their length on the defensive line is already having an effect. Watching the linemen, the Garrigan offensive linemen are great at coming out and getting the push, but these lengthy linemen with their wingspans are really getting the hands on the linemen and moving the offensive linemen where they want them.
Yeah, Garrigan has really not been able to dislodge that defensive line the same way they normally do as the ball's on the right side hash. One receiver out to the right, that's Joyce as he comes in motion. Furch fakes it, he keeps it. Big hole across the 40, dives forward, and it depends on the spot. They're going to give it to him. Furch picked up the yardage he needed, a 5-yard carry on 3rd down and 5.
Well, I love the little wrinkle in that play. The jet sweep motion, Joyce is coming across, but we don't always see the fake out of that. Great read by Furch, what we expect over 3 years of starting quarterback. Nice play, good blocking, but good speed by those defensive backs. That often goes for a touchdown, but defensive backs close that gap.
Brenner Sullivan making the tackle for Woodbine. There have been some holes, but they've closed fast. That's a great point you just made, Beanie, as Furch runs right side this time, gets blocked by Joyce, but coming off the block to make the tackle is Joe Friend. Boy, he disengaged from Joyce quickly, and he drops Furch for no gain.
Boy, Joe Friend made the very first tackle of the game on Ethan Marceau, and he just kind of announced himself as a good tackler. He is fantastic. He gets to the ball fast, and he hits with some authority. He's going to be, boy, this is everyone's going home sore from this game, let's just say.
Bishop Garrigan is across midfield. The ball's at the 39-yard line. 2nd down and 10. I formation. Furch is going to sneak it. He burrows his way forward, driving the legs and pumping the Pistons past the 35, down to the 33-yard line. How about a 6-yard chunk on a quarterback sneak to set up 3rd down and 4?
Boy, how about Carter Schwab announcing his presence? He's a guy that's going to play some football in the future somewhere. He just did the old-fashioned, I guess, is it old-fashioned to say tush push at this point? He just kept that pile moving. Carter Schwab using those legs to churn that pile forward.
Ball's on the right side hash again. 2 tight ends with McGregor in the backfield. Marshall's out on the wing for Bishop Garrigan. Extended handoff to McGregor. He's got a hole across the 30, and he's through to the 20, 15-10. There goes C.J. McGregor. Touchdown, Bishop Garrigan. What a cut in the open field as he gashes them for a big touchdown run, and Garrigan strikes first.
C.J. McGregor, the sophomore, doing what he does. Boy, that is coaching. At the beginning of the season, he might have cut the wrong way or not read the blocks, but he's always been just such an elusive runner. Just a beautiful cut. He cuts from left to right behind his blocker, off to the races. Boy, he is a good one. He's going to be fun to watch in the future as well.
And he got some great blocking in front of him to move the linebacker Brenner Sullivan out of the play. So McGregor caps the drive for the touchdown. 2-point conversion. Furch is booting out to the right, but he rolls right into pressure, and Friend drops him in the backfield. Garrigan was trying a little play fake there and roll to the right, but Friend Beanie read that the whole way and crushed Furch for a sack on that 2-point try.
Well, Joe Friend is functioning as what we call in the Garrigan system in the days of yore, the monster back. He is going out there in the flat and is just as a heat-seeking missile. He's going wherever the ball goes, and Furch had no chance. Friend was all over him. He's been the player of the game so far for Woodbine.
Well, Bishop Garrigan, they strike first on a 33-yard touchdown run by C.J. McGregor and take a 6-0 lead here on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
High school sports on Hometown Home Country Radio, brought to you by these sports boosters.
Farmers State Bank, a strong history, a bright future.
Iowa Lakes Community College, your community, your college.
PMC Advantage Insurance Services. Having the advantage makes all the difference.
Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons, proud to serve area athletes.
Hy-Vee, use the Fuel Saver card. Fill your cart, fuel your car.
Farm Bureau Financial Agents Dave Beisch and Daniel Foth.
American Glass, for all your glass needs, think American.
Sponsoring this broadcast on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Ethan Marshall to kick off the football as he's into it, and he slips it towards the right side. Ball bounces away from everyone, rolling towards the boundary, and it'll trickle out of bounds. Boy, that was a dangerous play. Cal Pryor for Woodbine was letting that ball go, and if that ball doesn't get out of bounds, Garrigan recovers that and steals the possession, but it just hopped out of bounds at the last minute.
Yes, and I think Garrigan had people there. I think they were just waiting to see who was going to get. I like the decision by Garrigan to squib kick it, keep the ball out of the hands of the elite returners, but it didn't work out there as it goes out of bounds there. Unfortunately, Woodbine will get the ball with great field position here. Tyler, let's go back to that touchdown. That was exciting. I love it when Garrigan does the I formation, has Ethan Marshall as a lead blocker. I think that's going to be key the rest of the game. Ethan Marshall, of course, tons of touchdowns. Fun to watch him run the ball. But as a sophomore, he was in the state championship game making huge holes, and that's what he did just there for C.J. McGregor.
Yeah, Ethan Marshall was the starting fullback prior to this season. This year moved to tailback. Woodbine will start in a pistol formation from the 25-yard line as Pryor takes the snap. He'll fake to Moore's back to throw. Pressure off the edge by Schwab. Pryor's going to pull it down. He's to the 25-30 and pushed along the boundary by Joyce. Solid pickup by Pryor. They will give him about 10 yards, and they'll give him the spot. First down Woodbine on the 10-yard carry.
I did not see Pryor run the ball very much in the semifinal game they played against Gladbrook-Rhinebeck, but boy, he got out in the flats there, and he turned on the jets. Fastest guy for Garrigan, Michael Joyce, had to run him down. Pryor's got good speed as well. So, boy, these skills players for Woodbine, boy, they have taken them to the state title game.
Yeah, Pryor's only carried the ball 46 times this season, but he scored 14 touchdowns in those 46 carries, averaging nearly 15 yards per carry. McGregor showing blitz off the edge, but he falls down. Moore trying to get around the end. Moore is driving across the 40-yard line, churning the legs and picking up an 8-yard gain. Garrigan is showing blitz from the secondary there, but C.J. McGregor slipped a little bit, and they never really quite got aligned defensively.
And the defensive coach had it dialed up. I think they knew the play was going there, and C.J. was going right to that gap. But like you said, he slipped, and he hustles off the field right now as Garrigan makes subs. And Michael Joyce just leveled the official. They're going to call timeout. Garrigan defense was scrambling, and Joyce was trying to get into position. He didn't see the official there and just ran over the official. That's not going to gather you any good feelings from the officials.
No, it is not, although it works as a nice little delay because Woodbine was trying to go tempo there and quick snap it on Garrigan. Pistol formation again, back to throws Pryor, zips it right side, and he has Bloom across the 30, and an ankle tackle by Furch. Good open field stop there, but Bloom moves the chains into Garrigan territory to the 27-yard line.
They're working fast, and that dink and dunk is going to be there because Garrigan is playing that 5-person zone, and they are deep off the ball. So Woodbine has these short passes, no problem if they want to pick their way down the field.
3 receiver formation with Wagner wide to the left, swing past Moores in the flat, hanging on for dear life is Madden Miller as Moores twists 360 2 times across the 25-yard line. He picks up 3 down to the 24.
That was a great open field tackle by Madden Miller. I didn't see who it was. It was probably the defensive end. Schwab perhaps was in the backfield, almost batted that ball down. But Madden Miller very sure tackling the open field. That's a key to the game I left out. Open field tackling on these great receivers for Woodbine is going to be key. Nice job, Miller there. Titan Troyer in there. He's a good open field tackler. Joyce, Furch, those are your D-backs.
More of a condensed formation. 2 receivers stacked each side for Woodbine. They'll fake to Moores. Running out to the right is Pryor. Gunning towards the end zone. He's got a man, but he overshot him. He had the 6'5" Kanan with a step on Madden Miller, but he threw it just a bit too far, and Bishop Garrigan catches the break as it's 3rd down and 7.
Madden Miller was last week's semifinals player of the game, showing his versatility there. Remember, he was hurt and was out at least 3 games, maybe 4 this year. He's still kind of nursing that ankle a little bit, but I don't think he'd tell you he's 100%. No, he would tell you he's 100%, but I'll tell you he's not quite. But he was keeping up with that receiver, no problem there from his linebacker spot.
Reed is out to the left, Bloom slot right, and Wagner wide right. Pistol formation of Moores in the backfield. Pryor back to throw, guns it right side. He has Bloom again, tiptoes along the sideline and has the 1st down. Bloom working across the field towards the near side, and Woodbine continues the drive for 3rd and 7 conversion.
Well, Bloom looks every bit the part of an elite receiver. He's got his pants hiked up all the way, not wearing any knee pads. He's got great footwork along the sidelines as he brings in that pass he looks like he's been to plenty of football camps learning all the skills.
Yeah, Landon Bloom this year, 52 catches, 933 yards, and 22 touchdowns. A 4-star prospect as he's just a junior for Woodbine. Ball's on the right side hash. Moore's taking it, running to the wide side of the field, looking for a crease. He's across the 10. He tumbles to the 5-yard line, tripped up right there as Woodbine is knocking on the door. 2nd down and 3 from the 5 coming up.
Woodbine doing an excellent job of identifying Ethan Marceau. Ethan is the middle linebacker for Garrigan, and he is a wrecking ball in there. Garrigan trusts him so much at middle linebacker, they leave him all alone in space, and Ethan can kind of take on the entire offensive line. But they are doing a great job of recognizing him, double teaming him, keeping him distracted, and blocked long enough for Morse to get through that gap.
Tyson Troyer making that last tackle for Bishop Garrigan. It'll be 2nd and goal. Make that 2nd and 3 from the 5. Woodbine can get a 1st down without a touchdown. Pistol formation again. Pryor takes the snap. He'll give to Moores. Moores for the middle. Great blocking, and Moores cruises into the end zone, weaving his way through, and Woodbine has tied it at 6 with 5:26 left in the quarter. Great blocking that time from the interior offensive line.
Yes, good blocking. Garrigan's D line is definitely going to be challenged today. Garrigan's been very good at making adjustments. Linemen, both offense and defense as we go. We start to see them kind of mixing up personnel, like right now on their goal line stand here for the point after. You got Carson Kramer, Moose is in there, Schwab in the middle to clog things up.
They were able to move Schwab out of that play as Woodbine will go for 2. We're tied at 6. Bloom goes in motion. Pryor's going to give it on the option. He pitches to Moores, but that play is bottled up by Titan Troyer. 3-yard loss on the 2-point try as Troyer read that all the way. No good option for Pryor there. We stay tied at 6. 5:26 left in the 1st from the Uni Dome in the 8-man state championship game.
Thank you to these sports boosters bringing you this game on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Iowa State Bank, helping people succeed.
Algona Livestock, sales every Monday.
Algona Frame and Auto Body, we meet by accident.
Farm and Home Services, view their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Holmes Animal Clinic, animals large and small, they love them all.
Engineered Farm Drainage, specializing in drainage tile solutions. Visit them on Facebook or engineeredfarmdrainage.com.
All sponsors of this game broadcast.
Bishop Garrigan 6, Woodbine 6 in the 2025 8-player state championship game. Woodbine will kick things left to right on the radio dial with Kanan lining up here. Back deep to receive for Bishop Garrigan once again is Michael Joyce, as the Golden Bears will have their 2nd possession of the game coming up. It's been a C.J. McGregor touchdown rush for Bishop Garrigan and a Micah Moore's touchdown rush for Woodbine as the kick goes to the 7. They'll hand it to McGregor on the reverse on the kickoff. McGregor is bottled up, though. He tries to break free, and he is stopped at the 12-yard line. Garrigan tried a little trickeration there, but Woodbine was not fooled. Blaine leaders down there to make the stop, and Bishop Garrigan is backed up here at their own 12.
Well, that is uncharacteristic of Garrigan. Their special teams coaches usually don't go for any sort of the trick plays. That time they go for the reverse, but absolutely blown up by, I believe that was the linebacker, Brenner Sullivan. He's in there on special teams, and he put a pretty good shot on C.J. McGregor's hip. The wrestler does not go down easy. C.J. refusing to go down there, but on that one, it was dead to rights.
Yeah, Sullivan had the initial shot. McGregor kind of bounced off it, but then leaders came to finish up the tackle. 1st and 10 from the 12. Draw to Marceau, churning the legs through the middle and driving up the field across the 15-yard line. He'll get up to the 16 and pick up about 4. That last drive for Woodbine, by the way, 8 plays for 55 yards as Garrigan has 2nd and 6.
You know, with 5 minutes to go in the quarter, tied 6-6. I love that 4-yard run up the middle by Marceau. You start using Marceau as that battering ram that he is. Let him wear down this defensive line. Start pounding him with Marceau. That'll wear him down, and that will show dividends in the second half.
Bishop Garrigan will use an unbalanced line on this play. Furch under center. He'll give to Marceau, hit in the backfield, and he is dropped. Lucas Olson got in there almost untouched, and Marceau goes backwards, setting up a 3rd down at about 8.
Well, that was either a fantastic play by Olson, who's getting up and pumping up the crowd, doing the arms up in the air thing. He either made a fantastic play, or like you said, Tyler, we left him unblocked. We'll see it on the replay here, what the heck happened here. But yeah, he just predicted the play and shot through a gap. And boy, it's like he watched enough film, he knew exactly where that ball was going.
Yeah, he was lined up over the tight end Rosenmeyer. Rosenmeyer shot up to the 2nd level to block a linebacker, and Olson got through pretty clean. 3rd down and 7. Furch back to throw. Throws back to left to Rosenmeyer, looking for space across the 15-yard line, and an ankle tackle is made. Prior to gaining the 1st down, it is Friend again in the open field, stopping that play by Rosenmeyer, and Bishop Garrigan will face a 4th down and about 5 deep in their own territory.
Wow, Joe Friend, spelled F-R-E-U-N-D, but pronounced Friend, has been very unfriendly. He's been doing fantastic tackling for Woodbine. That kid is a player. Great call by the Garrigan offense. They took advantage of the aggressive play by the defensive end, getting in the backfield, win the little swing pass, take advantage of that. Just a better play by the defense.
Yeah, that play can be a big one against some other teams as Michael Joyce will punt it away into the football of his right leg. A hanging kick back to the 35-yard line as Reed backs up and makes the catch. Wants to return it, but Sink's right on his back. Sink was waiting like a predator in the weeds, and Reed goes backwards a couple yards to the 30-yard line on a, we'll call it -3-yard punt return.
Wow, Carter Sink, younger brother of Trayton. He's a sophomore. He's had a great JV season, running the ball, defensive back, but that was his best player of the year, bar none, and what a time for it to come. State championship game. He played that perfectly. He actually forced them to lose about 3 yards on the return after the catch was made. Wow, couldn't have played that any better. Carter Sink, good job, sophomore.
That was a risky return by Reed, too. I'm stunned he didn't call for a fair catch of how close Sink was. Pryor alone in the shotgun. 2-man rusher Bishop Garrigan. Pryor floats it over the middle. Dangerous pass broken up by Michael Joyce. He was trying to hit the 6'5" wide receiver Aiden Kanan, and he threw it into a thicket of black jerseys.
Boy, the Garrigan lineman, it was either Moose or Schwab. One of those guys got in, and they hit the arm of Pryor right after he released it. The lineman almost got there. That's a good sign that the D linemen are showing some success getting to the quarterback, but almost another pick for Michael Joyce. He threw that into coverage.
I think that was Kramer with that rush of the middle. He's lined up over the 200-pound center Connor Murdoch, so Kramer has a 60-pound advantage on him. Garrigan have just 2 down linemen. Pistol formation for Woodbine. Hard count, the give to Moore. Moore on the left side is blown up. Even Marceau and Carson Kramer stop him. Maybe got forward for half a yard as Moore's had nowhere to go.
Well, so far, I suspect this might be a good game for Carson Kramer, the sophomore on the line. We call him Moose because he is one. He has got power. He comes off that line. He's going to get a break right now. The fresh Besh, Matt Besh is coming in. They're going to rotate those guys to keep him fresh, but that could be an advantage for Garrigan. These guys are big and tall for Woodbine, but Carson Kramer and Matt Besh get real low from their nose guard spot, and they can get in there and cause some backfield havoc.
3rd down and 9 for Woodbine from their own 31-yard line. Pistol formation again. Pryor takes the snap, fakes to Moores. He pump fakes. He's going to take a deep shot down the right side. He's got Reed wide open. Reed catches it in stride. Inside the 10, inside the 5. Tackled by Michael Joyce at the 3-yard line. Pryor hooks up a Reed of the first huge chunk play of the game for the Tigers, and they're in business. First down and goal.
Perfectly thrown pass, maybe a little short, but when he threw that, I thought there's no way that guy is going to get there, but the receiver showing the speed, got under that ball just in time.
Woodbine hustling to the line of scrimmage. Pistol formation to 3 wide receivers spread out. They give to Moores. Moores hit in the middle by Matt Besh, and he will not let him get through. Stops Moores for a 1-yard gain. Now 2nd and goal from the 2 coming up.
Good hit by Besh there to slow him down. Watching Morse last week and right now, he is not easy to bring down. Matt Besh hits him hard, holds on for dear life, and Marceau comes in to help finish the deal. But boy, nothing's going to come easy for this Garrigan defense tonight. They're going to have to earn every pass coverage. Every run is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, Morse is so strong down low. You could almost see Besh vibrate when number 9 ran right into his gut. 2nd and goal from the 2 for Woodbine. 6-6 tie in the dying moments of the first quarter. Pryor fakes. He wants to throw. Looking, holding, firing back across his body. Into the back of the end zone. Caught by Kanan for a touchdown. Tate Furch was almost in a position to make an interception, but Kanan was a yard or 2 deeper as the ball just floated over Furch's head into the receiver's pocket. 12-6 Woodbine.
That was a height advantage. Caden was able to camp out in the back of the end zone, and the quarterback knew that he could just throw it high enough, and it just perfectly thrown high enough to get over Furch's hands to his taller receiver. There's the height thing. That's a factor there.
And that's an NFL touchdown, too. We saw on the replay, 2 feet in bounds at the back of that end zone. You throw a jump ball to the basketball player, and it works out well. 2-point conversion, pass right side. It's caught, and going in is Moores for the 2-point conversion. Woodbine grabs the lead, and for just the 3rd time this season, Bishop Garrigan trails. The score right now, Woodbine 14, Bishop Garrigan 6, with 1:41 left in the first, and on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
More sports boosters bringing you this broadcast.
The Water Connection. From softeners to bottled water and service, call 295-SOFT.
Good Samaritan Society Algona, senior housing and services rooted in God's love.
Schindler Lawn Care and Landscaping. Call 515-320-3840 or schindlerlawncare@gmail.com.
Feed Mill Coffee Company, Algona's locally owned coffee shop.
Billy Offerman, your State Farm insurance agent in Algona. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Signworks for all your signage needs, as well as printed shirts, caps, and jackets. Stop in or call 295-9544.
All bringing you this game.
Aiden Kanan with his 5th touchdown reception of the year, and the Woodbine Tigers have answered against Bishop Garrigan. 14 straight points for Woodbine. They lead at 14-6 with 1:41 remaining in quarter number 1.
Well, I am shocked that that's Caden's only his 5th touchdown of the year. A receiver like that, you'd think he'd have 20.
A knuckleball kick back to the 5-yard line. Joyce takes it on the bounce at the 3. Returns up the middle, has a crease to the 20. Tries to bounce to the outside, but a nice special teams tackle as Joyce crossed the 20-yard line. Brenner Sullivan taking out the legs of Michael Joyce.
Yeah, Joyce is an excellent return man. Special teams, both coaches are playing their cards pretty close to their chest. That time they chose to kick it deep to Joyce, which surprised me. Joyce is someone you like to keep the ball out of the hands of, but excellent open field tackling on the special teams by Woodbine.
Well, you mentioned earlier, Kanan only catching his 5th touchdown pass. That's just because of how many receivers Woodbine has. We talked earlier. They've got 4 or 5 legitimate threats out wide in the passing game as Furch tries to run, and he is buried in the backfield. Lucas Olson jumping on his back, and Furch will lose 2 yards back to the 20-yard line.
Well, that was Lucas Olson and Brenner Sullivan. These guys are becoming a problem for the Bishop Garrigan offense. That play taking too long to develop. They fought off their blocks and devoured Furch in the backfield. Very rarely has Garrigan lost plays or lost yardage on plays this year. That was one of them.
And again, Olson is 6'5", and he's got a huge wingspan, so it's hard for these Garrigan linemen and tight ends to get into his body and make a good block. He's been in the backfield a couple of times tonight. 2nd down and 11. Furch running up the left side. Gets a block by Marceau. But it's Sullivan again blowing up the play on the edge. Brenner Sullivan went through Ethan Marceau and ran Tate Furch right into the sideline. He got back to the original line of scrimmage for a 2-yard gain, but it'll be 3rd down and 10.
Boy, these defensive ends for Woodbine are good. They are fighting off their blocks very well. Garrigan's going to have to change their strategy. They've got 30 seconds left to go until the quarter break. I think they want to get to that break and reassess what's going on here, but a big 3rd down and 10 situation. They don't want to have to punt the ball again. Usually these 8-player games, we don't see many punts at all.
Furch in the shotgun. Two receivers short side of the field to the left. Back to throw against a four-man rush. Plenty of time. Fires to the middle. Has Madden Miller for the first down. Actually, Dalton Cleanse for the first down. Number 16 making the grab as Furch could stand all day and deliver that ball.
Dalton Cleanse, the junior. He's not used often. He didn't play hardly at all at the beginning of the season. He started taking the more spots in that receiver after Titan Troyer got hurt. And what a huge play for Dalton Cleanse. I don't know how many catches he has on the year. Can't be more than a couple, and those were probably when the game was well in hand. Holding on to the ball there, he took a huge hit. Holds on to it. Good job, junior.
That was catch number 4 of the season for Dalton Cleanse. The first quarter comes to an end. Bishop Garrigan trailing Woodbine 14-6, but approaching midfield when we come back on KLGA and KLGZ.
Thank you to these sports boosters bringing you this game on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Daylight Donuts open early with delicious donuts and great coffee.
Lichter's Garage Door Service and new installations. A reputation you can trust. Call 295-5988.
TAFE Wellness Center in Algona and Armstrong, keeping athletes in the game with chiropractic care. Take charge of your health.
Steyr Ag Aviation, aerial and ground application agronomy services.
State Line Cooperative, real people, real pride.
Redding Gravel and Excavating, serving Algona and the surrounding area since 1948.
All sponsors of this game broadcast.
We've got more sports club members making this broadcast possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Schumacher Well and Water Care. You never know the value of water until the well runs dry.
Lance and Tracy Ludwig, your Channel C dealers in Wesley.
Triple W Livestock of Wesley.
Goshi Custom Cabinets. They'll meet all of your kitchen, countertop, and cabinet needs.
Grand Jeanette Jewelry in Algona. Think inside the box.
Sponsoring this broadcast on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
I'm Tyler Lance alongside Beanie Bogie as we get ready for the second quarter from the Unidome in Cedar Falls. It's Woodbine 14 and Bishop Garrigan 6, but Tate Furch just completed a nice pass over the middle to his wide receiver Dalton Cleanse. It was Cleanse's fourth catch of the season, and after that 12-yard pickup, Bishop Garrigan is approaching midfield as they are out to the 33-yard line. But Beanie, a lot of confidence in that experienced senior quarterback. He finds the junior wide receiver, and he had all day to throw behind some great blocking up front.
You called that as a key to the game. You had predicted that the Garrigan offensive lineman would be able to protect Furch. And maybe the passing game is going to have to be more utilized here, as Woodbine has been really solid against the Garrigan running attack. I still want to see Ethan Marshall grounding and pounding that line down. But there's a lot of adjustments being made right now. One of the luxuries of these playoff games at the Dome that are televised is you get a little longer between the quarter break, much more than that single minute in the regular season. They always do a little bit of pageantry between quarters, recognize somebody out there. Last week it was veteran Lee Freilich was the highlight of the first quarter break. And right now they're doing some pageantry down there and holding on for the TV to come back. It gives the chance for the Garrigan offense maybe to make it a few wrinkles. And now that you've seen a first quarter, Tyler, I think Garrigan can see some little spots in their passing game. There's definitely some soft spots after that first series of linemen. There's definitely room out there in the flats. I look to them putting in some more stuff to maybe the running backs coming out of the backfield, little wheel routes or maybe drag routes over the middle, and let Tate Furch, the experienced quarterback, start to pick this defense apart.
And you talk about a tough time to get it going in the running game. C.J. McGregor had the 33-yard rushing touchdown, but besides that, 12 carries for 30 yards outside of that 33-yard McGregor rushing score. 14-6 Woodbine as we resume to start quarter number 2. Shotgun for Furch, runs for the right side. He's hit hard past the line of scrimmage, but he surges forward for about 4 yards. Brenner Sullivan making the stop, and it'll be 2nd down and 6.
And there is that length of the defensive lineman. Nate Lear, the right guard for Garrigan, had just a beautiful initial block on the defensive end. And it looked like he had him completely sealed off, but the defensive end just grabbed Nate's shoulder pads, threw him off, and went and made the tackle. So Garrigan linemen are just going to have to change their technique to deal with these defensive linemen's wingspan and just keep maybe run blocking a little bit longer, getting a little lower, and just doing better.
2nd and 6 from the 37-yard line. Marceau takes it off the left side, hit hard, but he surges forward for a good second effort. Marceau got about 4 yards out of that play across the 40-yard line to the 39, and Bishop Garrigan will face a 3rd down at about 3.
Well, you can't go wrong with Marceau, right? I mean, even if the defense does a good job and fights off their blocks, he's still going to get you a couple of yards just with his brute power. And boy, that is hard to tackle that guy over and over again. He's the senior, he's the captain. Man, he's willed this team more these last couple of years as much as anybody. Give him the ball.
Joe Friend making that last stop for Woodbine. 3rd down and 3. Furch gives to Marceau. Runs for the right side, chugging the legs. And he is snowed under just shy of the line to gain. He got 2, but he's met in the hole by 2 white jerseys. First one there was Brody Pryor to make the tackle. Also helping out was Matthew Tremble, the defensive line. And Garrigan goes quickly on 4th and 1. Furch underneath center, trying to draw Woodbine offsides, but you are in go for it territory as Furch looks towards the sidelines. Woodbine doesn't jump, and Bishop Garrigan will take a timeout. 10:27 to go in the second quarter. We'll keep it right here.
This is the second week in a row Garrigan's tried to, well, maybe third week in a row, Garrigan has tried to hustle up when it's 4th and short and try to do a quick count and draw the other team offsides. But at this point, Woodbine very well prepared. They're not going to fall for that. They've seen that on film. It's worked a couple times here late in the season, and Garrigan got a free first down out of it. But regardless, you got to go for it here. You're right past midfield. It's 4th and a couple feet. Normally the sneak is going to be the go-to for Garrigan, but Woodbine had everybody packed over the center. Now that Garrigan coaches have seen that, called timeout, I wonder what they're going to go to now when they come out of the huddle.
Yeah, and sometimes, too, you can show quarterback sneak and then try to pitch to the outside and get something going there. Obviously, it's a little risky because going backwards to go forward does mean you've got to go about 5 yards to get that one. But if they overcommit to the sneak, you can try to get one of your speed guys like C.J. McGregor out there on the edge potentially.
Well, here's a gut check for the Garrigan offense. Are they going to pound it up the middle, or are they going to go something risky and go for it all right here?
4th and 1 from the 38. Marceau is the lone setback. McGregor winged up to the right. Furch under center. They give to Marceau. Hit in the backfield. He did not get there. What a stop by Woodbine. Jax Pryor came in and blew up the play. Cal Pryor right there as well. And Marceau couldn't go anywhere.
Wow, just a fantastic defensive stunt. They did a twist. The tackles went outside. The linebackers came up the middle. No chance for Marceau. Just a great job by the Woodbine defense, and rightfully so. They are pumped up. Their crowd is pumped up. Their defense knows they just turned this game big time in their favor.
Boy, Jax Pryor just pinballed right off of Nate Lear. And again, these defensive linemen, they are long and they are shifty, and they got through to the backfield. A rare negative carry for the 230-pound Ethan Marceau, and now Woodbine can try for a 2-possession lead. Pistol formation, Bloom out to the left, covered by C.J. McGregor. High snap as Pryor takes the pitch, runs through the middle. He's hit and he is dropped in the backfield. Matt Miller up high, even Marceau down low, and that play will lose a yard back to the 38.
Well, that will announce the presence of the Bishop Garrigan #1 ranked team. Woodbine gets the momentum, and Marceau and Matt Miller said, don't get too high on your horse. They just leveled that ball carrier. That was a big finishing hit by Matt Miller. No one likes to get up from that one.
Yeah, these defenses are very capable. Bishop Garrigan, the #2 ranked scoring defense in the state. Woodbine, the #1 ranked team. So just because Woodbine has good field position, that doesn't mean the Garrigan defense won't bow their necks here and try to get a stop. Bishop Garrigan blitzing off the edge again. It's a handoff to Moores to the outside. Look out. Moores breaking a tackle to the 30, staying on his feet to the 25, driving the legs, and finally ridden out by Ethan Marceau. Moores just drove C.J. McGregor about 10 yards down the field before #11 Marceau came over to assist. Big first down to the 25-yard line.
Moores is very good about staying vertical and keeping his balance after he gets hit. He can take a big hit and somehow keep his balance. Very good agility by that young man, that young running back. Boy, he's got them knocking on the door again. Garrigan defense is going to have to, I don't know if they have a field goal kicker. I imagine they do, but, you know, you got to try to hold them here.
Yeah, he ran for that Titan Troyer hit as well. 2 down linemen again for Bishop Garrigan. Pistol for Woodbine. Moore's running left side this time. Hit by Marceau in the backfield, and he drops him. Marceau got off a block and stops Moore for a 1-yard loss back to the 26.
No, that's the kind of thing Garrigan can handle. They like it when someone tries to just run the ball against them, because Ethan Marceau will say, I'll have none of that. He'll come up and end that play in a hurry. But now that they've got a couple running threats here, Garrigan has, at least on that defense, they were in single coverage out there. Landon Bloom, the elite receiver, was single coverage by C.J. McGregor, who gives up about 1.5 feet to the tall guy.
Bloom is slot right, Wagner wide right. Back to throw is Pryor, lobs over the middle. Oh, eligible lineman down the field. Jax Pryor making the grab inside the 5-yard line and rips down by Matt Miller. Jax Pryor, the left guard, lined up that time as an eligible receiver, and they fooled Bishop Garrigan to move inside the red power red zone.
What a play. Jax Pryor was eligible that time because he wasn't covered up. I don't think anyone expected it. What a call. Kind of a jump pass by the QB. I saw Jax Pryor smiling and talking to the coach after a series. We've got to have some fun in the game.
Woodbine trying to go up by 2 possessions. Full house backfield here. Direct snap to Moores. Moores probing, looking, breaking tackles and going in. What a patient run that time for Micah Moores, and Woodbine goes up 20-6. The trick play leads to an eventual touchdown.
Yeah, boy, that's very good offensive series for Woodbine. Good calls, good blocking. Very impressed with their blocking up front. We knew their skill players were good. We thought maybe their linemen might be where Garrigan would have an advantage. Not so far. Their linemen are getting it done.
So Bishop Garrigan is down by 2 possessions for the first time this season. The largest deficit for Bishop Garrigan prior to today was 2 points as they trailed Audubon 8-6 in last week's semifinal game. They now trail Woodbine 20-6 as the Tigers go for a 2-point try. Split backfield as Morris goes in motion. Pryor running left side, looking to bend it around the edge, trying to get a block from Friend, surging towards the goal line, but he did not get there. Got forced out of bounds by the Bishop Garrigan defense, including Michael Joyce, as the 2-point try fails. And the score, Woodbine 20, Bishop Garrigan 6. Quick 30-second timeout. Back to the Unidome after this.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these sports boosters.
Dieterine Brothers in Bancroft, farm equipment sales and service.
Al Lobig Marine in Wesley, your authorized Mercury Repower Center dealer.
Johnny's Bar and Grill in Wesley. Come for the food, stay for the fun.
Jumbo's Liquor in Wesley, everything you need for a good time.
Arndorfer Brothers Seed in Bancroft, providing farmers with high performance and strong yields season after season.
Algona Floor Design in downtown Algona. You'll be floored by their selection.
Miller's Bar and Grill, where sip by sip, bite by bite, you'll create memories.
All sponsors of this game broadcast.
Back inside the Unidome in Cedar Falls, a Bishop Garrigan 4th down and 1 run by Ethan Marceau fails. Then Woodbine takes advantage. They embark on a nice drive and they finish it off with a touchdown run to make the score 20-6 as the Woodbine Tigers have taken the lead over the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears with that Micah Moore's 2-yard rush, his 2nd rushing touchdown of the day. So Beanie, Bishop Garrigan's got to buckle those chin straps because Woodbine, they're really holding their ground and even winning up front on the lines.
Yes, I'm very impressed with the up front play. The linemen for Woodbine are very impressive.
Here's the kickoff. It'll bounce down to McGregor at the 11-yard line. C.J. McGregor up the middle to the 20. Squeezes through a hole and surges forward out to the 25-yard line. Good low running by C.J. McGregor as Connor Murdoch makes the stop for Woodbine.
And another something I've seen from Woodbine here in this game, especially compared to their semifinal game, is that they are emotional. I didn't see any of that in their semifinal game against Gladbrook Rhinebeck. They appeared more like they were just going through the motions, but they are fired up for this championship game. They are coming after the Bears. Bears are going to have to rise their energy level and meet them in the middle.
And I think that was an emotional wake-up call for Woodbine because that was the first time this season they've been challenged and maybe learning how to handle that as McGregor tried to go outside, cuts it back in, and nothing there. Brenner Sullivan making the tackle. Woodbine set the edge that time as outside and inside are both totally clogged for CJ to go anywhere.
Yeah, I like that. Using Ethan Marceau as a blocker has been great. He got a great seal block, knocked someone out. That usually means a big hole for Garrigan, but CJ ran into, once again, those defensive linemen who are fighting off their blockers and getting to the ball.
Woodbine leading Bishop Garrigan 20-6. 2nd down and 10 yards to go as the center Caden Graves is over the football. C.J. McGregor, the tailback once again. They'll fake to him as Furch is back to throw. Great protection. Furch fires right side, and he overshot Madden Miller. There was a bit of a late rush there, and Furch misses Miller along the sideline to set up a 3rd down and 10.
Furch tried to make sure that that ball was not possible to be intercepted, and in that effort to make sure he didn't throw it short and set up some sort of pick 6 scenario, he threw it a little too tall for Miller. He wanted to go downfield to Rosemeyer, who was streaking down the middle of the field right on the UNI logo, but he was well covered deep for the big shot. So now 3rd and 10 here, 7:49 left to go till halftime. Bears are down 20-6. They don't want to give it back right here. Big time to pick up at least 6 so you get a chance from 4th.
Boy, do they need some momentum. Furch to throw on 3rd down and 10. Taking a deep shot. He's got Joyce, and he drops the ball. It's incomplete. Joyce was open at the Woodbine 30-yard line. Ball is a little underthrown as Friend was back there in coverage. The ball barely got over Friend's hand. He didn't touch it. It hits Joyce in the gut, and he drops it to set up 4th down and 10.
Joe Friend was right in front. He almost intercepted that ball, and I think Joyce thought it might get picked and was trying to process everything he was going to have to do in the next split second. It might have to try to tackle this guy that's going to intercept it, and everything happened all at once, and Joyce just had it hit him right in the gut and fall to the turf.
Yeah, Joyce was getting ready for a tipped ball, and when it wasn't, the ball hit his body instead of his hands. High snap on the punt, but Joyce makes the catch, and he unloads the ball far side of the field. Reed will let it go. It takes a friendly Bishop Garrigan bounce, hopping inside the 25-yard line down to the 22. Well, now the defense really has to bow their necks. Garrigan could really use a turnover here as they trail Woodbine 20-6. This explosive Tiger offense that averages 64 points per game is getting the ball back.
Yeah, Garrigan, you know, the funnest part about football, in my opinion, is playing defense and coming up and making the big hits. But you don't get to do that if you're playing passively. Garrigan's defense might have to kind of switch gears a little bit. Rather than playing that soft zone, they might have to be more aggressive on defense. They might have to start calling some stunts. They might have to start shooting some gaps and risk the single coverage over the top. You know, it might bite you, but you got to go for something here.
2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Pistol formation from Pryor against the three-man rush. He looks to throw. Good pocket. He steps up and he's going to run across the 25 to the 30, dragging Matt Miller past the first down sticks. A 12-yard pickup by Pryor, getting out to the 34-yard line.
So that time, that zone defense, it had all the receivers covered, but Pryor was able to tiptoe around some traffic cones and get out in the open field. It looked like they might get him, but he's a very good athlete, just juking and jiving right through the middle of that line.
This offense is so multidimensional. It's like a hydra. You cut off one of the options, and all of a sudden 2 different options emerge. That time the quarterback run game was the option. Pistol formation as Morris motions towards the right. Pryor looking to throw. 3-man rush. Fires out into the flat. Catch made by Bloom. And Bishop Garrigan rallies to the football, and they'll stop Bloom for a 2-yard gain. Michael Joyce, the first man there. And anytime you tackle number 5 in the open field, that is a win.
You know, when you look at the linemen, that's 3 versus 3. They're 3 offensive linemen versus Garrigan's 3 defensive linemen. The coaches are going to just challenge those defensive linemen. Hey, you guys are one-on-one. Someone's got to get through and get to that quarterback. So we're looking for right now, that's Carter Schwab, Carson Kramer, and C.J. McGregor. They're the 3 linemen on this down. Let's see if they can bust something up. It's 3-on-3.
Ball's on the right side hash. Bloom is out to the left, wide side of the field. Now he'll motion back towards the line of scrimmage. Back throws Pryor. Marcel blitzes. They pick him up. Pryor taking a deep shot, looking for Bloom. He dives, and the ball popped out late. Bloom had both hands on it for a full extension dive, but the ground jarred the ball loose. That would have been a SportsCenter top 10 play had he caught that, as he nearly made an acrobatic grab.
If he catches that, we see that on the Unidome highlight film for the next 15 years of state title games. That would have been a phenomenal catch. Michael Joyce in coverage just behind him. What a throw. Pryor has been very impressive with his arm. Also something that I did not expect to see him to be as good as he is with his arm.
What a great blitz pickup as well by Woodbine. The Garrigan crowd rises to their feet down beneath us. 3rd down and 9 from the 34. Bloom gives to Moores, and he's hitting the backfield trying to shake loose, and Marceau won't let go. No gain on the play as number 11 says stop right there.
That was the defensive stop Garrigan needed. Carter McGregor coming off the edge, gets in the backfield. Great job there. The defensive coach, Brian Patterson, takes a risk. He sends some people in the backfield. Sometimes you got to do that. Makes 4th down. Woodbine's got to punt it here, don't they, Tyler?
You would have to think so.
You know, sometimes an 8-player, you get close to midfield, you start to think, might as well just take a shot.
They do not look like they want to punt right now. They're lining up to go for it. Ball's at the 34-yard line, and now they will line up in punt formation.
Garrigan has nobody back.
They're playing it safe as Pryor will right leg the football deep down the field. This is a spiraling kick toward the boundary. Oh, and it's in the coffin corner.
Kicked it out of bounds.
He kicked it out of bounds at the 2-yard line as Bishop Garrigan will start in field position jail.
That's not a great spot. We have the luxury of being up really high, and the spot should be where the ball went out over the line. You're right, it landed a few yards outside, but I think it crossed the boundary. There we go. The referee's moving up. No, they're not. They're going to say it went out right at about the 3-yard line. That's physically impossible if it landed at the 4 yards out of bounds. But whatever the case, Garrigan was going to have to drive the length of the field anyway.
Yeah, it is a generous spot for Woodbine, but like you said, Beanie, they would be starting inside their 10-yard line regardless.
It does make it hard because if Furch goes in the shotgun here, he will be standing in his own end zone.
They will not. They'll go with the I formation right now. 2 tight ends, 2 backs. Furch under center. He'll try to sneak. He bounces it out to the left side as Furch swims his way out to the 5-yard line for a 2-yard pickup.
Well, I don't know what Garrigan can summon here, but with 5:20 to go until halftime, they need to chew up these 5 minutes. If they can summon their linemen, Carter Schwab, Caden Graves, Nate Lear, if they can somehow start to win this battle on the line, Garrigan needs a long grounding pound drive to get back in this thing.
Yeah, you really want to score here, especially because Woodbine gets the football to start the second half. Down to 5 minutes left in the first half, 20-6 Woodbine. Marceau, big hole left side, drives across the 10-yard line, and he's 1 yard shy of the line to gain. Solid pickup of 7 for Marceau, who hit that hole and nearly broke free.
Oh, Carter McGregor gets the initial good block, but Cal Pryor, the linebacker, fought off McGregor. If he doesn't fight off and get that block, Ethan Marceau's probably still running.
3rd down and 1. I formation again. Virtual sneak. He wedges towards the right side. Boy, he got hit right at the line of scrimmage, but they'll give him forward progress. He barely snuck across for the 1st down as Bishop Garrigan gets a fresh set of downs from the 13.
You know, Tyler, you kind of expect this in the title game. If Garrigan was in the championship game and their linemen were getting 2 yards on a quarterback sneak, just like they have all season, you think, oh, maybe Garrigan should be playing up a class. But, yeah, understandably, we're in the championship game. You can't just sneak the ball for 2 yards like you have all season. However, he does get the 1st down.
He did get the 1st down as the drive continues. 4:30 and ticking on the clock. 1st down and 10. Ball's on the left side hash. Empty formation with 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. Joyce is wide to the right. Wide side of the field as Furch wants to run. Schwab pulls and gets a block on Friend. Furch doesn't get a whole lot, though. Jax Pryor makes the tackle as Furch gets across the 15 and will mark him down at the 17-yard line.
Jax Pryor on the defensive line is a big fella. He's the one that was just made the big catch on offense a second ago. He is a very versatile lineman. He's going to take a break and head off the field. That's a good sign for Garrigan. He's been fantastic so far.
Yeah, Woodbine has some depth on the defensive line as the sophomore Jacob Cogdill, the 6'1", 230-pound player, will rotate into that nose guard spot. Bishop Garrigan will spread it out again as C.J. McGregor slot left and Joyce out to the right. Furch is in the gun as the ball's in the right hash. He wants to run. Lear leading the way for the block. Furch probing and moving and didn't get a lot. Out to the 19. Only picked up 2, and it'll be 3rd and medium. We'll call 3rd and 5.
Furch is running right behind Carter Schwab there. Carter got a good initial block, but again, that wingspan of the lineman, Carter had the block down low, but that lineman put his hands up underneath Carter's shoulder pads and pushed his shoulder pads into his face mask and basically blinded him and took him out of the play. That enabled the guys to come in and get Furch here. But so just a lot of stuff going on in the offensive and defensive line in this first half.
Lucas Olson and Micah Moores combining on that last tackle. 3rd down and 5 as Joyce motions towards the left. Furch looking to throw. Eyes down the field. Holding near the boundary. He wants to run across the 25. He runs into Joe Friend, but he got the 1st down out to the 25. Furch took a helmet right in the sternum there, but he pulled it down and got 6 yards.
Yeah, those last 2 plays, Furch has gotten up a little bit gingerly. He's taken some beatings here in this semifinal and final game, and he's going to walk back to the huddle. I think catching his breath, might have got the wind knocked out of him. Joe Friend is quite the defensive player. Excellent defensive back.
So 1st down and 10 to the 25. Bishop Garrigan's already used up about 2.5 minutes here as we're down to 2:36 and still on their own side of the field. Joyce, the lone receiver to the left. They'll pull Lear as Furch runs for a hole. 30, 35, 40. First down the sideline to the 35, and he tiptoes out of bounds. 1st down pickup as he's forced out along the far side by Brody Pryor, but the first big run play of the game following a C.J. McGregor run by Tate Furch.
Finally, that time Garrigan came up, had 5 guys on the line. They only had 3. They were playing the soft zone defense, looking for Garrigan to try to do a big play. So that time the Garrigan linemen were a little more familiar with that setup. They blocked the linemen, they blocked the 2 linebackers, and then Furch was off to the races. That looked familiar.
That's a 19-yard run by Furch, who's averaging over 9 yards per carry on the season. The dual threat quarterback for Bishop Garrigan will send C.J. McGregor in motion, and he'll give it to him on the jet sweep. McGregor across the 35-yard line, and he's twisted down by Brenner Sullivan. Only got 1 on that play as Bishop Garrigan is struggling to get to the edge against these athletic Woodbine linebackers.
Yeah, Marceau does a great block. The pulling guard had a big block, but these athletic D-backs and linebackers are just flying to the ball, and Garrigan cannot get to that second level on those slower developing plays. I wonder if Coach Wiley and company are going to put in more of that quick hitter to Marceau from the I formation where he gets the ball right behind Furch.
Marceau's offset to the left with McGregor in the backfield. Hand off to McGregor, runs left side right behind Marceau, twists forward and reaches the ball out. He picked up about 2.5 yards as he gets inside the 35 down to the 33.
Well, Garrigan using up that clock. 1:40 to go until halftime. They are putting together that pounding drive, but now the clock is starting to become an issue. They've used up 4 minutes this drive. Marceau's going to come out, which usually means we're passing.
Bishop Garrigan does have 2 timeouts left. They're trying to time it perfectly so Woodbine can't get the football back. Joe Friend and Lucas Olson combining on that last tackle of C.J. McGregor. Ball's in the middle of the field at the 32-yard line. 3rd down, 6 yards to go. Everyone condensed near the line of scrimmage as Furch runs behind Michael Joyce, tries to reverse field, he jukes, he shimmies, he dives forward, and he got close, but he didn't quite get there. 4th down and 1 with a lot of dancing around, trying to find an open crease.
Well, I am wrong. They bring out Marceau and CJ. Looks like they're going to pass, but that's just to spread out the defense. It worked because Woodbine had D-backs like they were in the prevent. It opened up the field a little bit, but not enough because they're still short for the first down by 1 yard.
A timeout will be expended right now by Woodbine as they are hoping to get the football back. We'll take a timeout with them. A 30-second timeout. Back here with 57 seconds left in the first half after this on KLGA and KLGZ.
Thank you to these sports club members bringing you this game on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Fidelity Bank and Trust in Bancroft, banking on the community's future.
Burhow and Dornbeer Drainage and Excavation in Wesley. Innovative drainage solutions that return for generations.
Jason Gardner, your Whiffle seed dealer. Plant your independence. Plant Whiffles.
First Plumbing and Heating in Algona, delivering plumbing and heating excellence every time.
Algona Feed Store, home for all your feed needs.
Cook Scrap Iron, home for all your new steel or metal.
All bringing you this game.
A key 4th down and 1 for the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears. They're at the Woodbine 33-yard line right now, trailing Woodbine 20-6 with only 57 seconds left in the first half. Beanie, what are you thinking here for Bishop Garrigan?
Well, I think whatever they came out of the huddle, I think you go on 2 here. Try to draw Woodbine off, but if they don't jump, you just run your play. But this is a huge play of this first half and of the game. Down 20-6. Garrigan needs a score here before half.
Shotgun formation. Marceau on the draw. Drives through the middle, and he got the first down. He ran right into the gut of Matthew Tremmel and pushed him forward for a 2-yard pickup.
Yeah, that's the Ethan Marceau I love to watch. Total battering ram. I don't know how anyone can slow that guy down. But he picks up the first with some hard running, blocking there up front there on that left side by Carter Schwab. The tight ends, Madden, Miller, and Rosemeyer, are looking to go deep here.
Ball's to the 25-yard line as Furch is looking to throw.
He's got him.
Eyes down the field. He missed an open man as he's scrambling on the sideline and runs out of bounds. He had Weston Rosemeyer wide open for a touchdown, but he didn't see him, and he runs out of bounds after a 2-yard gain.
Oh, I knew that tight end play was coming. I think Furch just didn't see over those tall linemen. Rosemeyer was going right down the middle of the field, and I don't think Furch was able to see him. Had to roll out a little bit, and by then it was too late. Furch hobbling around a little bit here. He's going to go over and get the play directly from Coach Kesselring. Those two, Kesselring and Furch, they've got their own sign language. My son, the sophomore, says he doesn't even understand their hand signals. I think not a lot of players do, but as long as those two guys know what they're saying to each other.
Matthew Tremmel and Jax Pryor had the pursuit along the defensive line to chase Furch out of bounds. 2nd down and 8, 36 seconds left in the half as Joyce motions towards the left. Furch looking to throw. He's got Rosemeyer down the field. He makes the grab inside the 10-yard line, down to the 6. 29 seconds left. Bishop Garrigan does have a couple of timeouts if they want to take it.
We're going to have an injury timeout. Woodbine's got a player down. The guy that tackled Rosemeyer.
Brody Pryor, their starting quarterback, is down, and his helmet is off right now as he laid the boom on Rosemeyer, but he received a lot of pain as a result of that tackle as well.
Well, I'm hopefully thinking that he just caught Rosemeyer's foot in a place that most men don't like to get kicked in. That's what it looked like to me as he went down, but he took his helmet off right away. Usually they don't take their helmet off unless they're in some serious pain, but everyone on both sidelines is quiet now. All the crowd is quiet. No one wants to see an injury in a title game. But I think he's going to be okay. I think he's just in a lot of pain. I think they're going to help him up. And I think my initial prediction was right. He just got hurt. All right, let's not take away from Rosemeyer's catch. Unbelievable catch by Rosemeyer. I think that was what the conference between Furch and Kesselring was about. I think Kesselring told Furch, like, just throw it, just give him a chance. Like, the coverage is there, but let's give Rosemeyer a chance. They call him Dean, and Rosemeyer, boy, he really hauled that ball in. Beautiful catch, athletic kid.
Yeah, Pryor comes to his feet right now for Woodbine. And Beanie, the just throw it phrase I think is the key one, because I do think at the Dome a few times, Tate Furch has defaulted to running the football when he's had open guys down the field. And I think Coach Kesselring says, hey, you've got to let it fly at some point. Inside the Red Power Red Zone of the Golden Bears, Furch runs right side, jukes to the 5, he surges forward. Cal Pryor makes the stop down to the 3-yard line, and Bishop Garrigan calls a timeout with 21 seconds left in the half. It is a 2nd down and 3 yards to go, 2nd and goal situation here, as Bishop Garrigan has 2 cracks to punch it in with 21 seconds remaining.
Coach Wadley hustles out to the field, jumping up as high as he can, calling timeout, trying to preserve as much time as possible, gets the attention of the linemen. To get that timeout called good, because they've got 21 seconds here, plenty of time to run a few plays here, try to get to that end zone. They're essentially at a 2-point conversion mark, And we've seen throughout the course of the season, Garrigan has no less than 20 plays that they run for two-point conversions. My favorite, of course, is when they get that ball to C.J. McGregor with Ethan Marceau as the lead blocker. You know, if you come out with that one, see if it happens for you. If not, you get right back to the line. Garrigan also has some really good tight ends. Rosemeyer, who just made a big catch, and Madden Miller, they've been the tight ends this whole game. They've been having a tough time getting their blocks down because of this Woodbine defensive line. So if you run, send one of those tight ends out, that could be a great play as well.
Woodbine leading Bishop Garrigan 20-6, but the Golden Bears are inside the Red Power red zone. Brought to you by your local Red Power team in Bancroft, Corwolf, West Bend, and Humboldt. The end zone is down to our right as the Golden Bears have a 2nd down and goal to go. We'll call it from the 4-yard line. I formation with the center Grace over the football. Furch with McGregor and Marceau in the backfield. They'll give to Marceau. Marceau runs, lowers the shoulder, and he skids down at the 1-yard line. He slid forward into the end zone, but they marked him down at the 1, which is where his elbow and shoulder first touched.
Oh, they're going to give him at the 6-inch line. Couldn't be closer to the goal line, so that official must be very confident of his spot, because normally they just say, well, it's that close, they're just going to give him the touchdown. But that official must have had a very clear view. We're going to see it on replay here of when Marceau actually went down, and that's a great call because his shoulder does hit exactly at the 6-inch line. Boy, you got 14 seconds here. I'd say was so nice for 3 yards. Let's run that play again.
Yeah, that's certainly an option for Bishop Garrigan. And you saw in the replay, at least we did here in the Unidome, that's a play where Marceau's helmet crosses the plane, but it's where the ball is, and that ball was not across the plane of the goal line. Well, now, of course, you can do a Marceau handoff again. You can give Tate Furch a quarterback sneak. I kind of like the Marceau handoff just because Tate Furch has taken so many hits in this first half, and he's been a little bit woozy here. So I would like to get the big number 11, the football here, to preserve another hit on Furch and just finish off this drive.
Well, Tyler, I don't disagree with you very often, and I'm not going to right now. I think that's the call, that's the play. Don't want to do anything risky here. You got to punch that ball in. You're the #1 team in the state. You got a line. You got Ethan Marceau. Let's do it.
Bishop Garrigan hustles the line of scrimmage. Furch sneaks, searches off the left side, and he didn't get in. 10 seconds left in the half. Time is running down. Garrigan's got to get it lined up. 7, 6, 5. They sneak again. Furch stood up again. He tries to get a push, but he got in. He got in. He got in at the last second. Oh my goodness, they had Furch stopped, but the second, third, and fourth effort finally got them across. What a break for Garrigan, who had no timeouts left. Clock running down. The sneak was stopped for a second time in a row, but Furch somehow continued to push and reach the football out.
Wow, this is going to be one that one of the crowds was going to talk about this play forever. If Garrigan doesn't get in, the Garrigan's going to be talking about it forever how they did, and now Woodbine's going to be talking about it forever how they think they stopped Garrigan. So now Woodbine crowd will be angry forever about that score. Nonetheless, Garrigan is going to try to go for 2 here, try to make this a 6-point game. Right now it's 20-12 with no time on the clock.
You could hear the boos echoing across from the Woodbine crowd, and of course the replay was at a terrible angle where you couldn't see anything. Furch motions Marceau towards the middle. On the 2-point try, Furch runs left side. He pulls it back. He wants to throw. Now he's going to run it. He jukes, and he gets in for a touch for a 2-point conversion. Brenner Sullivan almost had Furch, but he made a little cut to the right, and Sullivan tackled nothing but open air. 20-14 at halftime. Boy, is that a potential massive change in momentum.
Absolutely. If Woodbine gets a goal line stop to go into half and gets the ball to start the half, that game is squarely in their favor. Now Garrigan's within 1 score. He got a whole half of football left. And Tyler, we've seen over the last 2 years, Garrigan is a second-half football team.
They certainly are, and we'll see if that's the case today. The little Furch pump fake got the defenders to jump, and he runs in for the 2-point try as Woodbine leads 20-14 at the end of an eventful first half. We'll get to the Edward Jones halftime report coming up on KLGA and KLGZ.
That's it for the first half of play. Now get set for the Edward Jones halftime show featuring Algona Municipal Utilities. You make the call. And the Murphy Realty and Management first half recap. Your Edward Jones representatives are Bruce Keith, Jerry Soka, Brady Ross, and Mackenzie Jorgensen.
What What does it mean to be rich? Maybe it's less about reaching a magic number and more about discovering the magic in life. Hi, I'm Edward Jones financial advisor Jerry Sokup. Count on me for financial strategies that can help support a life you love, because the key to being rich is knowing what counts. Contact me at 515-295-7766 and let's find your rich. Along with Bruce Keith, Brady Ross, and Mackenzie Jorgensen, we are your local Edward Jones financial advisors. Member SIPC.
Thank you to these sports club members bringing you this game on the radio.
Jagger Associates, North Iowa Roofing Specialist.
Murphy's Realty and Management, serving Algona and the surrounding area.
Prism Wealth Advisors, your roadmap to financial freedom.
Jake Ingalls Electric, shockingly good service.
Thompson Sewer and Drain, your septic specialist.
Steyer Flooring, home of the Floorinator.
River Road Golf Club, your friends go here.
Sponsoring this broadcast on Hometown and Home Country Radio. We've got more sports boosters making this broadcast possible.
Worspin Chiropractic and Massage.
Greenfield Spreading and Sales for all your spreading needs.
West Bend Community Lumber, your local Marvin and Birch dealers.
Dean Meyer Electric, they'll help you look to a brighter future.
Wine and Spirits, locally owned at 111 South Phillip Street in Algona.
Algona Manor Care Center, your home away from home with quality care.
Rothler Electric, don't be left in the dark. Call 295-7117 today.
Sponsoring this broadcast on Hometown Home Country Radio. High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio. Brought to you by these fine sports boosters.
Miller Construction, proud supporter of area athletes.
Doctors Klepper and Trainers, Family Vision Clinic, Total Family Eye Care in Algona.
Premier Pizza, your locally owned pizza place in Algona.
Algona Municipal Utilities, community owned for community benefit.
Northwest Bank, commitment you can bank on.
Algona Dairy Queen, happy tastes good.
All bringing you this game on Hometown Home Country Radio. Safe and affordable housing. Those are words we like to hear. And Murphy Realty and Management Incorporated provides just that. With properties in Algona and several surrounding counties, Murphy Realty and Management Incorporated provides safe and affordable apartments at a time when everyone could really use it. They pride themselves as a local entity that aims to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Give them a call at 515-295-2927 or stop in their office located at 208 East State Street in Algona. This institution is an equal housing opportunity provider.
It's time for the Edward Jones Halftime Show here on Hometown and Home Country Radio. For the first time all season, the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears trail at halftime. The number 1 ranked Golden Bears trailing the number 2 Woodbine Tigers 20-14 in this 2025 state championship game at the Unidome in Cedar Falls. Right now, we'll take a look at our first half recap brought to you by Murphy Realty and Management. Starting with our scoring plays today, Bishop Garrigan started off so well in this one. They got down the field and punched it in on a C.J. McGregor 33-yard run. The 2-point conversion was no good, but Bishop Garrigan took the early 6-0 lead with 7:46 remaining in the first quarter. After that, though, Woodbine answered an 8-play, 55-yard drive, capped off by a Micah Moore's 40-yard touchdown run. 2-point conversion no good, tying the game at 6 with 5:26 left in the first quarter. Woodbine would strike again after they stopped Bishop Garrigan. Aiden Kanan caught a 2-yard touchdown pass from Brody Pryor. 2-point conversion was good. Woodbine going up 14-6 at the end of the first. Then Woodbine continued to pour it on, getting the largest deficit that Bishop Garrigan's had this season. Woodbine getting out to the 20-6 lead as they capped off a 5-play, 42-yard drive with another touchdown run by Moores. This one from 2 yards out to make the score 20-6. Then right before halftime, Bishop Garrigan used all 5 minutes and 30 seconds. They got down the field and they scored on the very last play. A Tate Furch 1-yard quarterback sneak with a 2-point conversion by Furch good to make the score 20-14 Woodbine at the half. Looking at some of the team statistics, both teams 10 first downs so far. But Bishop Garrigan, they've been in a lot of third downs. Woodbine's only been in third down twice. They've converted 2 out of 3. Whereas Bishop Garrigan, they've been in third down 11 times, converting 6 out of 11. Bishop Garrigan is 2 for 3 on the fourth down tries so far in this ball game. Individual statistics in this one, Tate Furch, 3 out of 5 passing for 29 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Furch has carried the ball 19 times for 66 yards and 1 touchdown. Even Marshall so far today has been bottled up. Just 10 carries for 22 yards. C.J. McGregor, 4 runs for 37 yards and that 1 touchdown. For Woodbine, Brody Pryor has completed 6 out of his 9 passes for 93 yards and 1 score. Rushing-wise, Pryor, 3 carries for 21 yards, while Micah Morris has 10 carries for 46 yards. For their leading wide receiver, Landon Bloom, 3 receptions for 22 yards, while Dylan Reed had that 46-yard catch to set up a touchdown earlier in the ballgame for Woodbine. Again, I'm Tyler Lance alongside Beanie Bodie. Beanie, what we were talking about while we were off the air and waiting for the break to end, 19 rushing plays by Tate Furch is the thing that stands out most so far in this game. And it's not just that it's designed runs by Furch, but I've noticed there have been multiple times today he's passed up an open pass to pull the ball down and run it. I think Tate Furch has to be confident throwing the ball in the second half because this Garrigan run game is not going anywhere fast. You've got to trust those open receivers down the field to make plays. You've got to throw the ball into tighter windows than usual, and you've got to let it fly sometimes. 19 carries is a lot of hits for your quarterback to take, and Furch clearly beat up by the end of half number 1.
Yeah, he has taken some shots. He definitely a little gingerly there at the end. Fortunately, he scored that touchdown at the end of half to make it a 2014 game. But Furch has been just such a solid QB for 3 years. I am just so impressed with what that young man has done from the quarterback position. And one of those things is always making good decisions. But I agree with you, Tyler. It's tough here down in the Dome. Things go so fast, and his decision to run the ball instead of throw has put him in harm's way a couple times. And Woodbine, they are a hard-hitting team, and he's taking those shots. You don't want to see your quarterback taking so many shots because you need him to carry you through this whole game and get to the second half. I'm sure the coaches are addressing that now, but what the bigger concern is he's carried the ball 19 times. Marshall's had it 10, CJ's 4, and Garrigan in the running game is their averages are being held way lower. Ethan Marshall's not used to only getting a couple yards a pop. You know, he gets a couple yards if he's met in the backfield. So credit to the Woodbine defense here. Their defensive linemen have just been fantastic against the Garrigan running game. I'm curious in the halftime locker room what the Garrigan coaches are deciding to do. Are they going to try to keep that ground and pound? Because if they do, they at least keep the ball out of Woodbine's hands. That Woodbine offense has proven itself to be extremely potent with the receiving and their running. You don't want their offense to have their hands on the ball any more time, and you can control that by having a good, solid running game. But at what point do you say, we just need to start throwing the ball a little more?
Yeah, right now Bishop Garrigan has a major time of possession advantage. Golden Bears have had the ball for over 16 minutes while Woodbine has had it for just under 8 minutes, so almost double the time of possession, and you wonder if that takes a toll on Woodbine in the second half, but so far, no sign of that. The Woodbine defensive line, they're winning up front when Bishop Garrigan is trying to run the ball, although I will say, Garrigan is winning up front on the passing downs, which is just a fascinating thing to watch so far in this game. The linebackers are doing a really good job for Woodbine, getting to the edge, filling holes in the run game, but Tate Furch has had time to throw the ball so far today. I know Garrigan, they're a ground and pound first team, but I think at some point in the second half, you've got to continue to find ways to make pass plays happen. You know, he may have to throw the ball, Tate Furch, more than 5 times in the second half like he did in half 1.
Right. These linebackers and defensive backs for Woodbine have been excellent in coverage. That's part of the reason Tate Furch is looking downfield and saying, those guys aren't open enough. I better run it. But you got to take some chances. Michael Joyce doesn't have 1 catch today. He's a guy that we saw throughout the regular season win a lot of one-on-one battles just by his athleticism of high pointing the ball, going up and get. If Garrigan's going to win this game, they might have to take some more risks, throw a few 50-50 balls and see if Mike Joyce can go up there and get them, try to make some of those big plays happen. All this is so much to say from our broadcasting booth, but we're in that locker room and there's 1 half of football to go in your season. You don't want to be that guy that makes the wrong call. Players need to put that on the coaches. Let the coaches make the call. You just want to see these players come out and just have fun and play the game. And I think I was wrong on my pregame prediction. I think the Garrigan Bears were a little tentative. I think the players were a little bit nervous. I didn't think they were. They certainly weren't yesterday. But I do think they went into that first half a little tentative, a little nervous. And then when Woodbine came out and smacked him in the mouth a little bit, I think it shell-shocked him a little bit. And I think this halftime break is going to be very helpful for them to get their footing back and come back out. And I think they're going to be a different team here the second half.
Garrigan will certainly have to hope so, because there's one team playing relaxed right now, and that team is not Bishop Garrigan. It was a very tight first half, and you even saw that in that final drive Bishop Garrigan had when they moved down the field, trying to run the clock. Almost ran too much time as they were worried about Woodbine getting the ball back, but the clock management there. They got down, they got to the 1 yard line. They couldn't punch it in on the first quarterback sneak. They nearly got stonewalled again on the second quarterback sneak. It just felt Garrigan was very scrambling there. Even they had the timeout prior, but you're thinking, all right, we've got to call 2 plays here in this timeout. But they just looked very frenetic there, especially at the end of the first half. And part of that is the time's running down, but I think part of that too is it's a state championship nerves, and they're like, oh man, we have 3 chances to punch it in for the 1. If we don't get this, we're down 20-6 at the half. It just felt like everything was kind of sped up in the brains of these Golden Bear players.
Yeah, I agree. Then big games are when the big players come out. So in this second half, we're going to see the big players come out, I'm sure. For Garrigan, I think it's Ethan Marceau. This is the guy that has gotten you here for 3 years in a row. He's led Garrigan to the Dome, even as a sophomore, with his blocking ability, and Furch was the QB. Like you put it on guys like Ethan Marceau. He's wanted it. This kid's dreamed about it. He's a hard-working kid. He's probably going to go home tonight and get in the tractor and spread manure or something. He is a workhorse. So take advantage of that workhorse. Let's get him the ball, keep feeding him, wear that team down. It's just a one-score game, which in 8-player football, 20-14 might as well be tied. These teams can put up points, so it's a long way from over. But trust those stars on your team. For Garrigan, that's Ethan Marceau, Tate Furch, those seniors. They'll take you to pay dirt. And if you're Woodbine, you're going to look for guys like Landon Bloom, who I think he just had 1 catch here in this first half. I'm sorry, he had 3, but nothing incredibly damaging to the Bears. None of those big plays that he breaks one and sprints the whole field. So Garrigan has done a really nice job bottling him up. So you look for Woodbine to try to go to him as well. And we'll see if the big stars come out in the big game in the second half.
Well, what a start to this game by the Woodbine Tigers, leading the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears 20-14 at the half, as that's our first half recap, brought to you by Murphy Realty and Management. We'll take another timeout on your Edward Jones halftime report and come back if you make the call, brought to you by Algona Municipal Utilities, coming up next.
Life changes, then it changes again. At Edward Jones, we believe that when it comes to your financial goals, you can't predict the unexpected, but you can prepare. Challenges such as job loss, change in health, or loss of a loved one can have a big impact on your family's financial security. Hi, I'm Mackenzie Jorgensen, an Edward Jones financial advisor. Let's work together to help make sure you're ready for life's ups and downs. Call us at 515-395-4021 to get started. Together with Brady Ross, Jerry Sokup, and Bruce Keith, we are local Edward Jones financial advisors. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
It's time for You Make the Call as we test your knowledge of the rules. You Make the Call is brought to you by Algona Municipal Utilities, where they are community-owned for community benefit. Our referee this evening is Tom Claude.
Team A has 4th and 12 from its own 30-yard line. A's 13 punt is very short and hits at the A 28-yard line. Up back, A 48 picks up the ball, runs, and is tackled at the A 46-yard line. Is this a legal play? You make the call.
Make the call with AMU Telephone Service. AMU local and long-distance telephone provides the call clarity and reliability you expect at an affordable price. Enhance your AMU telephone service with calling features like caller ID and voicemail. When you switch to AMU telephone, you can keep your 295 phone number and you get friendly local customer service. Make the call to AMU to install AMU telephone. Algona Municipal Utilities, community-owned for community benefit.
Under the playing rules, any member of the kicking team may catch or recover a scrimmage kick, such as a punt or a field goal or a PAT, while it is in or behind the neutral zone, and may advance the ball unless it is during a try. Team A will have 1st and 10 at the A 46.
And this has been You Make the Call, brought to you by Algona Municipal Utilities, where they are community-owned for community benefit.
Do you see yourself traveling, working part-time, or moving somewhere warmer when you retire? Hi, I'm Bruce Keith, your Edward Jones financial advisor, and I want to help make your retirement goals a reality. Let's talk about where you are, where you want to be, and how we get you there. Together, we can plan for the expected and make sure you're ready for the unexpected. Contact me, Bruce Keith, at 515-295-5173. Together with Jerry Sokup, Mackenzie Jorgensen, and Brady Ross, we are your local Edward Jones financial advisors. Edward Jones, members SIPC.
You shouldn't need an advanced degree to figure out how to pay for one. Hi, I'm Brady Ross, your Algona Edward Jones financial advisor, and I want to help you understand all the options you have when paying for an education. Whether you're the first in your family to attend college or planning for a grandchild to build on a legacy that goes back generations, let's work together to take care of your unique financial needs. Call me at 515-295-7763 to get started today. Together with Bruce Keith, Jerry Sokup, and Mackenzie Jorgensen, we are your local Edward Jones financial advisors. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Wrapping things up for our Edward Jones halftime report. The score right now, Woodbine 20, Bishop Garrigan 14 as we get ready for the second half on Hometown and Home Country Radio. The Woodbine Tigers get the football to begin the half, as I'm Tyler Lance alongside Beanie Bodie. Beanie, a big defensive possession coming up for Bishop Garrigan. Neither of these teams is used to being stopped. Really, you look throughout the course of the season, Woodbine had scored at least 50 points every single game prior to that semifinal win, 38-30 over Gladbrook Rhinebeck. Bishop Garrigan, they've scored at least 50 points every time this season, including the semifinals. So we're seeing a few more defensive stops here today, as you'd expect in a state championship game. But the one thing I'll point out, we haven't seen our first turnover of the game yet for either side. Garrigan's been stopped on a 4th down and 1, which is a very rare occurrence. Woodbine did that, but we haven't seen any true turnovers, interceptions, or fumbles yet in this one. That could be something to look out for in the second half.
That is a good point. And turnovers often happen when teams take a little bit of a risk. Neither of these teams are taking very big risks. They're just trying to go with what they know is safe. In the second half, when both coach and staff start to gun for that state championship trophy, they're going to take some risks, and like you said, that could result in some TOs. But we shall see how that plays out here as both teams take the field. They do look different. They do look like a little calm. You know, you get the pageantry, the garage door goes up at the beginning of the game. They're playing Thunderstruck or whatever classic rock tune always plays in these stadium games. And you can see like they were amped up. Right now, they look a little bit calmer. And I think we're going to see a completely different game here in this second half here. But like you said, Tyler, these teams are not used to being held to less than 50 points a game. These kids are loving finally playing against a team that is worthy adversary because, you know, it's no fun crushing teams week in and week out.
Yeah, it's fun to a certain point, but once you do it week after week, you're looking for a big competition on the other side at some point, and both these teams getting that so far today. Well, Bishop Garrigan trying for their 3rd state championship in program history. They've won in 1985 and 2023. Woodbine, they've never won a state title. In fact, they hadn't been as far as even the quarterfinals since 1997. 1997 was the only other time that Woodbine ever even went to a state championship game, so they're one half away from history here, which is something that Bishop Garrigan, of course, will try to prevent. But again, you're just looking for something that'll change here in a big way in the second half. That first turnover, that first big play. We saw a couple of huge plays already in that first half. Again, I keep going back to that 4th down and 1 where Woodbine stopped Bishop Garrigan and then eventually scored a touchdown. I mean, how often have we seen Garrigan not convert a 4th down and 1? I mean, that's got to be 95% conversion at least this year.
Yeah, they've even scored on 4th and 1 from a long ways out, just breaking a big run. So yeah, that is something new to Garrigan, but not something unexpected. Look at who you're playing over here. I mean, those Woodbine guys are big, they're athletic, very impressive team. I mean, if you're driving around the streets of the metropolis of Woodbine, Iowa, and you see these athletes out there, you are insisting the coach goes to the state title game. In fact, if you have athletes like that and you're at 8-player football and you don't make it somewhere big, you're not doing something right. Garrigan, on the other hand, I feel like they've got great athletes, but they're just a program that's built from the ground up over, 34 years of Marty Wadley program. Year in and year out, they're good, and every once in a while they get the right recipe. But Garrigan, they are very athletic, but they don't have that elite. They just have this pride, this tradition, this solid foundation that they built this team on. And last year, the year before, and even next year, I'm going to go out and say, like, Garrigan's going to be around because they're going to have that consistency. So will that consistency match with this very athletic Woodbine team in the second half? They're either going to win it or come real close.
Well, Bishop Garrigan has seen Coach Wadley coach for a long time, like you said. 250 career wins for Coach Wadley and 1 state title under his belt with the 2023 season. Bishop Garrigan will kick off now to start the second half, right to left on the radio dial. You look at Woodbine, their head coach Dustin Crook, hopefully for the Tigers, had a good message in the halftime locker room. He's been coaching 12 seasons at Woodbine. His record 53-56. As you can see, Woodbine had some mediocre records over the years, but last year jumped up to 8-2. This year jumped into the state title game and is 1/2 away from knocking off number 1 ranked Bishop Garrigan as they lead 20-14.
You can see Garrigan is pulling out some stops here. They are going with a different kick cover team. They've taken out some of those sophomores, and they got a lot of starters on the kick cover team for special teams here. Maybe they're going to go for something big.
Marceau will squib it towards the right side. That ball's rolling loose on the field, and it's covered up by Woodbine's Cal Pryor. That ball hit off the hands of Kanan around the 34-yard line, but fortunately for Woodbine, Cal Pryor was Johnny on the spot to get on top of it and prevent Bishop Garrigan from recovering.
Close, but not quite. That was almost a big turnaround. I feel like Garrigan is just one of those big plays, one big momentum play for getting their energy up and really turning the tide of this game. They just need a big play. Maybe it's a big pick right here, but Garrigan needs one big defining play to turn the tide in their favor.
Bishop Garrigan comes out with 3 down linemen against the pistol formation of Woodbine. Bloom, the lone receiver, out to the right. The give to Moore is trying the middle, looks to cut back. He drives across the 25-yard line, out to the 35-yard line, I should say, out to the 36, and he'll pick up 5 yards.
Schwab and Miller in on the tackle. Schwab got blown off the line as you'd expect, but he got low and found his way to the legs of the ball carrier, and Matt Miller finished it off. But those 4 yards of pop, you're going to see Woodbine, now that they have the lead, they're going to try to get Moores the ball, use some of their running game.
Micah Moores last week had 27 carries for 102 yards and a touchdown in that semifinal win over Gladbrook-Rhinebeck. That was a game where Woodbine had a big lead, 30-14, before Gladbrook came back to tie it, as there's a quick hitter out to the left side, caught near the line to gain, 1 yard shy by Bloom, his 4th catch of the day, and a 3rd and 1 upcoming for Woodbine.
Schwab went up to try to knock that ball out of the air. He almost got it, and when he came down, he looked like he landed a little funny, or he looks a little gingerly, like kind of the way I look when my back hurts. So let's hope Schwab is healthy out there, because they need him, the lineman that's going to play at the next level here for Garrigan.
The good news for Garrigan is I think Carter Schwab will bounce back a little quicker than Beanie Bodie getting out of bed in the morning. Pistol for Pryor, the give to Morris through the middle.
Oh.
Morris hit at the line of scrimmage, but he surges forward of a second effort, and they are marking him right at the line to gain. It depends on the spot. It's either 4th inches or 1st down by an inch.
Hello, defensive line. He took a pop there. I think that was Moose. I think that was Carson Kramer. I think he came up and, boy, someone delivered a shot to Morris like Ethan Marceau. He's not used to not gaining big yards, and they're going to measure this.
They're calling for the chain gang.
That was a big pop. Schwab continues to walk around like he's nursing something here, but he's also a competitor. The title game, he's not going to go take a breather.
Well, the spot of the ball is at the 38-yard line of Bishop Garrigan right now, or just shy of it. They're marking that ball right at the edge of the UNI logo. The tail of the panther at midfield is where that ball is sitting right now as they walk the chains out into the middle of this turf gridiron.
Well, I don't know who runs the chains to these games. We know the Bishop Garrigan chain gang crew.
Bring out the Gene Sterator index card because Woodbine got it by an inch. Wow.
Oh, wow. You know, that chain gang, they're happy to be part of this game. But, boy, I sure wish they would have stretched it a little bit the other way. That was as close as it can get. Well, that's going to be the 1st down for Woodbine. In an 8-player game, we don't see many measurements because there are a lot of big plays in 8-player football.
1 receiver each side of the formation for Woodbine. Reed out to the right and Bloom out to the left. Pistol formation for Pryor, the senior quarterback, 4-year starter, looking to take a deep shot. He's got Bloom down the middle, makes the grab, and he's into the end zone for a touchdown. A flag came out too. That may be holding on Bishop Garrigan as Pryor and Bloom hook up for a huge pass play. As of right now, 26-14, but we'll wait for the official word on this flag.
Boy, just a phenomenal pass. I think you're right, Tyler. I think Garrigan tried to hold Bloom at the last second when they saw the ball was in the air, but it didn't matter. He's so big and strong, he just ran away from the hold. I think that's what it is. But, boy, Tyler, Carter McGregor and company were so close to getting to Pryor there and sacking the QB. They just got to get there a split second faster, at least put a little more pressure on him. Otherwise, that quarterback, he threw a rifle. Best pass I've seen that guy throw in the 2 games I've watched him throw. Beautiful toss to their elite receiver, Bloom.
Well, they're talking to Woodbine right now, and it is a touchdown. Penalties on Bishop Garrigan, so it's 26-14 Woodbine Tigers. Bloom caught 2 touchdown passes last week, and he gets his first touchdown of this state championship game. This prospect being recruited by schools and being offered by schools like Illinois, Iowa, Iowa State, Kansas State. He's gotten offers from Minnesota, Vanderbilt, Northwestern, Wisconsin. The list goes on. Maryland and Michigan State. They're all getting in on this guy, and you saw why on that play. 10:22 left in the third quarter. 26-14 Woodbine. The two-point try with Pryor in the pistol. Pryor back to throw. He throws over the middle. Wide open man. Brenner Sullivan makes the catch. 28-14 Woodbine. Pryor got drilled, but he stood in there and delivered, and Woodbine Beanie up by 2 possessions.
Well, they need to hit that quarterback a few more times, but quite frankly, I'm surprised they don't go to their passing game more often, because Garrigan's D-backs are good, but these receivers have been this fantastic at finding the open spots in the zone, and the quarterback Pryor has delivered rock-solid passes. Now that has been kind of announced here in this second half, this kind of changes the dynamic of the play calling for Bishop Garrigan. Now down 28-14. What if they get a defensive stop there? They can continue to run the game plan of ground and pound and mixing in the passes. But now down 2 scores, it's going to put a little pressure on their offense to put up some points a little quicker.
Well, that touchdown pass by Brody Pryor to Landon Bloom was for 38 yards. Then the 2-point conversion pass to Brenner Sullivan as Woodbine's backed up by 2 possessions, 28-14. And that penalty, the hold by Bishop Garrigan, is enforced on the kickoff, so Woodbine will have Kanan to kick it off from the 40-yard line as Bishop Garrigan has Joyce and McGregor back deep. We'll see if Woodbine squibs it here. I like not kicking the touchback here and trying to use this extra field position to your advantage if you're Woodbine by squibbing the ball and getting your coverage guys down there a bit quicker.
And it's a championship game. Teams take risks. You know, it's not outlandish that they might try to go for a surprise onside kick. Garrigan did that in the title game a couple years ago, and it worked. If Woodbine could pull that off now, that would be a coup. But I agree with you, Tyler. Why kick the touchback? See if you can make something happen here in this short field. They're kicking from midfield.
And Bishop Garrigan, they don't have any hands team out there. Up front, you've got linemen like Caden Graves, Matt Besh, and Carter McGregor up front. So you do not have any specialized hands team in here for this. They're going to kick it deep, and they're going to kick it into the end zone. So Woodbine played that one very conservatively. They'll settle for the touchback, and Bishop Garrigan starts at the 15-yard line with a ton of pressure on this offense.
Yes, it is some pressure, but hopefully that was a very productive halftime. They saw something that they liked. The Garrigan coaching staff has been very good at making adjustments at halftime. You know, they've got a lot of similarities to those Iowa Hawkeyes that we see on Saturday. They make adjustments at halftime, and they seem to come out better in the second half.
Bishop Garrigan, remember the quarterfinal game, dominated Don Bosco in the second half with a 31-7 scoring advantage. That was in the quarterfinals. So there's a pass left side to Joyce, catches it out in the flat, tiptoes the sideline and forced into the boundary. Tackle made by Brendan Wagner as Joyce gets forward for a 3-yard pickup.
Well, I like the attempt to get Joyce a little more involved in the offense there. That's one way. Swing him the ball. They had 3 receivers on the left side. You got to have all 3 of those guys out there for blockers and to make sure that Joyce gets the ball, because that's also a risky pass thrown out to the flats as Ethan Marshall comes back in for Dalton Clens on 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, you've got to find a way to block these flowing linebackers of the Woodbine Tigers. Shotgun formation for Furch. He'll give to Marceau through the middle. Had a little bit of a crease as he wiggles across the 20-yard line out to the 21, setting up a 3rd down and about 3.5.
Well, as you said at half, Garrigan has faced a lot of 3rd downs. I do like that play to Marceau where he gets the ball a little quicker, a little quick hitter to the powerful Marceau is working better than the slower developing play.
That's exactly right. The long developing plays are getting blown up here. The quick hitters, you're having some success in forward progress. Furch on the quarterback keeper, runs right side, and Furch tries to surge forward for a little second effort, but he didn't get there. It's 4th and 1. Bishop Garrigan has it at their own 24-yard line, and now a major decision upcoming.
Looks like they are going to go for it. Madden Miller comes in. He's the 2nd tight end. They're going to come up with 2 tight ends to have a little more power. Tyler, that just proved our comment. Those slower developing plays like we just saw where Furch was kind of waiting to see where the blocks developed. The blocks just aren't developing this game like they have all season. You gotta hit it hard.
Here comes Bishop Garrigan's crunch package with the extra offensive lineman Carson Kramer. They've stoned a couple quarterback sneaks as Furch will go in the shotgun instead, and it's a 4th down and 1 from their own 24. Furch is looking to run, wiggles through the middle, got the 1st down as he emerges past the initial line of scrimmage. He gets out to the 27-yard line, and Bishop Garrigan exhales as they move the chains.
Furch made a great decision to go low and kind of submarine dive forward to make sure he got the 1st down. Great play by the senior quarterback, making sure he picked that up. Just saw the smallest little opening.
By the way, that was an incredible block by Carter Schwab, who removed Jax Pryor from the play. Now a pre-snap penalty comes in as Bishop Garrigan Looked like they either illegal shifted or false started.
Well,
it'll be a false start on Garrigan, setting up a 1st and 15.
Well, the Woodbine defensive line's been good, but Garrigan's got seniors on that offensive line. Carter Schwab, Caden Graves right there on that last play. Time for them to step up and shine here. We've got the crunch package again. Moose is in there on the line. Garrigan's trying to go big.
Yeah, Coach Kesselring, the offensive coordinator, told me about that a couple of weeks ago, where when you have Kramer in there as an extra offensive lineman, they call that crunch. As Marshall runs right side, he's got a hole. Kramer gets the block. Marshall past the original line of scrimmage, and he teeters along the sideline out to the 31-yard line. Good, solid pick of about 8 yards right there.
Garrigan seems content to stick to the game plan. They're going to come out. I love that play to Marshall. They're going to come out and try to run that ball. Plenty of time left in the game, but they do need a score to cut into this 2-score deficit.
28-14 Woodbine. Furch with the read play. Marceau picks his way through the middle as he trips his way forward. Picked up a couple of yards as Tremmel makes the stop, and it's another 3rd down. What do you know for the Golden Bears? 3rd down and 5 after that earlier false start penalty.
This puts a lot of pressure on the offensive coaches. Keep having all these 3rd down calls.
Furch in the shotgun has Joyce split out to the left. Marceau on his left hip. Furch reads, gives to Marceau through the middle, 1st down. Marceau 40, lowers the shoulder and runs across the 35-yard line. Brody Pryor hangs on for the tackle, but that's the most space we've seen today for Ethan Marceau, who moves into Woodbine territory.
That's the second half team that Garrigan usually is. They come out the second half and start steamrolling people. Typically, they're not down by 2 touchdowns, however.
Yeah, at some point the defense has to get a stop, but first Bishop Garrigan worries about the offense as McGregor takes it, bends it off the left side. McGregor across the 31, tripped up just shy of the 30-yard line. Good job there by Brody Pryor, kind of falling on the ground right in front of McGregor and forcing him to slow up the feet. It'll be a pickup of about 4.5 yards.
Lear was the pulling lineman. He got out there in front of the ball carrier. C.J. McGregor was behind him waiting for him to throw a block, and Lear got there just in time to give him a seam to get upfield for those 5 yards.
2nd and 5 from the 30. Hand off to McGregor. McGregor through the middle, trying to drive the legs as he surges forward and picked up a couple down to the 32-yard line. Lucas Olson, along with a horde of other defenders in there on the team tackle, and it's 3rd down, 3 yards to go.
This is fun. Carter Schwab and Brenner Sullivan are going at it after the play with their mouths. Carter Schwab, one of the best talkers, both positive and negative. He's not going to let Brenner Sullivan talk his team down.
3rd down and 3. Bishop Garrigan's at the Woodbine 28. Furch shotgun, handoff, though he keeps it on the read. He's hitting the backfield, and Joe Friend blows it up. Back to the 32-yard line. That play fooled me initially, but it didn't fool Joe Friend, and it'll be 4th down and about 7 for Bishop Garrigan.
That was the touchdown call for Bishop Garrigan. They called that play thinking this is going to be 6, and it would have been if not for Joe Friend, who's had a fantastic play. The coaches had him lined out perfect. He was spying Furch the whole time. They've watched the game film. They know Furch keeps it there. They have Friend just being a spy on Furch. He ate that play up, saved a touchdown likely.
Bishop Garrigan must go for it. 4th and 7 from the 31-yard line, trailing by 14. Trips to the right. That's the wide side of the field with Furch alone on the shotgun. 4-man protection. Furch guns, and he's got the 1st down. Michael Joyce to the 21-yard line. Furch put it right on number 9, and the Golden Bears have a critical conversion with 6:20 left in the 3rd.
Beautiful pass by Furch, but you could tell as he usually reads the whole field that time, he was looking for Joyce all the way. He knew Joyce is my man on this 4th down. He put it right on the money.
Trips to the left this time. Furch is going to run behind the block of Lear. Bends it out the left side, but Brenner Sullivan makes a great high tackle, dropping Furch to the line of scrimmage as he couldn't get around the end.
Brenner Sullivan and Friend have just been nightmares from their blitzing spots. They line up wide, almost like an extra defensive end. It's a strange formation defensively, but it is working. They are just eating up those plays.
Boy, Beanie, watching the Woodbine film against Gladbrook-Rhinebeck, I thought Woodbine missed a lot of tackles in that game. They have missed hardly any tackles in this game. And Bishop Garrigan is getting hit. They are going down. There's not a lot of extra yardage after contact. Marceau runs right side, looks for a crease. He surges forward across the 15-yard line as a flag comes in from behind the play. That flag was thrown so far from about 20 yards away, and it hit Matthew Tremmel right in the gut.
And it was so late. They're going to get Schwab, I think. He blocked this guy to the ground, way away from the play. And I think that's an unnecessary one, both on the person that committed it and that referee that threw it. Oh, no. Not on Schwab.
They called it on Madden Miller.
Madden Miller. Yeah, I did not see that one. So I thought Schwab had a good block all the way to the ground. I always hate it when you block a guy to the ground, it looks bad, and sometimes it draws kind of a sympathy flag from the referees. But that time they're going to get Miller. I did not see that one. Oh, unfortunate penalty. That's going to set the Bears way back at the 30-yard line.
Yeah, they haven't showed us nearly as many replays today as they did in the semifinals. We're trying to watch on the Unidome scoreboard to see if they show it to us, but they are going pretty light on the replays today. So it'll be a 2nd down and 20 from the 30-yard line.
2nd and 20 for an 8-player team is just like 1st and 10.
Furch back to throw, clean pocket. He's going to load up for a deep shot down the middle. Big time coverage, and that ball's incomplete. Michael Joyce just turned into a defensive back as Brody Pryor had an interception, but Joyce waved his hand right in front of him to try to knock that ball away.
Yeah, I like the shot, though. Taking a chance, giving a chance for Michael Joyce to go up and make a play. Unfortunately, it was double coverage, but you got to take those shots. Now it's 3rd and 20.
So Bishop Garrigan in a tougher situation now. Like you always say, you try to get at least half of this, if not most of it, on this play and try for a more manageable 4th down. 3 wide receivers as Marceau motions out of the backfield, 3-man rush. Here comes pressure, it's a screen into the middle of the Joyce. Makes a man miss. Joyce to the 30, he's to the 25, weaving to the 20, driving his legs forward down to the 17-yard line. That's what Garrigan needed. It's now going to be a more manageable 4th down and 7 to go after the 13-yard pickup.
Boy, beautiful play, beautiful pass by Furch because he had those very tall defensive ends coming in. They let him through. They were right in his face. He put that just over the top. He had to really float it up to Joyce. Love getting Joyce in the open field. Keep getting that guy involved in the offense. Boy, he is good in the open field. But credit to Woodbine. Great open field tackling once again and good swarming.
Yeah, there was a chance for Jacob Cogdale to get Joyce behind the line of scrimmage, but Joyce made him miss and got forward for 13 yards. Here comes the 4th and 7. End zone is towards our left. Empty formation. Furch back to throw. Great protection. Fires into the end zone, and it is incomplete. Broken up at the last minute. Michael Joyce begging for a flag, but he won't get it. Joyce had his hands on the football beanie, but it got jarred loose, and Woodbine bends, but they don't break on defense.
Well, good hold by Woodbine. Great play here, as we stated in review. Well timed by Pryor, the quarterback for them, is a great defensive back. He gets it at the right time. Furch has his hands on his hips. He wishes for a call there too, but it's not happening. Now the Bears are going to have to play some D, try to get that ball back. I do like Garrigan taking some chances there, and it worked well. That drive had some positives. Marceau running the ball hard, so Garrigan just needs to get that ball back. 4:20 left to go in the 3rd, though.
But boy, you worked that hard and got no points out of it. Bishop Garrigan down 28-14. 4:23 left in the 3rd. Pistol formation. Brody Pryor is going to throw it over the middle to Bloom. Makes the catch out to the 27-yard line, and Bloom eats up 9 yards on that 1st down pickup. Tate Furch makes the tackle.
So now the Garrigan defense did send Marceau there on a blitz, whether Marceau called it on himself or not, but they're going to have to start taking some more chances here. Going to have to try to they don't have time to be the bend but don't break defense. They need that ball back. They got to get some stoppage, but now it's 2nd and 1 is all, and that made single coverage, and and you have the elite Bloom in single coverage. I know who I'm throwing to.
But boy, going back to that 4th down try for Bishop Garrigan, like you said, it was Pryor, and then Joe Friend was back there in coverage as well, and one of those two may have even gotten a finger on the ball. Joyce had a chance, but that ball got broken up late as there's a pre-snap penalty on Woodbine. We've seen very few penalties called on the Tigers so far today, and a 2nd and 1 just turned into a 2nd and 6.
Well, the play was blown dead, but the offense still snapped the ball and ran it, and Moose put the ball carrier to the ground. That was, if you heard a ooh from the crowd, it was a big hit by Carson Kramer on Moores, the ball carrier. And I think one of the players is talking to the officials. Wasn't that play blown dead? And it was, but not very definitively.
Matthew Tremmel, the right guard, called for that false start. So 2nd and 6 as the ball gets backed up to the 22-yard line. Woodbine with 3:33 in the clock in quarter number 3. They send 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Ball on the right side hash with a pistol formation for Pryor. And hard count. Garrigan jumped. They're pointing towards Garrigan's direction as Carson Kramer came off sides, and Woodbine gets those 5 yards right back.
Well, once again, hats off to Woodbine. They realize Garrigan is getting a little more desperation, and they are really gunning for that snap count. And they adjusted, drew us off sides. Boy, on that last play, Landon Bloom, the 6'4" D1 recruit, was on Titan Schroyer, the sophomore, more of a wrestler out there, standing at about 5'7". That is quite the mismatch out there. And Garrigan taking some risks, dropping out of their zone.
Bloom is the lone wide receiver in formation right now. Short side of the field to the right. The snap to Pryor, the handoff to Moores. Moores a whole left side across the 30, driving the legs forward, staying on his feet, and tiptoeing for extra yards. Has the first down out to the 34-yard line of some hard, almost Marceau-esque running.
Yes, he's very good. Titan Troyer hit him hard down low, wrapped up his right ankle and was holding on for dear life. Michael Joyce came through, didn't think he'd have to do anything, but as it looked like Moores was going to escape, Joyce had to come in and give him a little patty back to the ground.
Fresh set of downs for Woodbine of 2:41 left in the third quarter. Grinding the clock here against Bishop Garrigan late in the third, leading 28-14 and trying to go up by 3 possessions. Bloom out to the right as Pryor gives to Moores. Moores full head of steam across the 40. He's to the 35, tumbles forward for the first down. 14-yard pickup, wrapped up by his ankles, but another first down for Woodbine on the Moores carry.
Boy, he hits the hole hard. He is full speed in 2 steps. Like you said, Tyler, very much like Ethan Marceau. If you're listening at home and seen Marceau run, they've got one on their team too. The difference is they've got a 28-14 lead, 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Garrigan is taking chances. That time they sent C.J. McGregor on a blitz off the edge, and he popped the quarterback, but the quarterback didn't have the ball anymore.
That was Titan Troyer on the last tackle as Moores broke a couple of arm tackles prior to Troyer getting into the ground. Bloom out to the right, wide side of the field. Pryor is looking to throw. Rolls right side. He has some pressure. He steps up. He tries to escape to his right. He guns down the field, looking for Bloom in the middle. Makes the grab. Down to the 1-yard line, reaching for the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Landon Bloom. What a play for Woodbine. Pryor escaping pressure, had a defender all over him as he threw. Bloom made the catch, ran across the face of Furch, and reached over the goal line. 34-14 Tigers on an incredible touchdown.
What an elite play that was. Furch was there. The quarterback was dead meat. Ethan Marceau, Carter McGregor were just in his face. He just chucks it up. And Furch was there, but Bloom, being the elite receiver, just made another incredible play. Ball popped out at the end, but it's too late. He extended it across the goal line. What a play here in the finals.
And Carter McGregor crushed Brody Pryor on that play, but he still laid it up there. One-on-one coverage for his 6'4" receiver, Landon Bloom. 2-point try from the left hash. Pryor back to throw, zips it over the middle, right in there for the 2-point conversion as he's able to wedge that one in there to Brenner Sullivan, and it's 36-14 Woodbine with 1:47 left in the third quarter. Beanie, I'll say this for Brody Pryor. He's got a very elongated delivery. It's a huge windup on his throwing motion, and I was thinking, boy, if he's not accurate today, the Garrigan defensive backs are going to read that and get there for an interception, but he is putting the ball right where his receivers have a chance to catch it, and you're talking about a 6'5" Aiden Kanan and a 6'4" Landon Bloom. They're just bigger than the Garrigan defensive backs.
Yeah, and the cliche is it's a game of inches and a game of seconds in this case. All 3 of his big pass plays have been milliseconds away from a Bishop Garrigan defender from sacking him or at least blocking the ball. He gets rid of it at the very last possible second on those big plays, and those receivers have done a great job going up and get it. I mean, well done offense here by Woodbine. Like I said at halftime, the big stars are going to come out. Landon Bloom is a big star, and he just made a big play there. And if you're Pryor, you can chuck that ball up there. Also, Pryor has taken some big hits. Like you said, Carter hit him there. He was the one that was down. We thought he might be out of the game, but he popped right back up. Very tough quarterback there on both teams. Pryor getting the pass done there.
Kanan will kick it away for Woodbine. Joyce and C.J. McGregor back deep to receive right now for Bishop Garrigan. As Kanan kicks it end over end down towards the goal line. Will it stay out? It will as Joyce jumps up and catches at the 1-yard line. Angles to the middle to the 10. Trying to bend it to the outside to the 15. He surges forward, and he is tracked down shy of the 20-yard line. Good job setting the edge there for Woodbine as Dylan Reed wouldn't let Joyce break it to the outside. And that play got chased down by the Tigers as Lane Thomas had the tackle.
Well, such good players in championship games. That wasn't exciting. Every little bit of these games are exciting. Even that kick return by Joyce was exciting. You never know when something's a split second away from something big happening. Garrigan needs some big plays now. Woodbine has gotten 2 scores, big scores to start up the second half. Bears absolutely have to answer here with the big plays of their own.
Well, a huge cheer just went up for the Woodbine crowd, and we'll tell you why after this play as Marceau picks his way for the middle, breaks the tackle, and he spins free. He's across the 35, and he's stopped right there as he almost broke it for a huge touchdown. He got the first down, was in the open field, and a late ankle tackle stopped Ethan Marceau as Garrigan will go tempo here, so we'll have to hold that last fought on Woodbine. 1:28 left in the third quarter. Give to Marceau again. Trying to get through the left side. This time he's hit by 3 white jerseys as Cal Pryor makes the stop. Well, the Woodbine crowd, they were roaring because They showed on the scoreboard Lane Pryor, the former Woodbine Tiger, signed at the Houston Texans practice squad, and they were showing him on the scoreboard. I talked in the pregame. It's a whole Pryor family tradition here at Woodbine. Brothers, fathers, and Lane Pryor signing of Houston's practice squad in the NFL as Furch rolls out to the right side, looking to throw, pulls it down and wants to run across the 35 to the 40, breaks a tackle to the 35, and Tate Furch right at the sticks. They will mark him just shy of the first down.
Got to be really close to first down. Yeah, just short. So, Tyler, what you're saying here is there's some prior history with this Woodbine team.
Oh, I didn't even try to set you up for that, but you played it perfectly, Beanie.
You're welcome. Here we go, Marceau.
They don't call him the best color man in the game for nothing, folks, as Marceau surges across the 30-yard line, drives the legs, and boy, that ball came out late. Woodbine saying they had it, but even Marceau was down as he got the first down.
Definitely down by contact. Ground can't cause the fumble, as they always say. But, boy, give it to Marceau. He's getting it done. Like I knew it. That senior is not going to let Garrigan go down without a huge fight here.
Bishop Garrigan's got to be just about perfect here, down 36-14, as Woodbine will call a timeout. Well, here's the thing that you're looking at right now. 3-possession game for Garrigan to try to come back. Does this defense have 3 stops in them? Plus, I don't think you can fail to score again if you're the offense. You've got to score every time. You've got to stop Woodbine 3 times here in the final quarter plus of this ball game.
Well, I hate to call on logic here, but logically, no. That Woodbine offense is very potent. The game plan of keeping it out of their hands is already over. That's blown. You have to give on that. They've scored nearly every time they touch the ball. They're such a good offensive team. Garrigan is an offensive team as well. The only chance now is they're going to have to put up a lot of points fast and hope for those defensive stops. And there might even have to be a little onside kick in there. I mean, there's still time left in the game, but like you said, Tyler, Garrigan has not shown a lot of positive defensive stops here. Woodbine offense just has been too good.
Well, first and foremost, Bishop Garrigan needs to score on this drive, but a big decision will happen to start the fourth quarter if they do is, do you onside kick at that soon or not? And we'll, of course, go over that if they do, in fact, score a touchdown here, but you've got to think the coaches already have that in the back of their mind if the offense can finish off this drive.
Well, it's Marceau and Furch. CJ McGregor actually in as the running back right now.
McGregor's on the right hip of Furch in the shotgun of 2 tight ends, and the receiver Joyce out to the left. CJ McGregor cuts, bounces, then gets up the field to the 24-yard line. Not a whole lot there. The 26. Woodbine pulled the ball again after he was down. It's a 2-yard pickup.
You know, last week Garrigan just ripped the ball out of
Aiden Kiergaard's hands.
Yeah, Kiergaard's hands. I think they are trying to do the same thing right there. So now Carter McGregor comes in for his brother C.J. McGregor. The 2 McGregor boys, one a senior, one a sophomore.
2nd down and 8. Furch taking it on the run as Marceau and McGregor leading the way as Furch tunnels his way forward to the 22. And that'll be a modest pickup to set up a 3rd down and 5 when we come back. The third quarter has come to an end. Bishop Garrigan's in a big hole right now as Woodbine looking for their first state title, leading 36-14 on KLGA and KLGZ.
More Sports Boosters bringing you this broadcast on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Sportsman's Corner, your power sports headquarters. Can-Am and Honda side-by-sides, ATVs, and motorcycles.
Farmers Cooperative of Odison and Algona, offering Kent show feeds for all your livestock projects.
Capacious Brothers Incorporated, Pioneer Seed.
Flipside in Laverne, open 7 days a week, dine in or carry out.
Advanced Drainage Systems, our reason is water.
Snap-on Tools, the most valued tool storage solutions in the world.
All bringing you this game.
Thank you to these sports boosters bringing you this game on Hometown and Home Country Radio. Algona Hearing Center, better living through better hearing.
Bodie's Moonlight Garden, for all your fall pumpkins, gourds, and squash.
Vanward Trucking of Odison, livestock and flatbed hauling.
Suiday Health and Production.
Carroll Implement of Laverne, serving area farming communities for over 50 years.
All sponsors of this game broadcast.
Where you bank matters. Hi, I'm Sherry Bankin at Security State Bank, and we're relationship bankers. We get to know our customers and understand their financial needs. We're locally owned and operated, which means family, community, and service always comes first. So come to Security State Bank. We'll treat you like family. Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Security State Bank.
We've got more sports boosters making this broadcast possible on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Central Financial Group, where you belong.
Chemco Tires, your Goodyear tire dealer.
Murphy Farm Services, your local Generac and Cummins authorized sales and service center.
AK's Chrome Kitchen, come get you some yum.
Stroman Family Dental, giving you something to smile about.
Bill's Auto and Truck Repair. Service is the difference.
High Point Land Company, your destination for land transactions.
All sponsors of this game broadcast.
Tyler Lance alongside Beanie Bodie at the Unidome in Cedar Falls. Bishop Garrigan in a position that they haven't been in a very long time. Down 36-14 against the Woodbine Tigers with 12 minutes of football left. Bishop Garrigan's on the edge of the red zone facing a 3rd down and 5. And Beanie, obviously it starts in this drive. You finish this drive with points, then you go from there.
Yeah, it's number 1 Garrigan versus number 2 Woodbine. So if Garrigan wants to earn that number 1 ranking they've had all year, they've got 12 minutes to prove it, and it's going to be tough down several scores. They're really going to have to step up big and change their game plan here for the 4th quarter and really start to take risk and try out to go out to win that game and throw out the game plan.
3rd and 5 with 2 receivers to the left, and Bishop Garrigan false starts to begin the quarter. Everyone just antsy to get that snap off. It appeared that
that right side of the line.
They gave it to Marceau there because Marceau started to move the feet there, getting ready to take the handoff before the snap actually was delivered.
Well, I know this Bishop Garrigan team, they trust in Ethan Marceau. Unfortunately, running the ball in the 4th quarter when you're down so much is not the recipe.
Now a 3rd down and 10. Furch reads and he keeps it through the middle. Furch across the 25-yard line, just shy of the 20, got to the 21 and sets up a 4th down and 4. So that's the yardage you lost there on the penalty, but you've got to get this 4th down now.
Now, I will say on the bright side of Woodbine being up so big, they're going to start playing a little softer in the defense and try to make sure they don't give up any big plays. So that's going to make them a little softer in the defensive secondary, and it does give chances for Furch and Marceau and company to run that ball.
Here's a big 4th down and 4. Joyce going in motion. Furch, he wants to throw, loads up, fires down the middle. He's got the receiver. Weston Rosenmeyer down the middle of the field, inside the 5-yard line as he tumbles down right there. Cal Pryor and Brody Pryor combining on the tackle, and it's 1st and goal, Bishop Garrigan.
Well, my stomach dropped there because I saw Furch could have easily run for the 1st down maybe with 1 cut. Here he's right to the line. No time to talk.
He's hustling and giving it to Marceau. Breaks a tackle, surges towards the goal line. Marceau in for a touchdown. He was hit in the backfield. He pinballed off that tackle, and Bishop Garrigan still has a pulse. Now down 36-20 with 11:16 left in the game.
Well, that looks like Bishop Garrigan football, but with 11:16 4th quarter, you know, there's no do-overs, but boy, they're already thinking, wow, how did that first half get away so fast? Tyler, these title games, every one of these playoff games, they go by so fast.
Well, the other thing to point out, Beanie, think about where Bishop Garrigan would be right now if they didn't get that quarterback sneak touchdown on the final play of the 1st half that Woodbine nearly had stonewalled.
That is true.
I formation on the 2-point conversion. Furch hands off to Marceau, working his way for the middle, drives towards the goal line, and he got in. 2-point try is good. 36-22 Woodbine. Tigers getting the ball back, or will they up next? Because, Beanie, now you have to decide, is it too early for an onside kick? Down by 14 points late in this ball game, but you haven't really stopped the Woodbine offense very often today.
No, it's 8-player football, short field that makes that onside kick look a little more tantalizing.
Well, we will see what the Golden Bear coaching staff does after this on KLGA and KLGZ.
More sports boosters making this broadcast possible.
Heartland Mutual Insurance, offering a variety of property casualty insurance.
Miller Sports and Service, North Iowa's original Kawasaki dealer.
The Grotto of the Redemption in West Bend, a miracle in stone.
Ruhlman Construction of West Bend. Call 515-320-4902. Specializing in concrete.
Geving Chiropractic, Doctors Geving and Jensen, wishing athletes the best. Stay strong, stay aligned.
Countryside Barbecue Sauce, 2 sauces for all seasons.
Emerald's Fine Food and Libations, serving your favorite steaks and seafood, a great salad bar, and more.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Decision time for Bishop Garrigan. Do they onside kick it? Down 36-22 in the 4th, or do they kick it away? Woodbine's faking onside kick. They've got 6 guys within a 10-yard range in between the 40-yard line and the 30-yard line as Gage Meyer, the squib kicking specialist, is in right now.
Everybody calls it their hands team. When you put everyone that on your team that you think's got good hands, you don't care if they're a freshman or anybody that's got glue on their fingers is in that front line for Woodbine. As Garrigan looks like they're setting up for the onside. Gage Meyer, the sophomore, going to be a good kicker here for the next couple years for Garrigan. He's in here to apply his trade.
Meyer On the approach, kicks it near side of the field. It's an onside kick and a friendly bounce right into the gut of Cal Pryor. You're hoping for a bad bounce there for Garrigan, but you got the most routine hop possible as Cal Pryor scoops it up like a shortstop and recovers the ball at the 34-yard line.
It looked like all those onside kicks we have seen as sports fans over the years, like it looked like it might catch a turf toe and take a big high hop. It just didn't, and the hop stayed low. You know, even so, like, they only lose about 10 yards there, as Woodbine has been getting the ball at about the 25-yard line no matter what Garrigan's done, and that's been a problem for Garrigan. They've tried the squib kick, but they haven't gone well. They haven't been as deep. Woodbine's had the short field all night, all morning.
Bishop Garrigan's definitely lost the field position game so far today, as Woodbine almost false started there as Moores spins across the 35. Tough running out to the 39. Boy, I almost thought Morris took a step there before the snap, but it was close enough. They let it go as he gets out to midfield.
And once again, it looks like Garrigan has him dead at the line of scrimmage, and he turns and spins and gets a huge gain on first down. That is just easy pickings for Woodbine. They have no reason to go away from that. Garrigan's going to have to get big here. They send in their big linemen. They've got 4 linemen here and 4 linebackers, essentially. The single coverage on Landon Bloom. Uh-oh.
Here's the read, the give to Morris in the backfield, and he is going nowhere. He gets wrestled down by Carter McGregor. No gain on the play, and a big 3rd and 3 upcoming from the 40-yard line.
Carter McGregor is pumped up. The guy's got wrestling practice tomorrow, but he is pumped up right now. He's a senior. He does not want this career to end with a loss, and he's going to do everything. He's shouting, boy, he's trying to rally. He's going after it here. Him, Schwab are going to be on the line here. Only 2 linemen rushing. Everyone's in pass defense.
Woodbine spreads it out with 3 wide receivers. Morris is the back behind Pryor, the quarterback. Pryor looking to throw, guns it right side, and he skipped it in there, incomplete. He was trying to target his tight end, Brenner Sullivan, out there, covered by Titan Troyer, but he turfs that ball in front of him, and it's 4th and 3 from the 40-yard line.
Well, let's hope Woodbine punts it, because I don't want to see a 4th and 3 play by them. Now, if I was them, I'd go for it here, because then you've basically taken the game over. The Garrigan crowd is rising to their feet. It does look like Woodbine's going to go for it here. A stop here. Got to happen if you want a Garrigan W.
Now remember, their quarterback Brody Pryor is also the punter, so we could see a pooch kick here potentially too, as Garrigan has nobody back deep to receive. But Woodbine is lining up as if they're going to go for it.
They're going to call timeout here, or Garrigan's going to call timeout, which is huge. If they force Garrigan to use a timeout, they don't want to waste a timeout.
Oh, no, it is a Woodbine timeout.
Goodness.
You would have hated to have seen Bishop Garrigan use a timeout here late in the game of 10 minutes left and down by 14. So some time to talk it over here on a 4th down and 3. And you know, if I'm Woodbine, I am going for it here, Beanie, because you have the foot on the neck right now, so to speak. You are putting all the pressure on Bishop Garrigan, and you're saying, hey, we're forcing Garrigan to stop our passing game on this 4th and 3, and if no pass is there, our quarterback has showed he can run selectively, and when he does, he picks up positive yards. So I'm definitely going for it here if I'm Woodbine. I'm putting the pressure on the defense, and if you don't get it, well, Woodbine's defense has gotten a few stops today, too, so they've got a chance to really make Bishop Garrigan one-dimensional, even if they don't get the first down here.
I totally agree, and I'm going to go a step further. I wouldn't even do anything tricky here. I wouldn't throw it. I would just give it to Moores. He's been fantastic on the ground. Their linemen have been good, but let's hope that their coach isn't as wise as up in the perch. Let's hope they decide to just come out and kick the ball away to Garrigan. That gives Garrigan a chance for a big return, or at the very least, get that offense back in the field as fast as possible. 10 minutes to go in the game. Garrigan down 2 scores. And, you know, every play in a title game is the biggest one. This is now the biggest play of the game.
Here comes a critical 4th down and 3 from the 40-yard line as Woodbine lines up to go for it. Condensed formation, everyone near the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers stacked up on both sides with Pryor in the shotgun. Garrigan doesn't jump. Pryor rolls to the right. In a little trouble. He's going to throw, and it's tipped. It's picked off. Even Marceau has the interception. Along the sideline he goes. Down to the 33-yard line. Even Marceau makes the huge play. And the first turnover of the game is forced.
Woo, trust in Even Marceau. He doesn't have time to run it, so he gets the ball defensively. Well done, senior. It couldn't happen to a better kid. What a play by Marceau. Carter McGregor, the defensive end, slipped, and I thought, oh no, he's going to run for the first down, but Marceau forces it. Oh my gosh, what a play. This puts Garrigan not only with the ball, but in fantastic field position.
Intended receiver Brenner Sullivan is wide open too, as Pryor tried to do a jump pass over the defense, and Marceau sniffed it out. Golden Bears have life. Furch back to throw, looking to take a deep shot. Standing, holding, and running up the middle. He's the 30, 25-20, slides down inside the red zone. 11-yard pickup, Tate Furch, and Bishop Garrigan's inside the red power red zone, moving with 9:43 on the clock.
Great read by Furch. Woodbine dropped everybody back into deep coverage. There was not going to be anyone open. Great job to pick up the first down. Garrigan knocking on the door.
Here comes the faster tempo for first down and 10 from the 19. Furch reads and he keeps it full to defense initially, but dives forward. As a good job setting the edge that time by Woodbine. It was their defensive end forcing Furch back to the inside.
That was a good read by Furch. Marceau would have run into traffic, but this is a second down play where you give Marceau that quick hitter. He's alone in the backfield with Furch.
Brenner Sullivan, by the way, deserves credit. Brendan Wagner, that is, for forcing the play back inside as there's a run rumbling forward for Furch. He'll be just outside the 10-yard line down to the 12, and it's 3rd down and 2.
Boy, if Furch isn't there yet, he's definitely setting his season high for carries. He has run the ball a ton tonight for Bishop Garrigan. He waited for Marceau to be the blocker there. He's talking to Marceau right now. Those two seniors in the backfield, take a picture. This is their last quarter at Bishop Garrigan. This is fun.
Crunch package for Bishop Garrigan. Marceau runs for the middle. Marceau trying to tunnel his way to the first down, and he's close. They've got him marked right at the 10-yard line, and that depends on the spot. The sticks are right inside the 10. This may be 4th down and inches, and it is.
That was just a great play by the D lineman. Pryor and number 66, Matthew Tremmel, have just been fantastic.
Here's the sneak, 4th down and 1. Furch surging forward, but they blow the play dead.
Oh, no.
Furch had the first down, but Garrigan called a timeout before the play.
No.
You do hate to see that if you're Bishop Garrigan, as you use one of your timeouts, and they had the first down on that. They got the push, but the timeout was called ahead of the snap.
Yeah, I think maybe the coaches for Bishop Garrigan saw that they had it packed, and they hesitated for a second and thought, you know what, if we don't get this, and probably okay. They called the timeout, of course, but yeah, they ended up getting it. So now you lose the timeout, and now, of course, don't get that first down that Furch just ran for with yet another carry. So, boy, well, like I said a moment ago, the next play is the biggest play. Hey, Bishop Garrigan on the big screen and their musical. That's pretty cool for the Iowa High School Athletic Association to put pictures of the high school's musical up on the big screen, Tyler.
Yeah, they've been showcasing some activities from the two schools on the scoreboard from time to time, and they did just show a picture of that Addams Family musical Garrigan was involved in. We saw Matt Besh up there on the scoreboard, of course. Besh had the big fumble recovery in the semifinals. He had a big role in the musical, too.
Yeah, Tate Furch, a big role in the musical as well. A lot of Garrigan kids, of course. One of the great things about going to a small school, you can be in all the activities, and when you're fortunate, you get to play in a state title game.
Well, a state title on the line right now. Woodbine up 36-22, 8:24 left. Bishop Garrigan, 4th down and inches inside the red zone. Power I formation. Marceau at the fullback spot. C.J. McGregor at the tailback spot. Give to Marceau. Picking for the middle. Has the first down. Marceau to the 8-yard line. He gained 2. And first down and goal, Golden Bears.
And the clock will stop for a moment while they move the chains. But Garrigan, I think, needs to start treating these last 8 minutes and 21 seconds as a 2-minute drill and not wasting any time. And they're doing just that as a couple seconds click off the clock here before they get to the line of scrimmage. Furch in the shotgun.
Crunch package again of Carson Kramer's the extra offensive lineman. Marceau motions over to the left side of Furch. Lifts the right leg. Furch takes the snap. Marceau leads the way. Furch shimmies, gets through, drives towards the goal line. He's going in for the touchdown. What a move by Tate Furch. And he got low at the last possible yard line, driving that final yard into the end zone. 36-28. It's down to a one-possession game as Garrigan has scored 14 straight.
Finally, we're starting to see that offensive line wear down their opponents. Plow forward. That time, number 80 got blown off the ball. He's been a nightmare for Garrigan all night. That time, the offensive line takes care of business. Nice job, Bishop Garrigan. Still 8 minutes left to go in the game. Just a one-score game at this point. If Garrigan can punch this two-point conversion, it'll be big.
All of a sudden, the pressure will shift to Woodbine. Remember, Woodbine lost a big lead against Gladbrook Rhinebeck before eventually winning that game with a go-ahead touchdown with 3:40 left. Furch in the shotgun, back to throw, holding, looking, stepping up, plenty of time. Furch wants to run it. He bounces, runs through his offensive lineman, and stays alive. Versus field, throws end zone, caught by Weston Rosenmeyer.
Flag.
And a flag on the play. That's PI, but it depends on who it's on.
They're going to say Carson Kramer was downfield, and he was not. I don't know how far you get, but he was maybe a yard and a half past the line of scrimmage, and they're going to say we had the coaches for Garrigan are saying, no, you can't call that.
I thought they were going to say Rosenmeyer pushed off, but I think you may be onto something, Beanie. Ineligible man downfield.
Yeah, Kramer was maybe, the ball is snapped on the 2.5-yard line, and Kramer was maybe standing at the 1. So I don't know what the margin of error is for linemen around the line of scrimmage, but he certainly was not what I would call downfield.
And once again, they're just not going to show us the scoreboard.
Oh,
isn't that the case, Petey? Every time there's a controversial play, they just don't show us the replay.
That's right. It was a late call, too, and Carson Kramer knew it was on him because he looked down and saw where he was at. Ouch.
Now it's going to be a very long 2-point conversion. Furch gives to Cleanse, double reverse. Michael Joyce looking to throw it. Joyce is going to pull it down. He shot puts it into the end zone. Oh, it got through, but it's dropped. Joyce shot putted that ball 10 yards down the field. It went through the hands of the defensive back. Landon Bloom on the play, right to Furch, but he dropped it, and the 2-point try is no good as Garrigan is still down by 8.
Well, a little creativity. Well, here's the silver lining. No time goes off the clock on those two-point conversions. The clock doesn't run. Landon Bloom almost intercepted that. That kind of blocked Furch's view, and he didn't have a clear view of it. If he would have seen the ball, no doubt Furch would have caught it, but it wasn't until the last second that he saw it. Well, Tyler, still a one-score game.
By the way, folks, that's a little variation of the Philly special, more colloquially known as Philly Philly. I don't know if that's the Golden Bear special, or maybe they call that Beanie Beanie, but unfortunately, it does not result in 2 for Bishop Garrigan. The good news, though, for the Golden Bears, it's a one-possession game, so now you get one stop, one turnover on defense, and all of a sudden, this game changes dramatically. Like I said, Woodbine was up 30-14 against Gladbrook-Rhinebeck in the last game. Gladbrook-Rhinebeck rallied to tie it. Woodbine, of course, did eventually win it at the end, but this is not the first time that Woodbine has seen a lead get away at the Unidome. Garrigan is so close right now, but it's time for the defense to step up and make a season-defining stop.
Well, let's see. They're going to send Ethan Marshall out to kick the ball, so it looks like they're going to kick it straight away, probably a squib kick. Garrigan has squib kicked every single time they've kicked off today, and they've never been able to pin Woodbine very deep. In fact, Woodbine, they're all coming up like it's going to be another onside kick. I don't think Garrigan's going to onside kick here. I say kick it deep. And Titan Troyer's right there next to the ball. He's been outstanding on special teams. Let's see Titan Troyer get down there, make a big tackle, pin him deep.
Yeah, Woodbine has 7 guys crowded up there, but Marshall kicks it deep. Back to receivers Reed and takes it to the 3-yard line. Reed up the near side to the 15, breaks out of a tackle and gets to the 16-yard line, run out of bounds by Carter McGregor. Troyer had him there for a couple of yards further back, but still not bad for the Bishop Garrigan coverage team.
Yeah, Troyer, the sophomore, he's the special teams ace this year. And he's going to be really fun to watch these next couple of years of football here at Bishop Garrigan. Now, the defense is going to call on guys like Troyer, and those defensive backs are going to have to come up and lay some hits, because if you're Woodbine, you're going to try to run it here, and they need to stop the run, force the pass, get the ball back.
7:54 left in this game. 36-28. Woodbine on top of Bishop Garrigan as the Tigers have the ball back. Pistol formation for Pryor. Motions Moore out of the backfield. Throws to Moores. Catches the swing pass. Trying to get past the line of scrimmage. Hit by Mad Miller. Drives the legs for extra yardage. He got 4 on the play, and 3 of those are after the first contact.
Yeah, running hard. Mad Miller usually stops guys dead in their tracks. Good hard running there. I like that play call. No risk. That's essentially a handoff. And it took 4 Bears to bring that ball carrier down. This Woodbine team is good, and this is where the stars come out. I'm watching Landon Bloom right now. It's second, and this is a chance for Woodbine to take a big game play without taking too big of a risk. And here Landon Bloom is going to be one-on-one coverage with Tate Furch. Michael Joyce.
The 4-year starting quarterback, Brody Pryor's in the gun. He reads, he gives to Moores. Moores tripped up just past the line of scrimmage as he stumbles forward for a positive gain of about 3, setting up a big 3rd down and 3 for Woodbine from their own 23-yard line.
Well, that was a bonus because Carson Kramer and Carter McGregor, I don't think they even knew Morse had the ball, and they kind of bumped him and he went down. He's been very good at staying on his feet, but trips up there, hits the turf. If he stays on his feet, that's a easily 1st down.
Well, the defense got a stop last time they were in this situation. Now a huge 3rd and 3 coming up. And to get a stop here, it's a much tougher call to go for it on 4th down if you're Woodbine. So, needless to say, a massive play coming up.
Matt Besh is in there to rush the quarterback. Let's see if he can get in there.
Pistol formation. They'll give to Moores. Trouble in the backfield. Moores is hit and he didn't get there. Matt Besh makes the tackle. Moores only got half a yard, and it's 4th down and 2 from their own 24-yard line.
Matt Besh has been great all year. You put him in a situation like that, and I don't know what they tell him, but I think it's along the lines of, Matt, get here and get that ball carrier, and he's been fantastic in those situations.
We've got an official timeout for blood on the field as one of the Woodbine players are saying Micah Moores is bleeding, so he's got to come off. But unlike last time, Beanie, I think you definitely punted here for Woodbine at your own 24.
Oh, absolutely. Now, do they have the punter? I'm guessing with all the elite talent they have, they also have someone that can probably punt it 50 yards. So Garrigan probably going to have to work the whole field once again here. 6 minutes to go in the game.
Their quarterback, Brody Pryor, is the punter, so you have to at least be alert for a fake. Garrigan have nobody deep, so they're going to play defense here. It's a false start by Woodbine. Carter Schwab, he did the arm pump thing where he pumps his arms but doesn't cross the line of scrimmage, and Woodbine bought it.
I think it was Pryor flinched. I think that, well, maybe multiple people flinched, but Pryor definitely flinched. Yeah, this is putting a lot of pressure on Woodbine. They've got the lead and should have all the confidence in the world, but their body language shows that they're a little rattled right now.
Boy, momentum's on the Garrigan side here. Still no deep man for Bishop Garrigan as it's now 4th and 7.
It was that left guard that flinched just a little bit.
And they were screaming at Joyce to get back there deep as he races down the field. Pryor unloads the punt, and it's a great punt. Back to the 20-yard line, about to get the 15, rolling towards the goal line. Look out. Joyce picks it up to the 5-yard line, but he's contained right there. The special teams tackle by Cal Pryor getting down the field. Joyce knew he had to try to do something because he was going to get pinned, but it was a tremendous open field tackle as Bishop Garrigan now has 76 yards to go to tie the game.
Wow, that was a 60-yard punt by Woodbine. It could not have been a more perfect scenario for Woodbine. Joyce was late getting back there. I think they were still maybe just going to play it straight, and boy, he was not back deep enough. He tried to pick it up at the last second, but Woodbine had a guy right there on the spot. Good special teams play all the way.
Yeah, and sometimes it's as simple as you've got to get lined up correctly in the state championship game. Marceau runs through the left side, burrows past the initial line of scrimmage, and tripped up by Tremmel. 3-yard pickup out to the 8-yard line.
Well, these drives that Garrigan puts together, they typically take 5 minutes. And there's 5 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in the game. So if Garrigan's putting together their typical ground and pound drive, they're going to have to score here in 5 and then go for 2 and make it.
Garrigan has 2 timeouts left. Woodbine leading 36-28. Woodbine has 1 timeout. Power I formation. McGregor takes the handoff, being led by Marceau. Big hole to the 15, McGregor. First down. Open field tackle for Woodbine, though, is he's toppled by Landon Bloom. That's another play where it could be a big gain if Bloom doesn't make that stop, but it does move the chains.
Good run by McGregor. So many kids these days, they tackle high. They all practice tackling low, but so many of those tackles are close to a face mask.
Furch will give to McGregor again. McGregor through the middle. Has a hole. He's to the 20. Dragging defenders out to the 25-yard line. Just shy of the 25, they'll mark him as he picked up about 7 yards.
And McGregor gets up saying, they're grabbing my face mask, but no call.
Cal Pryor made the stop for Woodbine with now 4:42 left in the 4th. Garrigan up quickly to the line of scrimmage, back to the I formation. Marshall the fullback, McGregor the tailback. CJ McGregor takes it, dances, dives. Not much there, he got 1 yard. It's 3rd down and 1 from the 25 coming up.
You know, this is the play 3rd and 1. You put that I formation, but you hand it off to the fullback, Marceau. Do that quick hitter, and Marceau will surprise you here.
Garrigan back to the line of scrimmage at the 25. Here's Marceau off the left side, hitting the backfield, but he surges forward with a second effort and got the first down. Tremmel jumps on his back to make the stop, but even Marceau won't be denied.
He was hit for a loss, but the senior gets it done, picks up the first down. Trust in Marceau here, 4 minutes and 12 seconds to go.
Bishop Garrigan also remembers Gladbrook Rhinebeck tied the game against Woodbine. Woodbine got the ball back with plenty of time to go down and score the go-ahead touchdown last week in that semifinal win. So Garrigan's hoping to score here, get the 2-point try, and force overtime. But you're just hoping for a score in any ways. Furch with the play action fake. Flips it right side for Miller. He's open and makes the grab. Miller across midfield. He's to the Woodbine 30-yard line. Tackle made on the play by Joe Friend, but Tate Furch just dropped it in the bucket to his tight end.
Beautiful pass. Great over-the-shoulder catch. Mad Miller, what a job. His brother Hayden Miller's going to come and give him a break. Garrigan's hurrying, but they don't have to. That the clock is stopped because Mad Miller got tackled out of bounds. So they've got 25 seconds to get the playoff. Slow down, boys. Take your time. You got plenty.
Take a breath. Ball's at the Woodbine 30, Garrigan down by 8. Marceau runs off the left side, not much there. He eventually gets up the field where the tackle's made by Lucas Olson. That'll go for a 2-yard pickup.
Yeah, I saw Garrigan working on that play at practice last night when I happened by. And they like trying to run this Marceau off tackle play, but it's just taken too long to develop. I think you send Ethan Marceau right up the middle behind Caden Graves, Lear, and Marceau.
So now it's a 2nd down and 8. Garrigan has slowed down a little bit, 3:23 on the clock. They have plenty of time which will work. It's a read as Furch keeps it, breaks a tackle in the backfield, stumbles forward across the 25-yard line down to the 24 as a 3rd down and 3 is upcoming for Bishop Garrigan.
Once again, just a little stumble. Someone got their long arm in there and tripped him up. Otherwise, he cuts right and is maybe heading off to the end zone.
So another big 3rd down attempt for Bishop Garrigan, but you're having 2 plays to get this. Read by Furch, bends it to the outside, dives forward. He's right at the line to gain, and they're going to mark him half-yard short. 4th inches coming up as another great open field tackle made by Woodbine. And now they're going to signal late and say 1st down. Boy, that was a good Garrigan spot there, and the Golden Bears are inside the Red Power red zone.
That was just a fantastic tackle by Cal Pryor. Boy, these Pryor boys can play.
On the 1st and 10 handoff, Marshall takes it off the right side, breaks a tackle to the 15, to the 10, forced out of bounds by Cal Pryor, who hangs on by the ankles. Marshall gets the 10-yard pickup. Bishop Garrigan gets the 1st and goal with 2:36 left.
Wow, what a run by Marshall. Cal Pryor again on the tackle. He is good. These D-backs for Woodbine are keeping Garrigan out of the end zone.
Bishop Garrigan down by 8 right now. You need the touchdown and the 2-point conversion. Crunch package, Furch running on the draw, through the middle, Furch breaks a tackle, he's in! Touchdown, Bishop Garrigan! With 2:32 left, they're a 2-point conversion away from the tie! Tate Furch putting it on his back and getting into the end zone!
Oh, Tate Furch, the senior Magic Man, he seems to find a way in all these big games to get it done. He was having a questionable first half, but he is all confident now.
The all-important 2-point conversion. Furch in the shotgun, Marshall to his right side. Crunch package again if Kramer's the extra offensive lineman. Miller and Rosemeyer are the tight ends. Furch runs, bounces to the outside. He's wide open. He's going in. We are tied. Unbelievable. Bishop Garrigan roars back into this ball game. 22 unanswered points, and of 2:32 left, this 8-man state championship game is tied at 36. We'll be back after this on KLGA and KLGZ.
It's time to gobble up the savings at North Iowa Appliance Center. Just about everything in the store is on sale. That means better prices for you on refrigerators, ranges, dishwashers, washers, and dryers. Feast your eyes on a new refrigerator, a dishwasher that will take some work off your plate, or a washer that's ready to give dirty clothes a kick in the pants. Gobble up the savings at North Iowa Appliance Center, Highway 18 East in Algona, where they sell the best and service the rest. Carrying Maytag, KitchenAid, Whirlpool, and Amana.
More Sports Boosters bringing you this tournament broadcast.
Steinman Insulation and Roofing in Wesley. You can count on them to keep you covered.
The Market. Be happy. Shop the Market.
Reitzel Excavating, turning soil into progress.
Algona Floor Design. You'll be floored by their selection of flooring.
Exit Realty, finding your dream home.
Sudol Tax and Accounting. Leave the numbers to them. Focus on growing your legacy.
Pizza Ranch. Make it a buffet day at your Algona Pizza Ranch.
All bringing you this broadcast on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Brand new game at the Unidome in Cedar Falls as Ethan Marshall will kick the ball off. End over end down the field it goes as it's taken inside the 5-yard line by Kanan. By Reed up to the near side to the 20-yard line. Reed fighting for extra yards to the 25-yard line. Banged down on the play by Titan Troyer and Carter McGregor. Woodbine has 2:26 left. They have 1 timeout, and they have Landon Bloom, a future Power 5 wide receiver at their disposal.
Well, Bishop Garrigan, they just keep hitting you and hitting you. They're always a good second half team. Their linemen wear you down. I am surprised by how easily their offensive line opened up that 2-point conversion. What a huge 2-point conversion. They are still pumped from that. Carson Kramer is so excited down there. This defense has got to cover Landon Bloom, the best receiver in the state.
And listen to this Garrigan crowd down beneath us. They are roaring right now. And Woodbine almost false started there as Pryor stutter stepped. He's going to throw. Behind the receiver, knocked away and almost picked off. Michael Joyce had that ball in his gut. He was surprised by how far behind the receiver Kanan that was, and the ball falls incomplete. Nearly a back-breaking turnover.
Oh, man, he was surprised by that bad pass. Michael Joyce was a pick 6 away from winning this game. Oh, wow, it doesn't get any closer than that. If you can't redo things in life, but Michael Joyce would love to have that one again, the defensive captain for Garrigan. But credit to the D-line. They're putting pressure on Pryor.
Barely anybody sitting down right now on either side of the stands. The Garrigan fans down beneath us have been standing and probably will stand for this entire Woodbine drive. Tied at 36 of 2:22 left. 2nd and 10. Pryor boots out to the right.
Holding.
He's loading up. He's looking to throw. He's scrambling. Marceau hits him. The throw is knocked away by Matt Miller. He tried to hit his tight end, Brenner Sullivan. As you called there, Beanie, the rush took a long time to get there with those blockers engaged, and it's 3rd down and 10.
Well, I'm glad Ethan Marceau still put a shot on Pryor because he was getting held like crazy. That lineman trying to keep Ethan Marceau from the QB was just holding on to his jersey. And I can't be the only one in this Unidome that saw that.
I think there were some black and gold refs in the stands who saw that as well. You saw a few fans throwing their hand up in the air in the flag motion. They didn't get it, but the Golden Bears stopped the pass anyways, and it's 3rd down and 10. So 2nd and 20, 3rd and 10. You're thinking about the same odds there of conversion as we're tied at 36.
Well, talk about momentum. This Bishop Garrigan crowd is fired up. False start.
Nope, we've got a timeout by Woodbine. They had to use their last timeout with the clock stopped, and that is a benefit for Bishop Garrigan. That's a Golden Bear win there as Woodbine will talk it over with 2:15 left, and we'll keep it right here at the Unidome.
Boy, I tell you what, this Bishop Garrigan team, they have the training all year. They've been good in the second half. Woodbine, they're looking a little bit fatigued at this point. You don't know if that's the training by Garrigan or just the fatigue of this game or just the energy and the momentum. But Woodbine is always one play away from scoring a touchdown with their elite receiver. And if you're Garrigan, it's just like at the end of a basketball game where everybody's keen on their Jordan. Landon Bloom is going to be triple covered, I assume, on this play. And you got to be wary of that opening things up for Pryor and company to go the other direction, or maybe even if he gets loose in open territory. So this is what makes the 8-player game so fun, Tyler. This field is wide open on this 3rd and 10.
Yeah, you're always one play away in the 8-man game. Bloom, by the way, 7 catches for 104 yards and 2 touchdowns. How about this for Bishop Garrigan? Tate Furch, 33 carries for 129 yards and 3 touchdowns. He's getting his money's worth in his last high school football game.
Absolutely, and he's got his arms up in the crowd. He's trying to get the crowd pumped up. They're responding to the senior QB. Tate Furch has gone from the most hyperactive grade schooler at Bishop Garrigan I've ever seen to such a leader on the field. Couldn't wish more for this guy in this last 2 minutes and 15 seconds of his football career. Marceau came up with the huge interception last time on 3rd and 10. I bet Marceau has something dialed up special for the quarterback here.
Here's the all-important 3rd down and 10. Woodbine at their own 25-yard line. Alone on the gun is Pryor. Back to throw, format in the pattern. Pocket collapsing, Pryor throws, and he puts it right on Landon Bloom for the 1st down. Pryor stood tall in the pocket, and he found Bloom for a 12-yard gain out to the 37.
Everyone in the Bishop Garrigan crowd saw that great pattern run by Bloom. They had 3 people in the vicinity. Garrigan D-backs were stretched out. Ethan Marceau had to go with the ball carrier. They had no pressure on the quarterback.
No timeouts left for Woodbine. Pistol formation. Pryor fires right side, puts it right on the money to his wide receiver, Brenner Sullivan. Sullivan chugging the legs, driving up the field and getting to the 30. And Woodbine is clicking now at the Bishop Garrigan 30 with 2:03 left. Garrigan does have 2 timeouts to play the clock here.
At the start of this drive, the quarterback Pryor looked nervous and antsy, and these last 2 passes is calm and composed. It could be what a timeout called by Woodbine to keep him composed.
Bishop Garrigan's only rushing 2. Morse takes the handoff off the right side. 25-20. Moore's down to the 16-yard line. First down for Moores, a 14-yard run. Bangs down by a couple of Golden Bears with 1:47 left.
Wow, with a 1st down at this point of the field, Woodbine can run the ball and try to use up every second of this 1:45 left to go in the game. There's something to be said for in this game of scoring too soon. If Woodbine punches it in here, Garrigan would still have a minute left with the ball. But they can choose to eke this clock down to the last second.
Michael Joyce got off a block in the perimeter to make that tackle, along with Tate Furch. Give both of them half a tackle. 1st and 10 for the 15. Woodbine inside the red power red zone. Pistol formation. Pryor back to throw. Fires near side. Has a man wide open. Catch made by Wagner. He's to the 5, and he's down to the 3-yard line. Furch makes the touchdown-saving stop, but it's 1st and goal Woodbine with 1:15 left.
What a flip-flop. Garrigan had all the momentum at 3rd and 10, and now Woodbine looking at, they have all the confidence in the world. Timeout on the field.
Bishop Garrigan will call a timeout, and now you're starting to worry about the clock. Remember, Woodbine has no timeouts left, but if you're Woodbine here, I'm probably running on this first play, because if you don't get it, the clock runs and you force Garrigan to use their last timeout. So if I'm Garrigan, I'm selling out for the run here with a 1st and goal to go from the 2-yard line.
Absolutely, and even if Garrigan sells out for the run and it's a trick play and they just drop a pass to a wide open receiver in the end zone, then the score happens very quickly and Garrigan has a chance to get the ball back. So I agree, sell out on the run, try to make something happen here. You don't want to have to use that last timeout boy, Garrigan has been so incredible this fourth quarter. Do they have any magic left in this play? Can they force a fumble? Woodbine has had outstanding play since that 3rd and 10. Garrigan had all the momentum, 3rd and 10, and who was it? Their Division I recruit, Landon Bloom, making the big catch, keeping the drive alive, and after that you felt like the whole offense said, oh, this is what we do. Now and from that point, they just went methodical with their stellar offense as they have all season.
And it's also credit, 4-year starting quarterback Brody Pryor. He's seen just about everything on the football field, so I'm sure he's been in plenty of 2-minute drives in his career. He came out, he got this offense under control, and they calmed things down. I mean, you think about what happens. If Garrigan gets a stop on that 3rd and 10, they force a 3 and out, you don't get any momentum back. But Woodbine did a good job. They stayed calm, they quelled the momentum, and now they're in the driver's seat here, tied at 36, a 1st and goal from the 2-yard line.
And this is the exact same thing that happened to Woodbine in the semifinal game. They were tied, I believe it was 30-30, something like that, with Gladbrook-Rhinebeck. Same situation. They scored at the end of the semifinal game to win it.
Can Garrigan's defense muster an all-time goal line stand? Pistol formation. Moores, the running back, standing behind Pryor, the quarterback. Here's the snap. The handoff to Moores through the middle. Moores drives it. He's in. Touchdown, Woodbine. They go ahead of 1:09 left as Micah Moores has a hat trick. And Bishop Garrigan's got to start thinking about stopping this 2-point conversion and mounting a drive of their own.
Well, still 1:09 left to go in the game. If they can stop this 2-point conversion, that would be huge. Gives them a chance to score and win this game. State final games are nothing if not exciting. Great blocking up front by Woodbine on that play. I'm just thankful that they scored on that play and didn't milk more time off the clock.
That's exactly the good news, Beanie. That happened so quickly. Woodbine got the ball with just under 3 minutes left. There's still 1:09 left when Garrigan gets us back as Woodbine tries for the 2-point conversion. 42-36 Woodbine, trying for their first state title in program history. Pryor to throw, lobs near side, looking for Bloom, incomplete. They had 2 receivers in the same spot, and I think it was Micah Moores who actually got in the way of Landon Bloom on that pass.
Yeah, 2 guys in the same area. That was the winning play against Gladbrook-Rhinebeck. Bloom went up and snatched it out of the sky away. They ran the same play. That time Madden Miller was on coverage. He got pushed off on a little bit. And thankfully that ball sailed free. So Garrigan's just down 6 points here, 1:09 left in the game. Can they get it done? Boy, it'd sure be exciting if they do. But even if they don't, what a game we've watched here in the Unidome today, Tyler. Incredible football game to kick off the finals series here for the Iowa High School Athletic Association, for the 8 players. Kick it all off, and lots of football left to go.
And you know what? What more could you ask for? State championship game on the line, 2 undefeated teams. You get the ball back in your hands, your own chance to decide the season. This is all on the Bishop Garrigan offense. You can't say they didn't have a chance today. They're going to have their chance right now. Whether it works out or not, we will see. But they're at least going to get an opportunity to drive down for the tying or potentially winning touchdown if they get the conversion. Because remember, Woodbine, they're only up by 6. So if you score, you're going for the win.
Yeah, Woodbine's crazy if they kick it deep to Joyce and C.J. McGregor. The upmen are Dalton Clens and Titan Troyer, I believe. I would expect one of those to get a chance at returning this kick. And even if you're in the front line, you better be wary because there's probably a squib coming right at you.
Kanan will kick it away as the couple of upmen creep up. That ball's kicked deep. That one is booming towards the end zone, and there will be no chance to return for Michael Joyce as that ball lands about 4 yards deep in that purple and gold UNI end zone.
Well, great kick by Kanan. I did not know he had the leg to put it through the end zone like that. And if that's the case, yeah, of course you kick the touchback. But that's a fantastic kicker. Probably on an 8-player team. He has plenty of practice kicking off this season.
You summon a little extra in the state championship game. 65 yards to glory for Bishop Garrigan. 1 stop for Woodbine, and they're state champions for the first time in program history. 1:09 left. Bishop Garrigan has 1 timeout left.
Garrigan looking confident as they come to the line. Caden Graves, the senior center, going to deliver the shotgun snap to Furch with Lear and Schwab on the side.
Miller and Joyce split out to the left. Furch is going to run. Oh, they sneak for the middle. Furch 20, breaks a tackle. He's to the 25, 30. Furch towards the sideline, 35. North-south running by Tate Furch. The defensive linemen were up the field, and Furch burned them up the sideline for a big gainer.
I love that play. I don't know why 8-man teams don't do it more often. The quarterback's in shotgun. He just takes off. There's no one in the middle because everyone's in the prevent defense. What a job running the ball by Furch. Great cut outside. Gets to the sideline, stops the clock. Plenty of time here. 20 seconds to snap the ball. Clock is stopped with 1:03.
What a call by offensive coordinator John Kesselring at the right time. Trips to the right. Furch runs again for the middle. Not as much this time, but he spins away from one hit, and he is ripped down by Landon Bloom. 4-yard pickup 38-yard line, and Garrigan's got to get on top of it here with 53 seconds left.
Yeah, they tried to go to the well twice. I don't know if it was that open the second time, but now they're in a hurry with the clock ticking. Furch alone in the backfield.
Trying to get lined up, trips to the left. That's the wide side of the field. Two-man rush for Woodbine. Furch all day to throw. He's going to gun it down the field. CJ McGregor is open, and the catch is made inside the 10-yard line. He's down to the 5. That ball snuck into the window. 33 seconds left.
Bloom and Caden were closing in on him from both sides. I don't know how we saw it. The sophomore CJ McGregor, the wrestler, somehow focuses, hauls it in. He is pumped. Garrigan's knocking on the door.
Timeout called. Woo! Final timeout of the game. Garrigan down by 6. They're in the red power red zone at the 5-yard line. Beanie, CJ McGregor is open down the middle of the field. The Furch, he floated that ball really instead of ripping it, so it hung up in the air. The defensive backs got back in the game. I don't know how that ball snuck through their hands. They had the knock away, but it somehow landed in CJ McGregor's guts.
Unbelievable. Landon Bloom, the D1 recruit, was right there. So was Caden. They just had to dive in and bat the ball away. Neither of them did it. CJ brings it in. Unbelievable catch. He's a running back, but he can do it all. What a play by that sophomore. Now Garrigan has 33 seconds left in the game with a chance to tie this game up and maybe win this state title. Whoa, things happen fast in life.
They do. Brody Pryor had the best chance to break that up, but he missed the ball by inches,
that
folks.
was Pryor.
That was nearly a big breakup there, but now, first and goal from the 5. You don't have any more timeouts, so you don't want to take a sack here, obviously. If a play ends in the field of play, you've got to get up and play quickly here to maximize your amount of plays, but this is about as good as you can ask for Bishop Garrigan.
Yes, and I think I speak for a lot of Bishop Garrigan fans to say, don't forget, you've got the battering ram in the backfield. CJ just made the big play. Let the battering ram open up a big hole for the running back. March that thing into the end zone.
Bishop Garrigan will go for their crunch package. Carson Kramer, the extra offensive lineman, with Furch in the gun alongside Marceau. Here's Furch. He runs. Marceau leads. Furch driving towards the goal line. Fighting. Churning. Stopped to the 1-yard line. 28 seconds left, and now Garrigan's got to hurry. They try to change personnel. CJ McGregor runs in, and Carson Kramer sprints up the field. We're down to 21 seconds. Down to 20. They get lined up. I formation. Furch gives to Marceau. Marceau burrows the head. He drives, and no signal yet. I don't think he got there. We're down to 10. He did. He's in. Late signal. Touchdown Garrigan. 9 seconds left. Marceau broke the plane. We're tied. And Garrigan has a chance to go ahead with this try coming up. It was a late signal, Beanie. They waited all day to call it, but they say he broke the plane.
You knew you had to give it to Marceau, the senior captain, that close to the goal line. He's got you here. You know he's going to get to that goal line for you. I don't know what he was doing on the bottom of that pile, but I'm sure he was churning and burning and making sure that ball got across the line.
Once again, they give us a terrible replay angle from behind the play. It doesn't show us if Marceau crosses, but
there is
it's a touchdown on the field.
No time to review a play in high school football. They call the touchdown. It's a touchdown.
Here's the 2-point try. Furch running left side. He's wide open. He's going in. He's going in. Bishop Garrigan takes the lead. 44-42 with less than 10 seconds to go. Unbelievable.
Same play they ran the last time. Great blocking by the outside of the defensive line. The tight end on that side, I don't know if it was Miller or Rosemeyer, but they got the seal block. Furch pops it outside, takes it in. Unbelievable. Crowd going crazy. I'm going crazy. Garrigan 6 seconds away from the second state title in 3 years.
You know what? They say 6 seconds on the clock, but the clock operator made a mistake. They ran the clock on a 2-point try. There should be 9 seconds. I don't know if the officials will notice that or not, but here's what you do now, Beanie. You kick that ball out of bounds. You do not let Woodbine return the ball here on the kickoff.
Yeah, is there any way? Don't say never, because Garrigan had the ball a minute ago. There is 9 seconds left on the clock. And in 1 minute, Garrigan went the length of the field from their touchback. Boy, you don't want to count Woodbine out. They've got some elite talent over there. Their crowd is stunned. Our crowd is rolling. What a turn of events here. Topsy-turvy football, folks.
Bishop Garrigan was losing 36-14 heading into the fourth quarter. They have taken over this ball game with a dominant fourth quarter. 30-6 scoring advantage here in the fourth. And they're 9 seconds away as they do fix the clock.
I would have never guessed that C.J. McGregor, the sophomore, would make a huge catch to set up a go-ahead touchdown. But I would have predicted that Ethan Marceau scores that go-ahead touchdown and first the two-pointer.
You take a little bit of the yin and the yang, the predictable and the unpredictable. And now the kickoff for Ethan Marceau. 2 men back deep to receive for Woodbine. They've got Moores, the running back there. as Marceau will squib it down the middle. This is returnable. It comes up to Reed at the 15-yard line. Reed to the 20, bounces to the outside, and he stopped with 5 seconds left in this one. He got out past the 20-yard line to the 21, and now it's desperation time for Woodbine. 4 seconds left. Garrigan will drop everyone deep. Tate Furch will go all the way back to the Bishop Garrigan 25-yard line, and he'll be joined by Weston Rosenmeyer as Woodbine will probably go with a few laterals here.
Dalton Cleanse and Titan Schroyer in on that tackle. They'll be back in defense. They're 2 underclassmen. They'll be back next year.
Last play of the game. Ball's at the 20-yard line. Woodbine needs a 60-yard touchdown here. Alone in the gun is Pryor. Bishop Garrigan only rushes 2. Pryor back to throw. Pryor holding. He's standing. He escapes out towards the right. Pryor's going to take a deep shot down the field. Knock it down, Bishop Garrigan. Knock it down. That pass incomplete. It's over. It's over. Bishop Garrigan is taking it back. For the second time in 3 years, your Golden Bears are 8-player state champions. We knew the adversity would come at some point this season. All year long, the Golden Bears are ranked number 1. It was a tour de force for the first 12 games, dominating left and right, scoring 50 points every game, blowing teams out and running away. This team came into the year of a mission to take back the state title, and we were wondering, would there be a team up to the challenge? Today, they met that challenge. Woodbine came out, they punched Garrigan in the mouth. Woodbine had this game won. Garrigan was down and out, losing 36-14 heading into the fourth. Then the miraculous happened. 22 straight unanswered points to tie it. Woodbine strikes back though. They take the lead of 109 left. And all of a sudden, here's Tate Furch passing to CJ McGregor. Garrigan's in the red zone. Then they finish off the drive with a touchdown. The 2-point conversion by Tate Furch. They have the lead, and the final Hail Mary's broken up. Bishop Garrigan had to earn this one every bit of the way. The 2 best teams in the state did battle today, and Garrigan was 1 play better. An incredible fourth quarter comeback that has left this entire crowd speechless.
Absolutely incredible. Everyone on both sides is staying in their seats. Nobody's leaving. The Woodbine crowd is stunned. The Garrigan crowd is sticking around. Both teams are going to get trophies. Just an incredible day here in the morning, on Thursday morning at the Unidome of high school sports here. Both crowds celebrating their teams in the state finals game. It truly is a celebration. Incredible to watch the boys go through. Carter Schwab, the senior, leads the way. Ethan Marceau coming over to address the crowd. Boy, did he get it done. Didn't they all get it done? Great to see those guys go through and shake hands. You feel for the Woodbine guys. Boy, they had it in their grasp, Tyler, but what a comeback by the Bears. They've always been a second-half team. I didn't know if they had enough second half to pull it out, but boy, did they. Fantastic.
The first state championship in program history slips away from the Woodbine Tigers today as Bishop Garrigan wins it 44-42 in an instant classic state title game. The Golden Bears have finished one of the greatest seasons in 8-man football history, and they've won their program's third state title. 1985, 2023, you have company. The Bishop Garrigan seniors end their career as 2-time state champions and 3-time Unidome visitors. Coach Wadley's down there wearing his trademark tie, and he's pumping up the Garrigan crowd down beneath us. This Golden Bear team rallied from seemingly an insurmountable deficit, but they stayed calm. They had a 3-year starting quarterback, the senior Tate Furch, making big plays at the right time. And what did we say the whole first half, Beanie? Boy, Tate Furch, he's got to unleash the ball. He's giving up these open passes to run it. Well, he threw it in the second half, and he threw it at the right time. Garrigan comes back with that game-winning drive. 109 left. Furch with a huge pass to CJ McGregor. And then, of course, you go to the battering ram, Ethan Marceau at the goal line. He got in by an inch, but he got in. Just like the way the first half ended, with a quarterback sneak going in by an inch. Garrigan just good enough to get into the end zone and just good enough to win today.
Yes, and the opponents are going to be talking about that forever as they finish as state runners-up. They're getting their trophy right now. They can hold their heads up high, but they will be talking about those 2 goal line plays, one at the end of the first half, one at the end of the second half, where they were inches away from securing a state title game. And they got their trophy just now, and of course they're not happy. Bishop Garrigan would be full of tears if they would have taken the runner-up trophy. Right now, though, Coach Wadley and the Bears are going to get their championship trophy, and they are all having heart attacks. Furch, the senior, goes out to get it. He's pretty pleased. Garrigan had as their team motto all year to take it back. They won it in 2023. They felt that they let it slip away last year against Renton St. Mary's, and all year they wanted to take it back. it looked like they were going to come up short of that goal of just 10 minutes ago. It looked like they were going to come up short, but those seniors got it done, and it's got to be a huge feeling of satisfaction and even a little bit of relief when you put all your eggs in that basket to get that trophy back. It would have been a hard pill to swallow had they not pulled it off, but they did. And congrats to Tate Furch, who's going to talk to the Unidome crowd right now, and all those seniors. There's 7 seniors this year. They definitely put in their time. And that whole team of 34 boys down there really put in the time this year. Well done.
Well, Garrigan fans listening today, I just got a note from my boss here. Bishop Garrigan will be having a welcome home pep rally at 4:30 in the main gymnasium at Bishop Garrigan High School. We're going to have a video live stream on the Algona Radio YouTube channel. I'm not sure I'll be back for that yet, but we'll have it covered one way or the other, as I just got that note here. Garrigan will come home as state champions. Well, 2 years ago, it was underdogs. Garrigan upsetting highly ranked teams all throughout the postseason. This year, a little bit of a different story. Garrigan was the big dog, and boy, at some point, one of the underdogs came with a fight to try to knock off this Garrigan team, this Woodbine Tiger team. A very, very worthy opponent today, but ultimately, Bishop Garrigan, they defend that #1 ranking. They're holding the banner down beneath us, and they are state champions.
Yeah, Coach Wadley just hugged the camera guy. He looked first and foremost to hug his seniors. He found Marceau right away. He knows Marceau is the guy that carried him to these maybe 2 state titles, such a huge integral role. He's going to be so sad to see those seniors go, but he's just hugging everyone down there. He grabbed a camera guy in a red shirt, hugged him. Now he's talking to the microphone on the TV, and wow, the Garrigan team is lining up for their picture. This Woodbine team was a worthy adversary. I think these teams play 10 times, they split every single game. I mean, both teams, hats off to all these guys in the field. In fact, the hats are off. There's helmets all over the field. You don't see that in a regular game, but
yeah, there are state champion hats right now on the heads of the Bishop Garrigan players and coaching staff. We're looking at a few final stats for this game. Ethan Marceau has his 9th 100-yard rushing game of the season, 25 carries for 103 yards and 2 touchdowns. Tate Furch, he picked up his 5th 100-yard rushing game, 36 carries by Tate Furch, 157 yards and 3 touchdowns. Someone give that man some ice. Furch completed 9 out of 13 passes for 131 yards. His leading receiver today, C.J. McGregor, that big 36-yard catch at the end. You also had Weston Rosenmeyer, 3 catches for 35, and Michael Joyce, 3 catches for 26. For Woodbine, Brody Pryor completed 13 of 21 passes, 214 yards, 3 touchdowns and 1 pick. A big interception by Ethan Marceau on a 4th down attempt. Pryor carried the ball 3 times for 21 yards, while Micah Moores had 21 carries for 106 yards and 3 touchdowns. Well, Landon Bloom left it all out there on the field. You can't blame him for the loss today, as Bloom had 8 catches for 116 yards and 2 touchdowns to lead the Woodbine Tigers. Some of the team statistics on the day: total offensive yards, 462 for Bishop Garrigan, 341 for Woodbine. Obviously, the 1 turnover in this game, that being on Woodbine's side of things. Big time possession advantage: Garrigan 30 minutes and 37 seconds, Woodbine 17 minutes and 23 seconds. And the 3rd down efficiency today: Garrigan 10 of 20 on 3rd downs, 6 of 8 though on 4th downs. That's a big stat there. Woodbine today 4 of 7 on 3rd downs and 0 for 1 on 4th downs. That's a quick look at our final stats. We have plenty more to say, folks, so we're going to come back after this timeout. We'll do our player of the game and a little final analysis as well, coming up here on KLGA and KLGZ.
High school sports on Hometown Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports boosters.
Greg Penning and Company, certified public accountants, where everyone counts.
Albert Electric, flip the switch to Neil Albert Electric.
Dump It, Kasuth County's local and reliable waste service provider for commercial and residential customers in our area.
Glenn's Green Thumb, paint your outdoor space with inspiration from Glenn's Green Thumb, North Main Street, Algona.
Weichert Realtors, the 515 agency, a fresh approach to real estate.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country, carrying steel and Toro products and Green Mountain pellet grills.
All sponsors of this broadcast.
Erpelding Voigt & Company CPAs has a simple philosophy about the way they approach their business. Put people before the numbers. Before they can help you plan for a better financial future, they must have a thorough understanding of where you've been and where you want to go. They listen, then ask the important questions to build long-lasting relationships with their clients. They promise to know you and help you. Erpelding Voigt & Company CPAs. They're more than just taxes.
Back here at the Unidome in Cedar Falls, where we have a final score, and you're not going to believe it. Bishop Garrigan 44 and Woodbine 42, as the Golden Bears erased a 36-14 deficit against the number 2 ranked Tigers to knock them off and win the 3rd state title in program history. I'm Tyler Lance alongside Beanie Bodie. Beanie, we're going to do our Erpeling Voigt & Company Player of the Game, final one of the season, and it's been after wins each time as the Golden Bears finish off a perfect 13-0 campaign. And you know, you talk about glue guys on a team, right? Sometimes you look to the stars. Those, of course, are leaders. They're glue guys, too, but you're looking at guys who play the small roles. They play on the scout team. They play on special teams. They do the right things day in and day out, even if they don't get recognized for that. And that's why Luke Bohanek is the player of the game. He's a senior who just played his last game. We really only saw him on special teams, and he's a guy who, you know, on some other 8-man teams in our district or our area, he might be starting, he might be playing regular time, but on this loaded Garrigan team, the only role is for special teams. And sometimes, you know, it's hard to stay out for football if you know, hey, the only thing I'm going to do is run down the kickoffs, but he put his effort in every time. He helped out with the scout team. He's a player of the game today because of his season-wide contributions.
Yeah, absolutely. Lucas Bohanek, a senior, he is definitely putting his time in more. He's been part of the Bishop Garrigan program like everybody. But as a senior, you know, he just didn't get much playing time. And of course, he'd want to play more on the state championship team. But, you know, Lucas Bohanek is doing everything he can with, let's just say, his small stature. He might be maybe not the smallest guy on the team, but he's definitely one of them. So there's just not a lot of places for him in the lineup on this championship team. But a senior playing every down and in practice and doing his part on this team like everyone else. And, of course, we're going to go to a senior. And those 7 guys down there, just I see them taking a picture together. Those 7 seniors have been glue. They've been great leaders this whole way. It's easy for things to fall apart in a high school football season. These guys have kept it together, Bohanek and company. So Lucas Bohanek for sure. And we also want to mention another senior that didn't get a play as well.
That's certainly right. This is a guy who won a player of the game early in the season, and actually it was in the same game that he tore his ACL when he gave him player of the game. But we want to give Kyle Borman a 2nd player of the game award this season. He's a senior who's graduating as well. I'm sure his heart was broken not to be playing here in the Unidome after that injury earlier this year.
Yes.
Like you mentioned, he came back, he played a few snaps, but just with that limited mobility, Garrigan really couldn't put him out there with that brace on the knee. But again, you're talking about seniors, leaders, tone setters, a guy who was there for the program. Kyle Borman certainly is another player of the game today.
Yeah, Kyle, I remember that play earlier in the season. He ran a play, he got the ball, he headed to the sidelines, he got what we saw was dinged up a little bit, and he came out. I was stunned the next day when I ran into his father, and he said, yeah, Kyle blew out his ACL. I was so sorry for the senior. You hate it when kids get hurt in their senior year. So Lucas Bohanek, Kyle Borman, you're the senior players of the game here in the state finals. And of course, when you win a state championship, yeah, the whole team deserves a player of the game, but we're going to give it to those 2 guys. Well deserved. The Bishop Garrigan team taking all their pictures, getting their trophy, picking up their helmets, getting all their hardware, and heading to the locker room because this Unidome staff has already ripped apart the 8-player field right before our eyes. They're ready for more football.
They certainly are, Beanie. Well, I'll say this, another big key that we talk about every game throughout the season, the Garrigan offensive line, Caden Graves, Nate Lear, Carter Schwab, and of course, your tight ends, Mad Miller, Hayden Miller, and Weston Rosemeyer. Garrigan was actually losing up front for a good portion of this game, but we saw late in the game when Tate Furch had to make pass plays, that pass protection held up, and then at the goal line, they got enough of a push to get Marshall wins. So there were times where Garrigan lost reps on the line of scrimmage today, but they won the reps when it mattered, and that's a big reason why they won today, 44-42.
Yeah, I should have trusted in that offensive line that they would wear the defense down, but at the beginning of the game, Garrigan was only averaging 2 yards a carry. That is very un-Garrigan. And looked like the defensive line for Woodbine was going to cause problems all day. But I should have had faith that the offensive line for Garrigan would wear them down eventually. But it was some crazy plays because, you know, as the coaches will tell you, you got to have a little luck to win a state championship. And there was 2 crazy plays in the 4th quarter that if they didn't happen, Garrigan doesn't win. One is that interception by Marceau. Yes, Garrigan was going to get the ball back even if they just stop him on 4th down. But if they would have punted it, the fact that they got the ball back in great field position, they didn't run out of time. Otherwise, I don't think they would have been able to score twice before the end of the game. But that was a huge, very fortunate, great play by Marceau, but also a little luck there. And then, of course, that pass to C.J. McGregor. He had 2 6-footers closing in on him, and little C.J. McGregor luckily caught that pass in between 2 other giant bodies.
And Beanie, how about the defense? Because you look at the points allowed in this game, most points given up by Garrigan this year. You know, you're thinking an 11-man football, giving up 42 points, that's a bad game. But against a Woodbine offense, you held them 22 points below their season average, and you got the stops unaccounted. There are very few stops for Garrigan to be had in the first 3 quarters, but Woodbine only scored once in the fourth. They got stops when it mattered the most, and it's the defense not giving up that let the offense get back into the game, because you can score touchdowns all you want, but when you're down by 3 touchdowns, you've got to get stops, and the defense stepped up at the right time. They did exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to mention another thing that was, I don't think it's lucky as much as it is fortunate that this kid is on our team. Like we talk about Tate Furch, and I joke that he was a super hyperactive, energetic kid, and as a youngster, he still is. He has just got zero quit and just an endless motor. And Tate Furch had a rough first half. He got hit a lot, and he was kind of limping around, and he looked like he had his bell rung. And I guess his high school football career is over, so I'll just disclose, like, in the semifinal game, he couldn't remember a second quarter because he gets hit so hard. And he looked like he might be at that place where he was a little dinged up in the first half, but talk about toughness. He came back after halftime and had an incredible second half. In fact, we were right at halftime when we talked about Garrigan coming out as a different team in the second half. They certainly did. Whatever tentativeness they had in the first half was erased at the halftime locker room, and they came out and looked like the #1 team. And wire to wire, were they ranked #1?
They were ranked #1 all season long.
Whew, well, congrats to them. Had a target on their back all year and were able to hold it off.
Well, and Beanie, how about this too? I mean, in a championship game, your stars have to be stars. Who would have guessed 36 carries by Tate Furch? His body was giving out on him at the very end of that game of how many hits he took, but he took 36 carries today. He completed 9 of 13 passes. He was a star today, and that includes defense too, because he was working hard in the secondary to cover the Woodbine receivers. Of course, you've got Ethan Marshall as well. This is why you limit Marshall's carries during the regular season, because here at the Unidome, how many times did we say 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, there's a Marshall conversion? All the time. Your stars have to be stars, and Tate Furch and Ethan Marshall would not let this team lose. I'll throw Carter Schwab in there as well. He's a star on the line. We saw a huge block early in the game when he dislodged a future college player, Jax Pryor, and moved him 3 or 4 yards down the field to let Garrigan get a touchdown earlier in this one. So your stars stepped up in this game, especially in the fourth, and Bishop Garrigan comes out with their 2nd state championship in 3 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Those stars. You know, Caden Graves on the line, Nate Lear on the line, the tight ends, Madden Miller and Rosemeyer doing some big hits there in the drive, because it really was that running the ball. As much as they had a couple big pass plays, Garrigan ran that ball in the 4th quarter, and I don't think Woodbine thought that they would have the time to run the ball and put up that many points. But when you run the ball effectively, it still worked. But absolutely right, Tyler. The stars did come out, and you know, just all credit to Bishop Garrigan boys for not giving up. There are a lot of teams that get down 3 scores, and it didn't look. I will admit it. It looked like Woodbine was the better team. For a large portion of that game, their offense looked unstoppable. Their defensive line looked like they were having their way with the Bishop Garrigan offensive line. So just all credit to Bishop Garrigan resilience, never quitting, never giving up, just keep grinding. And if they keep grinding and it doesn't end up going in their direction, they definitely would have given it all they had. But they're very fortunate to come out 2 points ahead of this fantastic Woodbine team.
When I always say you have to play perfect to beat Bishop Garrigan, and Woodbine played just about perfect for the first 3 quarters. We saw a couple cracks in the armor there in the fourth. Fatigue will make mistakes happen, and fatigue will let Bishop Garrigan make some big plays, as they did that and came back from a 36-14 deficit. There's no quit in this team. They never give up. We were wondering when they were going to get a big 4-quarter test, because you look at the past couple of games, they've gotten tests for 2 or 3 quarters, but by the time the 4th quarter was around, the game was well in hand. And this time, Garrigan, they got the full 4-quarter test. It came down to the end of the game. The go-ahead touchdown and 2-point try scored with 9 seconds left, and this Garrigan team earned every bit of that state title. Beanie, it's almost like I don't want it to end. It was such a good game. You want to keep talking, but we've got to wrap up our post game here at some point. But what a year for the Golden Bears. What an incredible congratulations that goes out to Coach Wadley and the entire staff. And what a legacy these seniors leave. They've revived this Bishop Garrigan program. They've restored it, and they've won 2 championships in the past 3 years.
Yeah, well done all around, and I will have to give a little teaser about next season, just like they do on the television. Garrigan's going to be back. I don't know if they're going to be here in the Dome, but they're going to be good again next year, because the cupboard is not bare and the program is strong. And come what may, this Bishop Garrigan team is going to be a talented football team here in the near future for sure.
All right, Beanie. Well, as always, we appreciate your coverage here during these broadcasts. They don't call him the best color guy in the game for
they
nothing,
don't call me
folks.
that.
What, they don't?
Yeah, they call you the fastest man in radio, and then I'm that guy.
Well, Beanie, you've been a huge asset to us here all throughout these broadcasts. Big thank you to everyone back at the studio as well. We brought the whole team together for a hype intro for this game. And, of course, a congratulations to Coach Wadley and the Golden Bears, state champions once again here in the A-player class. That'll do it for our broadcast today. Got to give a big thank you as well to all our sports club members and postseason sponsors making these Unidome broadcasts possible. I'm Tyler Lance signing off for the second time in 3 years. Your Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears are 8-man state champions. Final score today, Bishop Garrigan 44, Woodbine 42.